welcome to the stream. My name's Alex, and you are with me, and only me, for the next few hours as we play through another one of our You, Me, up to 3 sort of review, exploration, showcase games, specialising in and looking at games that are designed to be played by one people, or duet games, or games for up to 3 people. We had a few options available to us this morning, but I eventually came down on in favour of a solo play game, which we will explain in more detail in a few moments. First things first, caveats. It is currently 10 AM here, and if you are watching this live on the live stream on YouTube or Twitch, you may be aware that we finished our game of 10 Candles last night at 2:15. So I am a little tired, and it's just me here, apart from Pete, who's hidden away in the corner doing tech for me. It's probably going to be a kind of chill, low energy vibe for a little while, which I think is going to be a really nice fit for what I've got lined up anyway. But yeah, if you're watching and you just see me like fully disassociate and space out, it is because I've had 4 hours sleep. So that's my caveat aside. Obviously, if you're watching this on demand later on YouTube on one of the videos, you can just skip past that bit until you see me a little bit more animated. Sorry, those of you who are live with us, you're gonna have to deal with this. Awesome. Let's talk about what we're gonna play today. This is a game that I've been wanting to get to the table for such a long time. I think I originally kickstarted this in 2019, certainly early 2020. It came through summer 2020, I believe. And it is called Amending, by the designer Xing Yin Kuo, American-based artist as well as game designer, who specialises in all kinds of really interesting and exciting things: installation art, immersive experiences, as well as working a lot with what she describes as a keepsake game. So these are games that you can play, but at the end of it, you have an artifact or an object that is unique to the game that you've played, that is sort of special to you and the stories that you have told whilst doing so, and that are, to some degree, functional. So it's not just a case of having a nice piece of paper that you could perhaps frame. And in this particular game, Amending, it is, and I'll read it from the box itself, a game about a long walk to visit a dear friend with story building, map making, and sewing mechanics. First things first, it comes in this absolutely beautiful canvas bag, and when I got mine and in the Kickstarter, I haven't bought it since, although it is still available on in the online shop at if you go to xingkuo.com, and I'll put links in the videos later should you be interested in doing that. If you go to xingkuo.com, you can still buy this and get that shipped to you as well. It's about $50 American. It comes with a variety of little tools, an instruction manual on what to do and how to play the game, some cards, which are basically the game, the kind of the prompts element, as well as its own little sewing kit, which I think is really nice. A load of different already threaded needles. As a non-sewer, I cannot stress enough how joyous it is to be able to literally take this out of the bag and in some degree be able to play it straight away without having to sit down and stretch my already tested eyes to their limits before I can even start the game. Each of these bits of thread are already placed through the eyes of the needles, and there is a needle for each colour of thread, so you don't even... Oh, it's just... I love it. And I'm sure this is a thing that you can buy in shops, and if I knew about it, I'd probably be less enthusiastic about it. But I'd never seen this before, and I was like... Beautiful. Loads of different colours of thread. It then also comes with a series of paper maps. So if you love the idea of this, but the idea of sewing something is just not up your street, or you think, a bit like me, that sounds like a great idea and I'd love to get into that, but I'm not there yet, you can play the game just on the map versions that have been published and printed. And this is really high quality. Now, this definitely came with a Kickstarter. I don't know if it comes in the ones now, but I'd be surprised if it didn't. The really high quality, thick paper, and you can just play with pen, pencil, multicolored pencils, whatever you want and need to make this work for you. These are there. I've even tried it as a test just to get started a while back. Actually, and doing the two together because I didn't want to move straight onto the actual cloth map. And this paper is thick enough and high enough quality that you can actually sew onto the paper as well, and it's holding really nicely as well. So you can even test out the theory on the card ones and the paper ones. But yeah, that's what you get. Some paper maps, and you get some thread and some game and some instructions and a beautiful little bag for it to keep it all in, which you can also, I assume, once you become more confident, or if perhaps you already are a very confident embroiderer, or good working with thread and needle, this is customizable as well. So you could put your name on it, or you could make it look beautiful and sort of prettify it as well. That's awesome. Final thing, which I've got over here, is you get a canvas version of the map, and you can see, and now I've put this onto an embroidery loop, which I have borrowed because I do not own one, and I thought that's why it'd be an interesting game to show and review. Is I bought this because I loved the idea of it. I'm a huge fan of maps and the storytelling through maps. Like a lot of people who run a lot of role-playing games and who homebrew and make their own stuff up, I find that process of graphing geographically a place to be a really exciting and interesting way into understanding a culture, a people, a place. We've run a handful of workshops for young people who take part in our TTRPG group, where we use mechanics for world building, which involve throwing dice all over pieces of paper, and then depending on what kinds of dice fall where they are, anything on a blue dice is a mountain, and anything with a 2 on it is this kind of thing, and then having randomly and chaotically assembled something, then taking that forwards and turning that into a map, and then having from that map going, well, that's weird. We've got a mountain glacier right next to a river of fire. What's going on there? How's that occurring? That doesn't seem to make sense. And when you're playing in the worlds of fantasy and those kinds of realms of magic, it's just a really exciting jumping off point to get people thinking about those elements of like how magic works in their universes, or thinking about like, oh, why did that and that occur alongside each other. So I love maps, and I do not love sewing, but I do love storytelling. So I felt like that was just enough of an intersection to go for this game and to buy it. But as I said, I haven't got it to the table yet. But this is beautiful. It's a lovely, nice piece of like thin cotton that we are going to adorn with beautiful things, and it even suggests, which I think is quite a nice idea, and I would love to look at it. And we won't get there today. That when you're done with it, you could perhaps turn it even into like a neckerchief or a scarf that you could wear. So at the end of this process, either you could frame this and put it on a wall, or, as I said, turn it into a functional object that you could wear in your everyday life and have people ask questions about that you've made. So I think that's wonderful, and you were also actively encouraged to play this game multiple times on the same map. And I guess you would do that until it either... You've got so many different colours of thread you can choose from. A different colour for each pathway each time you play it would be awesome. But you can do that until it becomes either illegible or until you feel like it looks beautiful enough, which is really, really cute. Let's explain the game a little bit. Having shown you all of the elements that are made up of it, it's pretty simple, as you might expect from a game that is going to call upon, unlike a lot of solo RPGs, it's going to call upon a bit of some journaling, narrative-based stuff. It comes with a tiny little booklet, which explains the game and what you have. This is wonderful. Makes some suggestions about how you might want to pull this together and play it with another person as well. It lays out some safety guidelines, as all good RPG books do. It also has, at the back, some suggestions for resources, including a tutorial that has been made by the host of DIY show Break and Remake, a friend of the designers from college, who has made a YouTube video just to show a tutorial about how to play this and what to do and how to make it work. It's got some very basic sewing skills, which you will see me. I mean, when I say basic sewing skills, we're talking very basic in my particular instance. But there are a number of other links as well there, as well as, and I really like this actually. Xing has included the inspirations for the game in the back of the book as well. So, so he's referencing a few other games that are out there, and as well as other things like the Bayer Tapestry, which have inspired her to make this game to start with. So I think it's just really useful and interesting to get inside the mindset of the designer and to think about what it is that they were considering when they were putting this together and playtesting it. At some point, we will build some characters, is the word it uses, but I like to think more of it as just sort of like motivations. Those are both like personal motivations for you, the person setting out on this journey, as well as what the person you're going to visit is like, and how the two of you are similar and how you are different. It suggests that those are characters because it wants you to build that kind of rapport and that narration between the two parts of the journey, the start and the finish, and help you think about how you move forwards during your story and your pathway. And then the book plays out over a few steps, 4 steps that explain the entire game. First things first, we are going to choose a place that is our home location. And wherever that is, we are going to add one of these 2 buttons that come with the game to the map. You might not be able to see everything I'm doing on the map cam, so apologies, but I'll put that where I know you can see that, and then I won't show you my attempt to tie these off so that we can use it properly, because I will only embarrass myself with my lack of skill. But yeah, we are going to choose to start off with where we set out from, and we are going to choose where our destination is. And the request in the game is that they are basically always on the edge of the map tile, and preferably as far away from each other as they can be. After all, it is a long journey ahead, and we want lots of time to explore and to recollect and to think about our friendship and what it is that is drawing us to visit our friend for the first time in a long while. There we are. I've got that successfully onto there. And I'm going to need to put a knot on the end of this, which I never know how to do. Let's put some music on. Let's have some background. There we are. And for some royalty-free background music, because of course we have nice and chill, contemplative. This is actually called It's Time to Think, which, as you can see me struggling to tie knots in string, I'm obviously failing to do. Great content, Alex. There we are. It's not going to work either. Hey, if you know how to tie knots in threads, jump in the comments and let me know. It won't help me in any way, but it might make you feel better about watching a grown man struggle to do something successfully. So, the interesting thing about the game is that the jumping off point for this is this idea of visiting someone who lives nearby, relatively nearby, but that you haven't seen for a while. And as a person knocking on the door of 40, that speaks to me at a fundamental level that I probably don't want to share too much more information about to be captured for posterity. But yeah, there is a kind of a deeply human element, especially kind of within the context of what's happened over the last few years with things like with COVID pandemics and lockdowns, but also just the general sort of shifting nature of time and friendships and these kinds of things, that you can often be very close to people and have deep friendships with people and barely see each other for long periods of time. And so this game speaks to that a little and says, let's use that as a jumping off point to tell a story, but a story that is about bringing these people, these friendships back together, and again, I'm not doing a great job of putting this on. Not a sewer. Definitely failed. So let's think about our characters then. There are some questions in the book, which is basically like, what kind of people are you and how do you differ? So I'm going to choose to play a kind of woodsy, outdoorsy kind of character here, I think. They have chosen to move outside of this small town and live here in this this intersection on the map, where there's a ridge of mountains just off to the west, a pathway that leads down towards the coastline and through some more mountains. But they're here in the edge of these evergreen trees, and between the road and the water. Oh boy, I'm doing a really bad job of this. How have I done that? Anyway. So yeah, I'm going to go for someone who's sort of relatively rugged, self-sufficient. You know what they aren't? They are not a sower. They are a person who's more likely to make things, craft things with timber or wood. What have I done? Guys, I'm not gonna stress too much about it, but also, literally, what have I done? I have managed to attach my button. This is where I live. This is where I live. Let's not get stressed out about these things. It's a chill game. My friend is going to live, I think, right down in the corner by the mountain road that is by the shoreline. So there's a nice waves along the base here. So I think my friend is going to end up living somewhere down here, in the foothills of these mountains, with the coastal road beside them, and then just ahead this shoreline and the rushing water of the ocean. They're slightly nearer to town. They're slightly closer to where people congregate more often, especially with this coastal road. So let's have a see. Where's the questions? Where's the questions? I think I'll make a couple of notes after I have effectively abandoned putting that on. What do I carry in my pockets? I think they've got some rations, some like snacks, high energy, high protein snacks that they've maybe made themselves. They're used to walking in the forests and the hills around here. They have a compass. They know they're going on a journey. They haven't taken a map because they know this area a little bit, but they still just want to get their bearings right, and they don't know quite how long it's going to take and all of that. And it's a nice day, and there's no rush, I don't think. Their friend wants to see them, and they've given themselves plenty of time, set off nice and early. So I'm going to say that they also have put a thin paperback book in their back pocket as well, and that if there's a particularly nice moment when they want to rest, they might read a few pages of their book, and obviously some water, just because you got to stay hydrated, folks. It's very important. What does my friend carry in their pockets? I guess that's a question about, like, well, what makes them different? How are they different and similar to me? I think my friend has keys. I think it's a combination of keys. You know, there's house keys, there's maybe boat keys, there's car keys. They're a person who has things, powered things that need that kind of security. I think that they carry a would they have? It's kind of everyday. Let's not give them a phone. Let's not make them that. Let's pretend we're back in time a little bit. I think let's say they've got a pager. So you know they're important enough that someone somewhere else needs to get hold of them at quite a quick notice. But they're not, you know, always on the go, always taking information from other people. How do me and my friend differ in appearance? I think they look more tired, but I look more gaunt. I think they have a stressful life that gets them up early, keeps them awake late at night. You know, is constantly playing havoc with their sleep schedules, and so they have that kind of like slightly tired eyes. I'm a little bit more off-grid, so I think I'm kept. You know, I keep my own times. I'm not held up late. I'm not woken up early unless I want to be. But I've ignored and don't or choose not to pay attention quite so much to what's available out there in the universe. My diet isn't quite as exciting. I don't eat as much, and so I've kind of got that kind of like slightly tanned, slightly more like skeletal wiriness to me. And when people see me and talk to me, their whole thing is like, you need to eat more. So that's the sort of differences between us. I'm wiry and hungry, and they're more like tired and healthy. Hey, hungry. It must be breakfast time. Because that's where my brain is going. How do you and your friend differ in personality? I think we've touched on that already. Like, I'm a bit more like isolated and like nature oriented. My friend is obviously still interested in that in some capacity, because they've chosen to live by the seaside, you know, by the coastline. They're still interested in. They don't live in the small city or the town or the village or whatever this is. But more likely to be like more switched on to the demands of other people and the world around them. So they're perhaps a little bit more interconnected. and probably as a result a bit more empathetic. And what kind of home does my friend live in? I think it's a kind of beach hut, but like not a hut. It's a beach house. It's a full beach house. It's one of those houses where the ground floor is all of the functional stuff, and then the upper floor is the living areas, where they've then got like a big glass window that looks out towards the coastline and the seas. The living areas right at the back just sort of spreads out through onto this like decks, and it's beautiful, and the view is beautiful, and I've been there before and I've enjoyed it, but sometimes I find it a bit too clinical, and that's put me off going there before. Like, it's just a bit like, feels like nature's like a giant painting to them, and it doesn't gel with me all the time. What do I want to put on? Let me go for something slightly different. I like this one. I just want this one to loop. Let's see if I've got anything on here. Hold please while I choose music. I think it's coming from the music, which is one of the reasons why I want to switch out for this. We think that the boom is part of the melody loop. Oh, we've spent the whole of yesterday playing sci-fi games, so most of the music available to me on here is not relevant to a chill wander through the mountains. Let's see whether Enchanted Forest helps us. It's probably going to be a little bit too fantasy for us, but that'll do. It's a bit of atmosphere for our walk. So we know who we are, we know what we've got, we know what matters to us, we know where we're headed. I have done an absolutely awful job of attempting to sew a button on. I was going to say I don't know what I've done. I now know what I've done, and anyone who was watching me do this knows exactly what I did as well. Which is that I forgot to go back in through the hole, and I just went round the side and came back out the bottom again. And so I have basically tied this to the loop. Such a fool. It's what happens when you're doing and talking at the same time, and also the thing that you're doing is something that you are not good at. Can I salvage it, is the question. No, I don't think I can. So I am going to abandon that and just pick a different piece of thread. And this time round, when I go to do the same thing, can you please shout and tell me that I'm being an idiot? The other thing that the game encourages you to do, that I'm not able to do, just because I simply don't have access to the stuff, or didn't prepare it, is that as we move along on our pathway and mark our trail, every time we cross over one of these squares, and they're marked in kind of gold and yellow on the on this map, or the blue squares on this one, every time we cross over one of those, we are going to draw one of the cards from the card deck. These dark brown ones. The yellow ones that are available here are only at the end of the journey, and they are called an ending, which is lovely in a game that's called Amending. Every time we cross one of those lines and draw one of those cards, if we come across a person or a thing or an object, or we make a particularly strong memory or a bond, it suggests that we add an object of some description. Those could be buttons or clip-ons, bits of fabric, just random objects that mark what we discovered, what we found, what we thought, all of these things, and just build on our learning and our uncovery and our discovery. And it also suggests that if you are a strong sewer, i.e. not me, or perhaps you are, used to doing a bit of needlepoint or a bit of embroidery, that you could, rather than sew a thing on, you could embroider something onto that space. And there's some really beautiful little pictures on their website or where they've done just that, like embroidered some blue rocks in a particular location. As you can see from my abilities, I will not be doing any embroidery of things this time, but who knows, maybe I will keep persevering and get better at all of this so that I can make a beautiful thing. That's the aim, at least. Right, I think my mother is going to be so disappointed looking at my inability to tie a basic knot. And many other reasons, but that one in particular. There we are. That should do. So this gives us our starting place. How am I going to travel? I think it's an early start to the day for me. Set out in good time. There's a long summer's day ahead. It's cool and still a bit shady where we are, so rather than head to the road or even potentially walk along the side of the river, I think I'll just make my way through the trees, through this sort of small woodland that is to the south of me, where it will still be cool and shady, but at least it smells nice, and there'll be the smell of the forest coming to life with the summer's day as it starts to warm up. So let's mark my pathway as we leave behind our house, and I am literally just going to do a running stitch, because as you've already seen, literally anything else will destroy me and be awful, and my brain already can't cope with the basic tasks of talking and doing, let alone doing something complicated. My path is a little invisible here. I kind of like that though. I think that sort of fits with the personality of this person. They're doing that kind of like keeping hidden from others, staying away, just enjoying nature and its abundance. And I have just crossed a line. Oh no, my thread's come off. Just crossed a line. Right. That's good timing, because I've got a card to pull and a thread to put back on. North. There are many stars in the sky, but one is always the brightest. You have followed it many times, and it will still guide you now. Decide which direction on your compass points north. Mark it with a bead, or a button, or a small embroidered mark. Uh-oh. Okay. That's good. Well, when I was talking about the map, I sort of oriented it up, down, left, right, north, south, east, west. Just for simplicity's sake, and just to talk about it. Let's have a think now instead about the reality and what we want it to be. Where would we like the ocean to lie? You know what? I think it's gonna be the opposite. I think the bottom of this map points north. I think it's a northern coastline. So when my friend looks out over the oceans, it's into that kind of dark, brooding northern sea line of a northern hemisphere country. And often the storm rolls in from that direction. Which also means that makes sense. If that's north, it's north this way, then it makes sense on this map that this forest that we're moving through right now is still cool and like in the shade, and we're held in the shade here of the mountains, this ridge of mountains here. This will stay in the shade of that for a little longer. So knowing that it's going to be cool for a little while longer, I have chosen to stick to the forest paths that I know well. That will be quiet. Maybe a few joggers or dog walkers out, but otherwise pretty much just left to my own devices and my own thoughts early in the day. And so I am very simply, probably very badly, going to mark down here in the bottom corner, not on my oh no, I've got a compass rose, haven't I? I've got a compass rose, so I can mark up here. And I will do this with a very simple thing. I'm just going to mark south to the top. Oh, I didn't tie a knot in the end of it. That doesn't matter now that I know that. I'd love to have a little button or something here, but I don't have one to hand, so I'm just going to attempt to sew a little S, which is probably more likely going to look like a 5 by the time I'm finished with it. So you can obviously see, there's one of the reasons why it's taken me so long to get this to the table is that it requires me to sit down and learn to sew, at least properly. I've put some buttons back on broken things. I've darned a sock. I've fixed a broken pair of trousers whilst trekking in the desert. And that is the grand sum total of my sewing experience, and you will be unsurprised to learn that the pair of trousers that I fixed whilst trekking in the desert did not last very long after I fixed them, and I also no longer have those. So yeah, that kind of like psychological step of taking on something that I thought would be that I really love but that required me to sit down and not even master a task, like learn a basic skill, has kind of kept me from picking this up as often as I think it deserves. The other thing that has slowed me down, I think, in playing it is this is definitely a kind of mindfulness activity. You've got a thing to do and a story to tell. And unlike some of the sort of journaling games that we've done, things like 1000-Year-Old Vampire or Be Like a Crow, which we reviewed last time we did one of these live streams, this feels more like it just wants you to stop and slow down. And it may come as no surprise to you, as someone who is, this is like the fourth thing that I've done this weekend, of like back-to-back RPG games with loads of different people participating and playing, that we've organised alongside our main job here at the theatre. I'm not really a mindfulness slowing down kind of person. I'm more of a binary on-off kind of person, in that I'm either running on 1000% energy, or I am trying to actively do nothing, apart from perhaps read a book or watch some television or watch a film. Super passive, like off activities, and so I don't make enough time in my life for these kinds of activities, which are active, mindful things to do, and that's on me. And I wanted to show this to people because I thought, I know that is not the case for so many different people, and that an object-based game like this, that's a thing that you can pick up and put down, that you can leave to one side, come back to, that other people's lives can often have more space for this kind of stuff, and then, or people are better at making time for it, and that this would be wonderful. And I know a lot of people for whom something like this would be really pleasant, and who might pick it up as more as an embroidery project, that would then like introduce them to this narrative gaming idea, and it feels like a really nice kind of gift for someone that you know who's perhaps recently got into needlepoint work and has follows lots of patterns and has reached that point in the work that they're doing, or in their expression, that they want to start to move away from following someone else's patterns and making things that have already been done for them, but they haven't quite yet perhaps reached the point, or maybe they don't even want to reach the point where they're making their own pattern. This is sort of somewhere in between those. Like, you are literally forging your own path. But you've got something, you don't just have a blank canvas to stare at, you've got this beautiful map and things to think about while you're doing it. I am moving forwards on my path, having marked south on my compass rose, and just left the thread hanging. I've already now got 3 different colours of thread hanging off of this, including the needles. So I'm fully expecting at some point to stab myself, and that'll be a joy. And I didn't bring any scissors to table, so you can't fix that. And I'm about to cross another line, so let's move this pathway on. And there we go, crossing the line. I'm keeping my stitches quite close together at the moment. They're just here. You probably can't see them super well on that camera. Just heading along this pathway. Fear. You have shared your fears with each other many times. Snakes, clowns, many-eyed creatures that swarm in the dark. But you've never been perfectly honest with each other about your true fears, the ones that whisper to you when you think you are already asleep. What are you afraid of? Is there something about this friendship that makes you afraid? So, I mean, I'm kind of, my character is isolated, intentionally. They keep themselves outside of the loop of other people. So I think that there's something in there about, like, a fear of not being understood, maybe? Or not, people not seeing you for who you are. And this friendship has, I think it's, you know, it's stood the test of time, and it's a long-standing friendship. Kind of long-standing friendship where you realise you've known each other for long enough to know that you have changed from the people that you remember or perhaps spent the most time with. But also the kind of friendship where you also recognise the fundamental elements of people's personalities that don't change. And so I think there's an element in this friendship about, like, seeing this other person who is so much more connected to the hustle and bustle of life and of people and of community, that my character feels like they are afraid that although their friend gets them, the people that their friend associates with perhaps only see the surface of me and of my type. And maybe that's, like, you know, there's been some moments when I've visited their house in the past, social occasions, perhaps a party or a gathering, where work friends of theirs or partners have not. I've just not felt like they saw or were listening to what I was telling them, and they were just seeing like a stereotype of someone who just hides away in the forests and keeps themselves to themselves and is a bit weird. And so maybe that's what it is, that those sort of two elements of it that are causing me to take this slightly more trepidatious path. I'm not exactly rushing head forth to reach my friend's house. There is something that's holding me back. I've crossed another line. A coin. I come across a shiny gold coin buried in the dirt. But when you look closer, it has flecks of dried blood on it. Do you keep it? Attach a bead to your map to mark the location you found this coin. Coin. A coin with blood on it. That is strange. I don't think I do keep it, I think Alex would definitely keep it. I would, anything like that, I'm a magpie. Pick stuff off of the ground. I once burnt myself quite badly, actually, on my finger. We were in the desert in Arizona. We stopped because it was hot and we'd been driving for a long time. And I picked a spark plug up off the ground in the Arizona desert. The air temperature where we were was like 102 Fahrenheit, which is somewhere in the high 30s Celsius, I think. And this thing had been sitting on the ground all day in the baking hot sun. And I was like, ooh, piece of candy. And literally just bent down and picked it. Didn't think. Ceramic and metal, like two things that are really good at collecting heat. And I just bent down and picked the thing off the ground, and I was like, ow! Ow! My parents were like, what are you doing? What's wrong? What have you done? I acted as if I was shocked and surprised that the universe could be so cruel and callous as to heat metal and then place such a goodie, such a delicious treat as a used spark plug in front of me, and then punish me for my curiosity. Oh dear. Well, that's a story I didn't think I'd share. But yeah, I think this coin is... I'm just going to try and mark it with a little bit of yellow thread. I think this coin is interesting, but I don't think that this character is going to be massively drawn to keeping it. It's too human. It's too much of a memento of sort of the people who make their way through the forests and come here for all kinds of different reasons, and the blood intrigues me, I kind of want to know whether it's animal blood or whether it belongs to the person who dropped this. And I think I'm interested to see what that is, but I feel like what the impetus that would give my character would be more like to put the coin back down and look around on the ground to see if there were any other signs of this dried blood, or whether there was like a trail off perhaps a wounded animal, or you know, something that indicated what has gone on here, and why this object has come to be here. And I'm more likely to be driven away from the object. Just in a little weird yellow bubble, basically, to mark it. And I'm going to end up with a whole another piece of fabric and thread dangling from my map that I'm unable to do anything with because I didn't bring any scissors to the table. But that's fine. It's there. It was only a single little coin, so I've gone for a very little, tiny little thing there. You definitely won't be able to see that on the map because it is tiny. But yeah, this coin has asked more questions of me on my trip, and now I'm thinking ahead, wondering, keeping an eye out for trails, perhaps an animal carcass, wondering, did the blood get on the coin before the coin was dropped, or did it happen after? Was the coin there for a long time and then an animal stumbled upon it and was injured from something else? Just happened to be a coincidence of geographic location rather than a story. My thoughts are on it for this next little bit of the walk. I'm going to cross another barrier soon. What's the time? Oh, I've got loads of time. I reckon, I mean, I'm definitely not going to make it to my friend's house on this stream, but I think I can do a pretty good job of getting maybe halfway. After all, I don't think that speed is the strength of this game. I'm not sure you're supposed to play it in fast forward mode. Right, another threshold. Somewhere else. One of your pastimes used to be talking about the places you would go someday. Or even just the places you'd been already. Your friend loved the woods. That's nice. Long and quiet ambling strolls that you took together down mossy paths. They loved the bustle of the marketplace and the warm bowls of soup at the tavern afterwards. Where is the one location you would rather be at right now with your friend? And what would you be doing? Yeah, interesting. love this idea that, you know, perhaps this is a thing that we both talked about. This was like a dream, an idea, an ideal, that in our youth we would wander through the forest paths and talk about, like, wouldn't it be lovely to live here in this kind of, and just have this, and this be your everyday. And I've sort of followed through on it a bit, but there is something, you know, it's an isolating experience to do that. The thing about being isolated, about tucking yourself away from others, is that it's isolating. Being alone is not the same as being lonely, but they're pretty similar words, and it's sometimes easy to switch, to be happy being on your own, and then other times to feel isolated and lonely. So the fact that my character has sort of gone for this lifestyle that we've talked about here in the woods, my friend didn't, instead remained connected to people and works and family and friends and things like that. It's probably another reason of giving me that kind of like reticence of getting to their place. And so I guess I'm gonna rebel against the question a little bit and say it's not that I want to be somewhere else. I don't think. I think I'm very happy being right where I am on this journey. I just wish that instead of me going to my friend's house, that my friend was here to just be on this journey alongside me here, like we were when we were walking in these forests and other locations when we were younger. And so the difference is not of location, but is of action. What would we be doing? Well, we would be talking. Whatever it is that has caused my friend to make this call out to say, hey friend, I need you to come to my place. We need to talk about something. I think we would be talking about it here. We wander through these morning, slowly warming forests and smell the scent of the trees and the undergrowth waking up as the sun starts to warm the space. And we're getting towards the northern edge of this forest here, and we're also getting towards the edge of the ridge line to the east that blocks the morning sun. And so, looking ahead to this gap in the tree line, you can start to see the kind of summer morning rays of sunshine as they glisten and glint off the river ahead. Start to hear the sound of the running water of this small but fast-moving river that runs to the south. I'm just going to cross another line. Amends. A long friendship is always marked with many thanks and many apologies. A good friend knows how to apologise honestly and sincerely. Do you have something to make amends for? Are you taking this journey to do so? I think I don't think this is like a penitence journey. I don't think I'm doing something, going on this trip because I'm like carrying with me a deep-seated need to apologise for some like major personal confrontation. But I think the last time I visited my friend at their house, which was maybe, let's say, maybe not quite 2 years ago, but somewhere sort of 18 months, 2 years, end of the summer, not the last summer, but the summer before. I think I went there for some kind of social engagement, and I think I was in a bad place, and I think I was rude. Not necessarily to my friends, but I was rude to my friends' friends. To the people that they'd invited also to be at this party, people who they see more often, the people who they spend more time with. And, you know, I just felt like they didn't get me, and they weren't really interested in... I felt like they weren't interested in what I was talking about, or what the stories I had to tell about like my life and where I am at. And at some point I was just, you know, rude. And I think that even though I'm not like carrying that as like a great sense of guilt, it's something I've thought about. It's a reason why I've put off going for a while, of like going back to a place where you did something where you like subsequently feel a little embarrassed about your behaviour. And although it's not necessarily my friend I need to apologise to, my friend is the person who deserves the apology, because I'm aware that like my actions in that moment reflected badly on them. And maybe they won't even see it. Like maybe it's one of those ridiculous things where they won't even really have noticed that happened, that you're carrying something with you that is really important to you, but other people didn't even notice it really. But it's something that whilst I'm out there talking to this person and seeing them and finding out what it is that they wanted to talk to me about, it's something I'm definitely going to bring up, you know, and apologise for. I've crossed another line. It was only a tiny little line, that one. As I have left behind the forest and have reached the edge of the road in order to cross the river. And here, ahead of me, lies... I've chosen the same colour thread as the lines on the the map, which I now know is dumb for camera, but it looks really nice here. Looks like it's very much in keeping. The prompt is called a joke. For years there has been a joke about your friend. They shrug it off and laugh whenever it comes up, but you know that they are bothered by it. What is this joke? I think this joke is to do with how they relate to other people. I think that my friend is a kind and generous and thoughtful, empathetic person, and the joke is that they are a bit of a doormat, that they don't put themselves first, and maybe it comes from like a childhood or a childhood relationship or something like that. This is a joke that's been going amongst friends for a very long time, that that they're easily manipulated, easy to crumble and do what other people want. And so there is a kind of slightly light-hearted nature to it, of like, oh, they're a pushover, being the joke, and they laugh it off because, of course, they do. They want to be friendly, and we all have to be the butt of the joke sometimes in a friendship group, especially in England. But I know that there is a kind of bit of sadness to them, because I think for two reasons. I think firstly, it's an attack on someone's personality, that kind of thing. And they definitely don't see, being thoughtful, being kind, being responsive to the needs of others as negative personality traits. And I think then when they hear people like joking about that fact, they feel sad for themselves, but they also feel sad for the other people because they're empathetic, and that they're sort of like, oh, it's sad that they can't see what's good about responding to the needs of other people. And so there's that kind of like sort of slightly stubborn, like, I'll take this good-naturedness, but I can see that it's causing them. It causes them stress, and I also wonder whether if I've even experienced or seen this in. I don't even know whether I've seen this in my real life, but I think it makes for a nice story. There's that like idea of, this is a joke that has a long standing and a long precedence. It comes from from like a childhood friendship group, but it's a joke with legs. It's kind of passed on even as my friend's friendship group has grown and developed and left behind the friends of youth and childhood, and moved into like work friends and then like family friends, and then, you know, as relationships and friendships evolve over the decades, this has remained the static joke for them, and like its origins, which might have been like a childhood romance friendship, have remained. They've been lost in time, but the joke itself has continued, just because they pay attention and they listen to what people are saying, and they're responsive to them. I've crossed the ridge, crossed over the river, and now I need to. I'm gonna stick to the pathway here, I think, and move on this roadway between these two sets of mountains. Let's see what our prompt is. Float. The first time you held your breath and let yourself fully submerge yourself in water, you felt lighter than you ever had before. Gravity had lost all meaning, and you could fly. Will you stray your path to visit a body of water? If you do, change your planned path to enter a body of water. If you continue on your intended path, mark your map with a bead to signify your resolve in seeing your friend. If you've already visited the water, did you take something from it? So, I mean, I literally walking over the bridge here as this thought comes to my mind, and I think I was starting to think I'm a little bit like ready for a bit of a wandering break. Perhaps wanted to sit and enjoy the sunshine as it comes up. You know, comes in through this valley between this ridge of mountains here and the ridge of mountains I'm about to pass through. There is this moment here where there is like a kind of shaft of sunlight across the place. So I'm gonna move off the path a little. It's not like I need to go a vast amount of way to respond to this. But yeah, as I cross here, and this is kind of, I mean, can you cheat on a game where you're making the rules up as you play it yourself? No, I don't think so. I've just crossed this line, which has caused me to pull this card. I'm going to recross back over it, back into the square that I came from, and just wander along the side of this bridge and down to the water's edge here, and just sit for a while, have some water, have a drink, maybe eat some of my protein bar that I've handmade, and just listen to the sound of the water rushing past. It's too early here to think about having a swim, but maybe I'll take my walking shoes off and put my feet in the cold water, let that rush past, and just relax my weary feet after some trudging through the forest roots. I'm just going to mark a little, I guess it's probably going to end up being like a little bit of a star here that I've stopped. My path has not continued. So I don't need to stray far, and I don't have to take something from the river, because I have to consider that, because I've sort of done a bit of both. But let's think, what could I potentially find here that I might pick up and show my friend? I think I'll take a photo. I think that this is exactly those one of the kind of like places and moments with the sun streaming across and the golden and the darkness of the shades of the mountains ahead to the south, and this shaft of light that's coming in from the rising sun, and the forest in the summer looking beautiful. This is exactly one of those, this is why I live where I live. This is one of the things I care about. I haven't fully turned my back on all of technology, but in this moment, heading towards my friend's house and thinking all the things I'm thinking of, I want to capture this part of the experience to show it to them when I reach their house, and be like, thank you so much for calling me and making me go on this journey, because I saw this, and it would have been amazing if you were there as well. We could have seen this together, but we weren't. So this is my gift to you. You get to see this beautiful natural scene that I experienced not that far away. So I'm just going to take a little picture while I have some water and a snack. And then I'm going to head back on my path back north. I'm getting better. It turns out that learning to do this and talking was always going to be a challenge, and that I just needed to settle in and repeat for a while. So my next line is not too far away, and I've already pulled my card to start to think about it. And the prompt is a tree. A large old tree grows before you, with large roots crossing your path. It's shady, and it is the biggest tree you have ever seen. There is large fruit on it, abundant and edible. Do you rest here? If so, attach a bead to your map and mark the location. I think as I've just rested and sat, I will move on. But I think as I've already in that mindset of starting to think about what's ahead and where my friend will be, I'm going to take a couple of pieces of this fruit as gifts. So maybe take 3 pieces of fruit from this tree, 2 to give as gifts to my friend, and 1 to either eat with them if it lasts that long, or just to have as a little snack on the route, if I suddenly feel the urge and the protein bar and water isn't gonna scratch that itch. I think I've seen this tree before. It's not too far from home, but I've never seen a place. I've never seen it this like abundant and full of fruit in the summer. Ooh, rearrange my microphone. Apologies. I have just crossed back over kind of Nexus Point again. I'll pull another card. A fortune teller. A fortune teller has set up shop by the side of the road. He is tall and skeletal, and his fortune-telling implements are sticks and bones, tossed on a woven mat divided in brilliant colours. Flip a coin to determine the fortune they give you. It does come with a coin. It's a beautiful little wooden coin. It has the head of the sea monster on one side from the map, and this whale tail on the other side, which is a really nice little way of doing heads and tails. Okay, let's find out. So, flip the coin. Tails. The cat will hunt. Do not forget your hunter self. Interesting. I will thank the fortune teller. Set up here. Hope that he has a prosperous day. Finds many others who wish to stop and hear what he has to say, and to learn more about themselves. And it's definitely going to cause me to think about where my journey started. And I'm coming towards halfway on the journey forwards, which is often a time on a long trek where you start to think back to what you've left behind. You are at that point where it is still just shorter to return to where you came from than head to where you are going. And so your mind, in those moments when you still feel a little bit of trepidation, perhaps, having pulled this beautiful fruit, I'm now already starting to feel a little selfish and a bit like, well, this, if I just took this home, then I could make something really tasty. Maybe I should go home and make like something with this fruit, and then bring that, like a cookie or a pie or that would be a better gift than just the fruit itself. Surely, no, I should return back. But then I remember the sense of urgency that my friend's message came with, or at least the sense of like attention needed to be paid, and I instead continue to be drawn onwards. But I do think about that coin that I left in the forest with its blood on it, and that sense of what happened there. Was that a hunter? Was that an animal falling prey to the natural order of the forest? I think on my own choices and how I live my life in that moment. Consider my fortune of the cat that hunts as I make my way along the side of this path and between these two large, through this sort of mountain valley. In the shade again as the day warms. The sun's probably starting to pull up. Windows. Alarm clock. Does not know what time it is. If you were watching the stream last night during our 10 candles stream, at about 11:30 PM, that also happened. My alarm on my tablet went off. So maybe almost exactly 12 hours ago, and that was the it's 8 AM alarm, and it just happened again. So apparently every 12 hours my Windows tablet thinks it's 8 AM, which is fascinating. Don't just, it's not about Windows anyway. Let's not go into a diatribe about technology and computers whilst we're in the middle of our mindfulness game. I'm crossing off of the square in which my fortune was read. A lock. You cut a lock of hair from your own head to give to your friend, to remember you by. But you did not give it to them before they left. Why didn't you give the lock of hair to your friend? If you have it and can spare it, attach a small lock of your own hair to your map, or represent it with a few pieces of thread. I probably can't spare it, is the reality of that one. Although it would be humorous to do so. How shall I do that? The question is, why didn't you give a lock of hair to your friend? Now, Alex's response is because that's weird, and I find that a little creepy. But that isn't necessarily what my my character believes. How am I going to do this? I kind of want there to be like bits that hang off of it here, rather than mark it onto the map. So let's try that. I've gone for the yellow thread because it was already attached from when I did the coin. Why didn't I give a lock of my hair? I think it felt too intimate. I think it felt like it was you know, that's a thing that is associated historically with like family or lovers, and I think when I prepared to do it, I just was thinking about like the visual of it, of being like, here's a thing, and it's kind of this is a special thing, and then I got someone else maybe pointed out to me, oh, is there something going on between you and your friend? And I was a bit like, what? Oh no. And they're like, oh, it's just because that's a thing that's super intimate. And so I got like cold feet and thought, oh, I don't want this to be misinterpreted. This is this is meant to mean something special, but it's not meant to mean anything like that. And maybe my friend has a partner who I don't want them to think like, hang on, what's going on here? What don't I know? And so I gave up on the idea, and I was scared away from just doing this thing that came from a place of like honest, just like honestly wanting to do something kind of old-fashioned and indicative of like a different type of world and culture. But then I didn't. I've just added two. You probably can't see those because it's yellow, but I just added these two little fronds of yellow thread to mark that. Can't quite do a lock of hair, but they twist together a little bit to mark that, sticking out, making my map a bit more 3D. I probably just need to try and tuck that yellow away somewhere where I then don't end up sewing it into the rest of the map. So I move forwards. Oh, don't look at that side, guys. Do not look at that side. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. I'm really liking these prompts. I'm liking that sometimes they encourage me to stop and do a thing in that space, and these things all have slightly different colours. I don't know whether you can spot that on camera, but there are these like dark green ones which are very much that, about like usually about attaching things, and making choices about like your location. And then there are the lighter ones that we've come across, and I think there's one other colour that we haven't had yet, so I'll keep going until one of those comes up, either naturally or I might, if it doesn't, I might force it. But the lighter green ones being these kind of like things you can consider whilst you're still doing the sewing of the trail. That not every prompt sort of demands that you stop and stand still. I like that for the stream in particular, because I'm not stopping and doing this thing in a location and talking about that and then having to pad while I then draw a line or sew this line through. But that kind of interplay between the two works really nicely for like getting your brain into that state that kind of mimics, I think, where your thoughts, how your thoughts naturally go when you are on a journey on foot. I love walking. I particularly love walking with my friends. I'm happy to walk through pretty much any kind of landscape or environment if I've got someone with me to just put the world to rights and to talk and to catch up and to, you know, share information and learning or whatever it might be that I've uncovered and what they've been going through. Or just to walk in silence, you know, when conversation reaches its natural limit, as these things often do on a long walk. And this feels to me like that has that kind of ebb and flow of walking, as your attention sometimes wanders backwards into the past. Sometimes it wanders backwards down the trail back to where you came from. Sometimes it's drawn by a particular real world object that kind of centers you in the present moment. So I think from a design perspective, like intention, designer's intention and the way it plays out, really, really impressive. A ritual, I crossed the line, and then I carried on. I was talking. A ritual. You made it together, this ritual. It's something you've been doing together as long as you've known each other. And by now, the gestures to this ritual are etched in your bones and your memory. You repeat this ritual every time you see your friend, no matter how long you have been apart. What is this ritual? What is this ritual? So at first I was thinking it would be like a kind of a small physical thing, you know, like a kind of a handshake or a hug or you know, one of those kinds of like small personal, I guess like almost like tribal things that people do. But I think that feels, I don't know, I don't think that feels ritualized enough. When I think of that word and that the meaning that I associate with ritual, it almost always means it means food and drink to me. Ritual. It means you know, the pouring of libations and the sacrifice to the gods. It means excuses for food and drink, shared humanity. So I think in this instance, this ritual is that we will sit together. At some point, it doesn't have to be like at the instance of meeting, but at some point that we are together in each other's company, there will be like a knowing moment where we will sit together outside. Usually, it might be at sunrise, it might be at sunset, it might be bathed by the moonlight, it might be in the middle of the day, but we would sit together on the ground or like on a step, not on a chair, basically, and like we would have done when we were 7, and whatever it is that we're drinking, whether it be an alcoholic drink or a glass of water or whatever, but there will be like a kind of cheers. I don't think there's any like special words that we say, just a kind of just acknowledgement of each other's company and of this moment of shared abundance. And there's a kind of like the agreement, the ritual is that you have to make the eye contact. You have to look at the person, make eye contact with them, kind of smile and give acknowledgement to them as the vessels are clinked together. We've done it over coffee, we've done it over alcohol at 3 a.m. We've done it with canteens full of water when we've been out on a walk. The libation itself doesn't matter. What matters is that we sit side by side, we look out at either where we're going or where we've been or where we are, and there's this moment where we turn and make eye contact, salute each other's health, and sit and drink as we sort of sit side by side and stare and look. And that's usually, but not always, then follows a change in the tone of conversation. We move from talking about what's happening to a kind of more like philosophical approach to the world. I crossed another line. A token. Before you and your friend parted to live some days' travel from each other, you gave them a token to remember you and your friendship by. What was the token? Do you think they still have it? I think this token is going to be something earthy. It's not something I've purchased. I'm not even sure if it's something I've made. I think it's something I've found. Or maybe it's been sort of cobbled together from a few things that I've found in the woods on one of our walks in the forests from a while ago, when we were talking about how that would be the dream, to live in the forest and to just be sort of disconnected from the stress of everyday life and the village and the town. And so I think I picked something up, or some things up, on that journey when we were talking about that. And then subsequently, when I knew that I was moving out there and like following that ideal and that dream, I have found something else that kind of indicated a transition from the dream into the reality. And so I've combined these two objects together to create this this token that sort of symbolizes my choice, and I think I gave it to my friend at the time as a kind of like, hey, like don't give up on the dream kind of token of like, hey, look, if I can do it, so can you. And this was probably, I'm gonna say this is like 6 or so years, 6 maybe 7 years ago. I've seen them since then. I've been to their place since then, but this moment that when the token was exchanged, it's just before I moved out. And so I mean, what is it? I think it's something simple. I think it's something really simple that, like, you know, a pine cone from the forest and some other simple, basic object that I found on a later journey, like a feather or something that symbolized like new growth, new life, and I combined the two of them together to be like, hey, here's a really obvious signifier of what I'm trying to say with this thing. And I not only do I not think they still have it, I think I know that they don't have it anymore. I think I know that when I last went to their place and was looking to see whether they had it anywhere, I asked about it, and they said, I didn't realise that was something I was supposed to keep. And so I didn't. So I know that this token has been lost. And maybe I felt a bit sad about that. But in the end, I realised it's a bit like that thing with the lock of hair. I was like, I guess I just don't get what people want and what's acceptable or necessary. Perhaps my character is a little naive. And certainly we've said that they are a bit isolated. Hey, did that bit. I'm just trying to move my hoop across because I've actually made such an amount of distance. I need to reposition. Cool. I think we are. Oh, we're definitely halfway now. Over. I'm going to keep going a little bit longer to see whether another one of these, a different card comes out. If it doesn't, I will stop search through the deck and see whether I remember correctly. I'm sure there's another colour card in there, but I might be wrong. Let's give them a bit of a shuffle, just in case. These are all new to me. I have deliberately not read through all the cards and looked at all of the prompts. I wanted to sort of have that surprise element and uncover as I went along. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, there are some orange ones as well. Let's take an orange one. As I'm about to cross again. Let's take this top orange one. I feel right now I'm a long way from where I started in terms of the landscape as well. You know, I started on the edge of this evergreen forest and moved through, you know, along through the deciduous trees for a long time. And then I crossed the river, and then since then it's all been sort of like rugged mountainside and rocks. And now I find myself in a place of like 3 different mountain valleys and lots of different pathways and roads, and this feels like a much more a place where humans and the world are intruding a lot more on what's happening. My orange card gives me a merchant, which is nice. This merchant sells lucky tokens and charms, lucky rocks, lucky coins, a cat statue with a raised paw, a lizard's tail, although that does not appear to have been too lucky for the lizard. Do you buy anything? Mark your map with a bead or note to represent your encounter with the merchant. Nice. So my guess is that the orange ones are going to be people. From that, the dark green ones are. Well, I suppose the fortune teller was a person as well. Do I buy anything from the merchant that sells lucky tokens? Yeah, I mean, I think I've got to, haven't I? Do I buy it, though? Do I buy it? Great camera angle. I think I peruse for a little while, looking at what they have for sale and thinking about what it is that my friend might like, might wish to have, and a lucky token. What would my friend like? Do I think? While I think, I'm going to try and unpick some of this yellow thread that I have just completely tied up amongst all of my other pathway thread, as I sort of feared I was doing at the time. This may be a bridge too far, however. What would my friend like? We know that they didn't love my token, so I think I would buy something, and I think that would be something that kind of symbolizes and signifies not the natural world like my token did, but sort of the luck of people, like that cat with the paw. Or like a shark's tooth, or something that speaks to where they are, where they live, by the coast. Yeah, like I think a shark's tooth actually is a nice idea. Again, not so lucky for the shark, but something there. I cannot unpick that. Well, I could. No, I cannot. So I will simply just use this little bit of thread that I have to mark, again in yellow, the merchant here on the road. So yeah, I think like a little pendant, leather strap, necklace type thing, of this shark's tooth, that speaks of like challenge and adversity and the sea, and but it still has that kind of like wildness of nature that speaks to me, but you know, evidently kind of captured and mastered by the real world. There's not so much kind of whimsy and the unconquerable power of nature about this gift. It's, you know, very much been captured and conquered. But it is beautiful. Just done a little yellow dot like I did with my coin, but even slightly bigger than the coin one, to mark my merchant where I have bought my tooth. Right, and we have crossed a line. I think I need to keep sewing, don't I? Yes. Very much nearly at my destination now. I can already see the coast and starting to sort of smell that sea air and think about the last time I was here visiting, and the contrast and the difference between here and where I am, where I live. I want to pull one more card and respond to that. Let's do it in advance. Let's do that. I'm also starting to run really low on thread. I think if I hadn't tied myself up in a knot somewhere back here a little bit, that one of these pieces of thread would get me the whole way across, which is really nice. But I have a feeling I'm gonna probably, if I continue on, I'm gonna pull up just short enough to that I could have fixed it if I hadn't tied two accidental knots in the back of this. So let's just preempt my crossing of a line by pulling one more card, and it's letters. You keep the letters they have written you in a beautiful and treasured wooden box. You do not know if they keep the letters you have written them. How often have you and your friend communicated with each other while apart? I think we wrote a few letters when we were younger. Which is why the collection started. And then as we grew older, we stopped writing letters because we were spending more time with each other anyway. You didn't need to write letters when you're seeing people all the time. But when I moved out to my house, we saw each other less, and so there was a brief period of time when we picked this habit back up, where it seemed nice. I think they wrote back to me. I think they wrote to me first. I think they wrote to me because they liked the idea that even though I'm tucked away and isolated in the forest, if they sent me a letter, a person would have to come and deliver it. That I wasn't able to just be completely locked away and isolated from like the reality of the human and you know, bustling life of the real world. That I would still have to like have this interaction with this real person delivering a service quite literally to my doorstep. And so they started writing to me, and I would write back occasionally, but I found I didn't have... They had so much more to tell me about what was happening to them in their life than I did in mine. And so I had less to talk about. And that after a while of writing letters where I was talking about how it felt to live where I was and like what I'd been thinking about and those kinds of explorations, and getting back letters that were much more like about activity and people and all of that, that we were like communicating in different languages. And so I stopped writing back so often because I felt that I had less and less to say, and started to feel a bit more perhaps a little uncomfortable that I was like giving these that my letters to them felt like they were opening up, that they were oversharing. You know, and we've established that this person has that streak. They've done these things where they like forgot or misread a signal, and so they felt this sense of like I'm oversharing, and so they stopped replying. And so communication recently has been less. let's crash on. I did merchant. So yes, another one. Amusement. There was a time when you and your friend had time, before you were both burdened with the necessary cares of your lives and the world around you. You would fill the time by amusing each other. Those were simpler times. You remember them well. What is one ridiculous thing you have done with your friend to amuse yourselves? So, what do we know? We know that we're sort of we've known each other a very long time. This is a childhood friendship. We know that there's like elements of our, certainly of from my side of the friendship, where we're like happy to draw upon like really old ideas and thoughts, like the lock of hair and the letter writing. We've walked together a lot in our youth. I think this amusement, this ridiculous thing that we would do, was like a walking game. And we would create stories while we walked, about places or people or objects or trees, shrubs, anything that stood out on our walk. And we would create stories about who lived there, or what that person was like, or what their secret world was. And we would like create these long, convoluted, shaggy dog stories about the pixie that lived in the tree, or the witch's hut, or the magician's cave, and all these kinds of like fantastical stories that filled the landscape with magic and wonder, or like the single person out, you know, trekking along the pathway as we walk together would be a secret spy who had been abandoned and escaped from a facility and was unable to find their vehicle, and were instead sort of trekking to get back to let people know about what they had uncovered. So just like, you know, classic imagination games of youth. And it would just fill the time, and we would, some of these stories, and a lot of these stories, like absolutely no way we would remember the truth of those stories now. None of them were ever quite important enough, and actually, you know, we would make up new stories each time we walked past the same things on the walk, and so they all start to like bleed together after a while. But yeah, I think that's our amusement. That's how we filled our time. Am I gonna get there? You know what? I just might. I did not think on this stream I would be able to get that far. And I was gonna get a bit like I was going to pause, but I've still got sort of 15 minutes at least. So yeah, let's try and get to the end. Let's get to the end, and then we can pull an ending card as well, and then we've seen everything, which is awesome. So let's plough through. Move a little faster now. My goal is in sight, and you know, there isn't as much to look at here on the path as there was when I set out. Remains kind of similar. I've crossed another line. Rest. My limbs hurt. My limbs do hurt. I'm nearly there though. This is a good time to take a rest. Once you and your friend rested in the company of each other, languid and peaceful. That's a great word, languid. What does your friend look like at rest? So we've established that they are kind of, they've always got this like, sort of slightly tired look to them. But they are otherwise kind of healthy and well fed. So I think they have that kind of peaceful, like when someone is truly at rest, when there's like they are both physically at rest and mentally. When there's no like burden on their shoulder, they are tired. There's that kind of like warm glow of peaceful tranquility, of like not weariness, not being borne down upon by the world, but like, I don't know whether you've ever experienced this, but there have been moments where I've felt like just lying down on the ground in the sunlight and truly relaxing, and then there is that moment where sometimes you're just like, I cannot believe that I am held to this ball of rock by gravity. And you become aware and sense that were that simple thing not to be the case, all of the cares that you are living through would be irrelevant in comparison to the challenge that not being tethered to this rock would produce. And so I think when my friend is like truly restful, there is a serenity of just like giving themselves over to the natural rhythm of the universe, and there is like a weightiness, a gravitas to the way that they are at rest, and they just seem happy. Once me and my friend shared a deep and all-consuming passion, not necessarily a romantic one. It may just have been a hobby or a cause, but it bound you together and drove your friendship forward. What was it? Do you still hold this passion? Do they? I think we already know this. I think this is, as we reach towards the end of our journey, this is already information that we have explored in our trek. It was exploration. It was initially exploring unknown places and going off the beaten track and being away from the challenges of just normal life. And then as we continued, those explorations became storytelling. Again, trying to escape from the realities of the situations that we were in. And so this like inquisitiveness and exploration were our passions that drew us together on these journeys and these treks. And you know what? I think we both still hold that. I just don't think either of us really manifest it anymore. That even me and my getting away from it all and moving into this woodland, I've lost a little bit of the passion of the exploration. Maybe that's because it's moved from being a shared experience into a solitary one, and so I find less joy in it now. But a passion that you don't really, I don't know. Are you passionate about something that you don't really explore? I don't know. There's a philosophical and psychological question to ask after 2.5 hours. I crossed one more line. This is my final line, and I'm basically ready to put my friend's house speed on. A meal. Oh, perfect. The two of you could easily lose hours at the dinner table, laughing and talking long after the last crumbs had been cleaned off your plate. You would switch off on dinner hosting duties, but the person that cooked would never be the person that cleaned. What was the last meal you shared with your friend? So we established that the last time I saw them was at their house a few years ago. I think it was a gathering for a party. Perhaps a birthday party or a celebratory party. So there was a proper dinner. And I think it was good food and good drink, and it was abundant, and it was kind of opulent in its own way, and it was a bit much for me. Rich food after a while of not experiencing that, and I mean, it was tasty and it was full of company, but we ate too much, in my opinion, and it was unnecessary, and I felt, I think I just sort of added to that sense of like feeling slightly out of place. Well, let's say if I want a specific answer, like what was it? A lot of seafood. A lot of seafood. Down here by the sea, by the coastline. Beautifully prepared, well dressed crab and lobster and shrimp and fish and just all kinds. Fruits de mer. the abundance of the ocean, and I'm going to say that that kind of diet is very much not my normal, and so maybe that added to my general sense of discomfort with the last time I visited, was like just a little bit of indigestion from too much seafood and wine, and the combination of the two. I'm sure all been there. Cool. I have attached my friend's house, and I've done a much better job of it than when I started. So I'm feeling kind of smug about that. I'm going to pull an ending card, however. An ending, and there are 4 different endings. As I put the final touches to this button that definitely won't stay in place. You know, even before their home becomes more than an outline in the distance, that they've been waiting for you. There is a warm light glowing behind the curtains, and even here you can smell the meal that they have readied for you. The door is ajar. They hear you approach. What is the first thing they say to you? Oh. What's the first thing they say to you? I think there is that thing of like old friends long parted, especially old friends from your childhood, where there's even a kind of sense of like not no, as if no time has passed at all. And so I think they just say something really, really simple, and almost like completely like not acknowledging that any time has passed since we last were together. There's just like a big beaming smile on their face, and I think they just say something really like a simple greeting, but it's like the kind of greeting that you give to someone that you haven't seen since yesterday, not the kind of greeting that you save up for someone you haven't seen in years. There's almost like a kind of like, "Watcha, you're right. Have seen anything interesting?" Just an everyday conversational element to the question. And immediately, like any of the concerns or the worries that I might have had about how what happened in the past, or what happened last time I visited them, just evaporate, in that moment of being like, first of all, just joyful for seeing my friend, because I haven't seen them for so long, but also just the joy of the like the normality of the relaxed normality of how they greet me, and it feels like we've just not been apart, and it sets a wonderful tone for whatever happens next, and the apologies and the whatever the reason it is that they called me here and made such a big request of me to make this journey to theirs, knowing that whatever it is that we're about to talk about, we're going to do it with no water under the, or with water under the bridge, or whatever the phrase is I'm looking for here. I've been trying to undo my mistake at the very beginning whilst I've finished telling that story, but you know what? I don't think it's gonna happen. I have a feeling I'm just gonna have to cut my losses and my thread in order to get this off of the hoop as I've done. But there we are. We have reached the end. We have travelled. Ugh, such a mess. We have travelled. Yeah. There we are. Across our map. Starting up here at our house, we've still got the southern symbol, or the tiny little S that I did really early on up here to mark our compass, and I might go round and through that now and go back over it. Now I've got my arm working properly, and do this a bit better, and then maybe even the other points on the compass, just so that they're all there. But yeah, we've started up here at our big mess of blue thread and stick there, and just passed along through the forest and over the bridge where we stopped and had a rest and went to the water. Past here where we thought about our strange gift that we once tried to give and then changed our minds. We had our coin here that we left, down to where we met the merchant and bought the shark's tooth necklace, and then across along the sea path to our friend's house. And that's been amending. I hope you enjoyed watching that and seeing a little bit more about the game, and hopefully my ramblings and philosophications as these prompts came up have been interesting and enlightening to listen to in some respect. What do I think of the game? Well, I've really enjoyed doing it and running it. And I do think that there is some value to like being forced to narrate it. So I like the idea, and I think there are some suggestions in the book as well about like making it not just a one-person game. Of having this, it's a game about you and your friend. So I think it sort of has value if you have someone else you can tell the story to and explain it, who can perhaps ask questions and follow-ups, and kind of enjoy that with you. I think as I've talked, I've flagged some of the like issues, and they're not issues with the game; they're more like issues with me, about why the challenges that I have with activities like this, just not being good at making time for it. But as I expected. I very much enjoyed the process of running through it, and I can see already. I think when I first got this, I didn't realise that we would have that the thread would be quite so fine, and so I thought that when you ran it through once, what you would have on the map would be kind of dominant, and that story that you told would like stand out, and then you wouldn't necessarily want to go back to it to remark it. But actually, the fineness of the thread and the lack of massive impact that it has on this map surface means that I already am looking at this map and being like, I just want to crisscross it with other trails now. I want to start in almost every square and head to the opposite side of the board and run this again and again. And I think if you were to add on lots of beads and baubles and bits, that might not be the case. But if you are comfortable, especially if you're good at actual embroidery, and you can do more than I did, which is a couple of little bits of hanging off twine, a star, a circle, and a mess, you could have so much fun just each of those locations stopping and illustrating directly onto the fabric what it is that you wanted to tell in that moment, and then for me that then means that the object that you have at the end of it is even more potentially functional, because if I was to hang loads of like beads and buttons and dangly things and gewgaws and whatever off of this, I would then probably not want to wear it because I would be worried that I was going to rip that stuff off. But if it was beautifully embroidered, when it's beautifully embroidered, I genuinely would wear this as like a neck scarf or something like that. So I think it's a wonderful game, or like a journaling type game for game players who might be interested in, who like maps and telling stories, and might be interested in, like I am, like trying to not suck at sewing. And I think it's also a wonderful game for people who do enjoy that as an activity, as a thing that they already do, as a way of introducing them perhaps to the idea of a solo RPG or a storytelling based game, to be like, here's a slightly more active thing you can do as you sew. So I would definitely recommend this, and I can think of like 3 or 4 people in my life who I should give this to. Not this copy, partly because no one in my life should ever see this how bad I have done this. But I would definitely buy some other versions and gift them to people who I know who are like really into sewing and don't necessarily consider themselves to be games people or role-play game type things. And a couple of people who I know are RPG people who I think would really vibe with this as well. Who I know have like explored a bit of needlepoint. So that is Amending. You can, as I said, find it on Shinginko's website, shinko.com. The link will be in the YouTube video when it goes up in a few weeks' time. Otherwise, we'll link to it through our social media pages. And you can buy it online there and find out more about all of the other work that she has made as well. Much of which is beautiful. And mindful. Thank you very much for joining me. I've been Alex. This has been Yumi Up to 3, our reviews for smaller games and RPG games that you can play on your own or in small groups. For those of you who struggle to get large numbers of people around a table to play a role-playing game, as we all do, we still have more games left as part of the Games Weekender. And we have 2 final games left this weekend, today. We are, after 2 days full of different systems, we are finishing off with 2 games of 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, playing in a couple of different fantasy settings, and just finishing off with some old-fashioned fantasy silliness. So if you are free this afternoon and want to join us, please stick around and keep watching. There'll be much more people around the table. There'll be more story being told, some combat, and if you're into fantasy role-playing games, you will have a lovely time with our DMs and players the rest of this afternoon. I hope you've enjoyed this kind of chilled out, mellow start to the day. I've woken up, but I'm going to go and have a nap. But thank you so much for joining me, and hopefully we'll see you again very soon.
Hello and welcome to the Place Theatre's livestream. We are going to be playing some 5th edition today. We are in the setting of the Saltreach Isles Oscana, which is made by Gold Mountain Games. We are going to be playing through a small little adventure that is based in and around the city of Luzon. Luzon is a major orc city, makes a lot of its money on the salt trade, as there is a large salt flats called Salt Bay just outside the city. There will be 4 characters going through this adventure. One of them is currently stuck in traffic, so they will be joining us shortly. But at the moment we have Pat, who would you like to introduce your character?
Yeah, so I'm playing Cryptic. Cryptic is Savannah Troll. And if you imagine essentially just you think it might be a hill, a small hill. It's not, oh no, it's got eyes, and he is very old. He has been guiding and guarding the various roadways between the cities and towns of this island. He doesn't go out into nature at all. He has no understanding of nature, but the roads are his home, and he will look after people and the roads.
Lovely. And Tom?
Hello, I'm playing Emirat, Deciduous Dragonborn. So I'm about 7 feet tall, kind of mottled leaf shade from my upbringing in that environment. I'm a Francisco Ranger, so about 13 years old, fully an adult for Dragonborn, a veteran of several years of fighting off the monstrous swarms that come onto the shores of Oscana. I'm poised and ready to go at all times. You get the distinct impression that staying still is really not the comfortable place for me. I'm on the balls of my feet, or propped against a wall, looking like I'm ready to push off. And if I am forced into kind of sitting still, you'll see me just sort of tossing my axes nervously in my hand.
I believe you have a companion.
I do. I have Rusty, my ferret, who trained to help me retrieve my axes even in the heat of battle. So you'll often find him either tucked inside my jacket or sitting on my shoulder, or as a ferret running at the bottom of one of my trouser legs.
Lovely. And Craig, who are you?
Hi, I am Alt Tolkien. I'm a Dhampir blood hunter. Tall, thin, pale-skinned, bloodshot-eyed, fairly effete, fairly distant. Pleased with myself is how I would describe me.
Lovely. So you are a known adventuring group. You have made quite a name for yourselves. And you have been asked to come to Luzon by Tarfu. Tarfu is the leader of this city. He is a tall, broad orc with garments of deep purple, gold chains hanging from every little fold in the material. He is wealthy beyond measure, but he is a good leader. Those that speak of him well. So as you arrive at the city gates, you are greeted there by Tarfu himself, a great honour. Ah, I am glad you have come. Walk with me to my abode and we will discuss the matter I have for you to deal with.
Well, certainly. We'll come to your great city.
Very well.
So as you meander quite casually through the streets, those that you pass are giving you and Tarfu nods of welcome and smiling at you all. There are a few young orc children who are like, that's them, isn't it? They defeated that dragon apparently. Yeah, that's Tolts. Olts, that's it, Olts Tolkien. And after 20-30 minutes you come to this beautiful stone building, open to the warm air, and you are ushered inside, and there are chaise lounges, and there are people there with drinks and food laid out for you. Please have a seat.
Thank you, Taffy. Your generosity is very clear. I would find open space somewhere I can rock back and forth on my feet. Reach for something
It's
to
nice
eat.
to find the outdoors indoors, isn't it?
Yes.
And
Yes.
Cryptic will find some kind of chair that would support his 9 foot, 400 pound weight.
You are not the only troll that you have seen while you have walked through the city. So there is a solid looking bench that has been, you would imagine, put here just for your comfort.
I would take 1 or 2 grapes from the nearest pile, sit cross-legged and gesture to someone to bring me a drink.
They would bring you all drinks. My friends, I have perhaps a task that is a little menial for you with your reputations, but it is of great importance to me and this city. The machinery that protects and keeps the workers in the salt mines safe is old, and some of it needs replacing, and I have sent for Maidak Olifu, the great goblin mechanic, to come and assess what we need. But unfortunately there have been many saltworm attacks in the recent months. They seem to be more active than usual, and I am feared for his safety and that of my miners. If you would act as protection down at the mines while he makes his assessments, and if there are any attacks, deal with those, I would be most grateful, and I would gift you for your services 3 kilos of the finest Luzon salt. And you would know that this is a great amount of salt and worth.
Cryptic looks across to Emirate. I don't know what a saltworm is, but it sounds bad. Have you go out places? You know what a saltworm can do.
I feel like I'm 3 years fighting monstrosities for Oscana. I'm familiar with saltworms.
You would absolutely know what saltworms are. In fact, almost everyone would. Even though you wouldn't have encountered them along the roads.
I've probably heard
you've
of them,
heard
but I
of
don't
them.
really...
Yeah.
Big?
They
Small?
are... So, usually what travellers will encounter are... Usually what travellers will encounter near this, the salt flats, are saltworm larvae. These are 6-7 foot long, off-white, what's the word I'm looking for? Banded worms. They have maws that are lined with teeth and pincers that pull their prey in. They are nasty and they desiccate the land around them. There are also adult saltworms, which are usually found in their warrens and their hives, which are in the salt flats. So occasionally the miners will cross paths, and they are dangerous.
And if larvae are 6 to 7 feet, what can we expect in terms of...
An adult saltworm is huge, so you're talking 30 foot long.
Critic, the saltworms are nothing ahead of the efforts of my comrades and I. It's my duty to Oscana. Tafu, it shames me to take your payment, but I must. But we
must. We must.
We must, visibly rolling my eyes at such mercenary behaviour. We should be cautious, though. A band of 20 Dragonborn is more equipped, perhaps, than us alone. But these creatures, once you find them, they fall to an axe like any other.
I am glad to hear of your confidence, my friend.
I must say, security protection detail holds some amusement. It's been some time. So, yeah, I look forward to the challenge.
Cover the basics from time to time, I feel.
Agreed, Critic.
Well, my friend, as I said, it may be a little bit of an easy challenge for you, but what is the point of such opulence and wealth if it cannot be shared with the heroes of our land? If there is anything you need in the city, then please avail yourselves of the markets and taverns, and when you are ready, let one of my retainers know, and they will escort you out onto the salt flats.
I'd want to leap in quite quickly with Tafu. We'd probably best be on our way when we can. Altz is rather good checking the inventory at a tavern. Perhaps we should not let ourselves get distracted.
Very well. And he will kind of wave a goblin, no, an orc woman over, and she is again in very light silk robes, and will come over and go, I will take you to the salt flats. It is half an hour's walk. Please follow me.
Please, lead on.
So, you walk back through the city. You head out of the gates, and in front of you is this beautiful vista. You're looking across the Oscanan Bay, and it is hundreds of miles of lush, tropical island and waters. The salt flats reach out for 30 or 40 miles across the land in front of you. And there is a gridded network of buildings, mines going down. There are a hive of activity. There must be tens of thousands of people on these salt flats, all doing their jobs. And as you are gazing out in awe, even those of you that this is not your first time, your companion, who is always late, rushes up the road. And you see, James, if you would like to introduce your character.
I am Telemachus. I am a small, about 3.5 foot tall goblin, wearing some lovely flowing red robes, holding a very large shield in comparison to my small body. Yeah, I've got a slight crazed look in my eye. Guys, I'm here. Thanks for waiting for me. I think.
Late as ever, Telemachus.
Well, you know, I'm a busy man. Busy man.
These journeys wouldn't feel so long if you started at the same place the rest of us did.
Well, you know, I always want to give you a chance to get acquainted again and, you know,
Yeah,
get comfortable.
good idea. He's claimed your share again.
We're glad you are here. Yes, so sometimes we need a small person to get in. Well, you know what we do.
I know. We'll be alright. We'll be alright.
Would someone like to fill Telemachus in on what you're doing, or are you?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
You don't have to.
That would be good.
Saltworms. There are saltworm attacks
Oh,
here. Whatever they are, they're quite scary, I believe.
no, not for us. We'll be alright. Saltworms are nothing.
It's guard duty, Telemachus. One of your kin, Magdak, is coming to repair some equipment for the salt miners.
You would know of Mydak.
Okay.
He is the celebrity of the goblin machinist community, which is quite a big deal. That's you know, the goblin capital is all about mining metals and making these machines. It's maybe not starstruck, but it's quite a big deal for you that you meet him. And similarly for you, you would know who he is.
Also, we are probably writing the next chapter in Oltz's autobiography.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure.
I'm sure they'll make up plenty of nonsense.
Well,
again.
there shall be more than one chapter dedicated to you fellows, I'm sure, but it is an interesting and exciting tale. So
I'll proofread it for you.
You can't write about all the work without writing about the people who do it. Never forget that.
So you are led down quite a long, winding path to these salt flats, and the closer you get, the more noise of work you can hear. There is banging of machinery, there is shouting, there is cries of kind of some cries of pain, as you know, like people are having, you see like set out before you big lines of beds where people are being treated for injuries. Some of these look like they are mining related. Some of them look a lot more bloody, and as you get closer, a dragonborn rushes up to you and goes, you are the ones Tarfu has.
we are
asked
the
to come
ones
down."
you have heard of. Yes, we are the ones coming. Yes.
I'm glad you're here. We have, as you can see, injuries most grievous from the latest saltworm attack, and we need these. We need Mydak to work and do his job and build these machines to be able to keep the tunnels solid and keep them sturdy. Our old machinery, it is failing. Please, let me take you to Mydak and where he is working.
To my deck himself. We are honoured. Let's go.
Must say, I am intrigued to meet to Mydak. It is.
Oh well, you know, obviously I've, close family friends. I think, yeah. So
Roll a deception check.
Actually get a dice out. No. What's that? 4.
He is obviously bullshit.
I don't even address the lie. I turn away.
Family friend. You know, I'm
Cryptic
yeah,
snorts.
yeah.
Let's keep him alive first, and you can ask him for an autograph after. How about that?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
So you are led through these work camps. As a general rule, they seem pretty well organised. There is a lot of sort of kind of foreman shouting. There is a lot of you see a lot of carts being dragged out of entrances, and as you're going, this Dragonborn what we think is happening is there is a new brood. There is a new saltworm matron. We have seen the signs for the last couple of months, but she seems to have chosen a base closer to us than they normally do. Usually they are miles out into the bay, and so yes, we're having many more tunnel collapses. We're having so many more injuries and attacks, and we just need Mydak to come up with a solution, but he needs to go into the tunnels to do this. And
Have
we
you
cannot
been digging more into their territory, perhaps, which is causing this problem?
Well, this whole bay is their territory. That's the issue, and but as I said, usually they don't like all of the vibrations that the mining makes, so they make their hives further out. But for some reason, this one does not seem afraid and has come closer inland.
One hopes this doesn't start a trend.
Indeed,
it must be headed off at the pass. I can see the importance now.
That would destroy the economy if we are not able to mine the salt. What will you all do for food? You can't have unsalted food.
I have eaten in
ridiculous.
places. Well, we've both eaten in places where the finer salts don't reach, and
We fueled ourselves at best.
Mm.
Eating is a stretch.
Fancy goblins.
A new hive sounds problematic.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. If you just see the red flags marking this territory 47B, then you will find Mydak there. I must go back and attend to my duties.
Well, I would just walk straight off, ignoring you completely.
The flags mark the entrance to something.
So the flags will mark. So basically, the entire salt flats are marked out into massive kind of square, basically territories for different mine.
Like an archaeological dig.
Yeah. So their colours and numbers denote who owns this patch of the salt flats.
All right. I'm going to rush to catch up with Telemachus. Careful, my friend. It's dangerous, remember. We're but a snack for these salt worms.
Crunchy snack, but we can meet the famous miner. Yeah, I can't wait to see him again. Honestly.
So yeah, you come up to the ropes that denote the start of this territory, and it's quieter than all of the other ones. There are no workers here, but you do see a goblin-sized figure standing on like the edge of a kind of a crater with some steps down to it, and you can see he is pointing at things, and he's got two orcs next to him who are scribbling notes down, and he seems very animated and quite lively.
Before we get any closer, can I see, like I'm assuming they're burrowing, can I see any signs of saltworm now?
Give me a investigation check. Perception, actually.
I'm assuming they're monstrous?
The saltworms are monstrous,
So
yes.
That's my favourite enemy from my time fighting them.
What everyone's name is. What's your character?
So I'll roll with advantage.
Yeah. Oh dear.
I roll really badly with advantage. Do you say perception? 10.
So you you cannot see any obvious signs of saltworm activity. You would know that it would be very bold indeed for them to actually come to the surface here, because there are troops to deal with that.
Okay.
They are known for hunting in the mines if they do come to hunt.
Mm-hmm.
One of the orcs looks over to you, leans down, says something to Mydak, and Mydak turns. My friends, you have come to accompany me down into the mines, is that true? Oh, two of my own kin, wonderful, and yes, troll, lovely, and dragonborn. Might be a bit warm down there for you, but it's fine. Come on then. We're going to. I need to work out what machines I need to build to put up some sturdy supports in here.
Well, might I say it's lovely to meet you, Mydak.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Mydak, and I'm sure you will remember my family, but I'm Telemachus. These are my friends, but
He
our
looks very
party
confused.
are here to protect you on your quest.
Yeah, don't mind him. He's nervous, shall we say?
I mean, excited.
Excited.
Is the word I would use. Yes.
Yes. It is a pleasure to meet you. It's so rare that me personally and us as a group get to spend time with someone of your esteem.
You flatter me. You flatter me. No need for that.
How warm?
Well, the sun on the salt flats heats it quite considerably.
I would loosen my shirt, looking rather apprehensive. Not a fan of heat at all.
You'll be okay.
And well, we will have to. It is good that we are staying along the main path, so that you won't have to bang your head too many times. So, what I've got to do, we've got a main tunnel we are going down. Then we've got to check 3 different branches of these tunnels. I've got to take measurements. I am sure that we won't have any problems with the saltworms. They are just. I think it would be a bit of a diplomatic problem if I got eaten when I'm here. I think they're just a little bit worried, but I am not. We will be fine. This is Tolag and Mondor. They are my assistants. They will be taking notes. So I think if you guys go ahead slightly, and then we will follow. Is there anything you need from me?
How dark is it down in there, and how small are the holes?
Well, we're staying along the main tunnels on this trip in, so you should be fine. Darkness, we do have some magical lights that we are taking with us down into there. So those of you that can't see in the dark,
Can't see.
I have my own little torch. I'm not a fan of fire and flames and those kind of things.
And he produces this sort of bullseye lantern, and he casts Hunter's Light into it, and this purple glow emanates from it, and he's got this huge glaive, and it's got a little hook at the end, and he just pops it onto the hook. It's like, look, we'll be okay. I'm usually better above ground, but I have a few things that might help.
Lovely, fascinating. And he nods at one of the orcs, and this orc just and 2 specks of light fly out of their hand.
Oh, pretty.
No fire here. No need to worry. Sorry, what was your name? Cryptic, was it?
Cryptic. It's in Trollish it means he who wanders. People know me.
Not lost, I hope, though.
No, I protect the roads.
Oh, fine.
It is my calling.
Yes, well, I am thankful for all of the trade that you let happen in this land. The roads are dangerous, more dangerous day after day. Shall we shall we get on with our journey?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Let's come, Critic. Let's lead the way.
How are you travelling? Who's going first? Where are you?
How are we? Is it single file?
You've got 10 feet of...
So you can go 2 by 2.
You can go 2 by 2.
These,
Even Critic.
Yes.
Okay, good.
these guys know that Cryptic has a giant elk that he occasionally rides when he's going across the land, and he's very rarely far from him. But you know that would not be a good creature because it's even taller than he is, and so yeah, Cryptic is used to walking, and you know he is very fast.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, Alts doesn't rush anywhere if he doesn't have to. Like, I am striding.
Olsen
Casually-
have probably
casually-
ridden Cryptic a couple of times.
Almost certainly,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's go 2 by 2. So
Um,
Critic and I will lead the way.
You're a damper, aren't you? So
Mm.
that means you can scale walls and ceilings as well.
Mm.
So that might come into play. Sorry, Tom, come in.
I would say, why don't we go 2 by 2?
Yeah.
So Critic and I can lead the way.
I'll keep it at the back, that's fine.
Yep.
You know that I'm a bit cowardly. The fact I'm a shield mage.
Oh, so there's no kind of like chivalry in what you do.
I mean, there's a little bit, but primarily I'm there. I'm
Self-preservation.
to protect myself,
Yeah, you guys have learned that staying in the shadow of
yeah.
Cryptic
Exactly, yeah.
will defend you from
That big
quite a lot
glaive,
of.
that massive glaze.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Cryptic's happy with that. That's fine.
So as you enter this tunnel, it very quickly becomes quite oppressive. There is a weight of tons of salt above you. Even more below you, there is not really any sense of safety in here.
Mm.
It is dark, it is oppressive, it is dry as anything. Like after 30, 40 feet, you're like a desert in your
Mhm.
mouth.
Emirat is visibly uncomfortable at this point. These are the words of fear for him. He's a dragonborn who spent years on the coast fighting for the island. Dark, dry, enclosed. These are bad places for me, and I am alert, aware, very much on edge, vibrating.
I'm mainly concerned with salt dust getting on my lovely leather top.
There is residue definitely settling on all of you. Like anytime you touch your faces, there is salt on your hands. It is, you're breathing it in. It is very uncomfortable here.
At some point, Cryptic licks the tunnel wall. He's just like,
Give me a Constitution save.
okay. Sorry, 1 second. Ooh, first roll for me. That's a natty one.
You are like, you have licked this salt wall, and like a chunk of salt comes off in your mouth, and you manage to like swallow it down, and you are like retching from it. It is not pleasant at all.
Water skin.
I'd mage hand to pat you on the back.
Yeah, you managed to pat sort of my like
Yeah.
just above my ass
Yeah.
because I.
Yeah.
Oh, fresh.
You'll be alright, Cryptic.
Not pleasant
Don't-
down here, is it?
Don't lick the walls. It's not like salt from your
Oh,
your dinner set.
Well, you just need something to go with the salt, Cryptic.
Yes, yes.
Not just a large handful of salt on its own.
It is how I learn a little bit, you know.
Slowly, yes.
Excellent advice, though, Cricktick. I certainly won't be licking the walls myself, so thank you for that insight.
Learning.
So,
Getting stored.
as you carry on, this passage starts sloping down, and you're getting deeper under the salt. Who's at the front? You two. Can you both make perception checks for me?
You will get... Oh no, sorry, it's to saving throws, don't worry.
23.
Nice.
I'm going to put this dice in dice jail.
Yeah.
Because that is a second nat one.
Oh dear.
Nice. So, Cricktick, you are still kind of... This salt flavour from your mouth and throat just won't go away. It's horrendous, and you are not aware of what's going on around you at all. However,
you will know that for Cricktick to be good at this kind of stuff, he has to stop. And I do have like a divine ability which lets me roll such things with advantage.
Right.
So you know he has to be in the right frame of mind, and this is not his frame of mind. So you will know this.
However, Emarat, you can see up ahead that the tunnel turns to the right. But you can also see that there's a boulder in the corner that you're sure it's moved slightly.
Okay.
It looks just like the walls around it, though. But you're certain it moved.
Okay. I would just hold on my hand very quietly and lean into Critic. Wait, that's something over there. There's movement. That's not right. This is. No one should be working here. We shouldn't see anything. Should we
Get rid of it.
I think maybe we should.
Quick tick. Step back. And I will cast fireball at it.
You're going to cast Fireball at it.
Knowing that you're about to do something that burns, Cricktick really backs up because he does not like fire.
Right, well, I mean, if we're going straight in with a Fireball,
Why not? Something moved.
reminder, don't invite James ever again. Have we got 4 minutes?
That's me.
No messing about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Nothing like playing to the cliches. Where are we? It's an enclosed space. Some of us
Yeah.
are vulnerable to fire. What should we do?
Yeah, but we're
Massive
far enough
conflagration.
away.
That's the only answer.
I mean, to be fair, you're there and the boulder's there.
Oh, well, I didn't know it was only 10 feet
But-
away from us.
But you can be further back here. That's fine.
Yeah, I beautifully assume we're at the other end of the corridor as well. Rusty, quick, and I call my ferret over just to make sure there's no sins for. I need that for reagents.
You cast Fireball.
That's fireball, yeah.
Right. Is a
20-foot radius.
dexterity saving throw, I
Dex save,
believe.
Yeah, one of us is playing a one-shot today.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is a 17.
That saves.
I believe it's still half damage.
Still half damage, yeah. Have you got any more sixes?
Yeah.
I'll just
Help
take
yourself.
one. That's 10, 18,
Lot of sixes in that roll.
22, 26, 30, 35.
Those were like 4s, 5s, and 6s.
Is that the half damage?
No, that was...
Oh,
so
so that is
17?
17, yeah. No, that would be mental. So 70 with 8d6.
So as this fireball hits and kind of explodes within this tunnel, you hear this horrendous screeching sound and this clattering, and this creature is already trying to get away from this fire. And as the flames disappear, what you will see, can you all make a nature check for me? You can roll with advantage.
21.
21?
8.
20. 18. That's disappointing.
So I had 14.
So, names. Emarat and Telemachus would recognise that this is a garlump. Garlump are big crustaceans that... Dangerous, yes.
Dangerous, good.
Yeah.
Hasn't just killed an innocent
Peacefully
being.
scraping salt off the wall to feed their family.
So these creatures are, as I said, they're quite crab-like. They only have one claw, but it is massive. They have tentacles coming out of their faces, and they use these claws and tentacles to take parts of their surroundings and pile them on their backs to increase their defensive capabilities, and they kind of look like their surroundings because of that. And there is... And would you all like to roll initiative?
With advantage.
With advantage.
Because you are... well, you might not be, because I moved back behind the two goblins. So, if we're within 10 feet of me...
Yeah, you can all roll with advantage.
Okay. 18.
So I was not surprised that you cast Fireball. I knew exactly what was doing.
So, who's got something high?
19.
I got 19 as well. But I
Nice.
won't be as dexterous as you.
I got that. I got plus 3 dex. But I got that ability where I can move up or down
Yes.
the. What's it called? Initiative
Track.
track.
So I'll... If you...
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see at the end. So it's Telemachus, you... Sorry, what was it?
19.
19, and Cryptic
19 as well.
I got an 18.
afterwards.
I got a 17.
Very
Wow.
nice.
High rolls all round.
Yeah.
18, 17. So, what's your intelligence modifier, Telemachus?
4.
So you would go down to...
Either go down or up. Where do I want to go down?
If you go down, you will be after one of the garlumps. If you go up, you'll be way above everyone else.
I will just go up. Yeah, that's fine. I'll go first.
So you're going to push yourself up.
Can I ask a question about that? Is that always your initiative, or is it always 4, or is it
It's my
between 1 and
intelligence.
4?
It's his intelligence modifier.
It's always
Exactly.
Yeah.
that. It's exactly that, not
Yes.
a range
Oh
of
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You can't choose to go up, down 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Okay.
So just to clarify about the map, we printed it out really big. So they are still 5-foot squares. And yeah,
Cool.
Telemachus, it is your turn.
How does the garlump in front of us seem? Does it? How much damage does that?
Give me a perception check.
13.
It is hurt.
Okay. I would like to cast. Well, go to Cryptic. I would like to climb up Cryptic and shove into your mouth. I would have done this before, I presume. An ice pepper.
Okay.
And basically cast Dragon's Breath on you. So you now have the ability to breathe out ice.
Sweet. He's
Very
done
nice.
this before.
Yeah.
Usually asks for consent.
Consent me. So yeah, I'd do that, and then I would do a firebolt at it.
Lovely. Roll your attack roll.
7. Oh no, that's only a 9.
A firebolt just hits off the wall, unfortunately.
Cool. And then I'd hide behind Cryptic.
As you
No,
roll
just
phase,
not.
Cryptic, this is your go.
Cryptic, who's suddenly got a really horrific brain freeze, knows what to do, and with his glaive in front of him. So with Dragon's Breath, basically, I do get 2 attacks, but if I use Dragon's Breath, I'm presuming that I won't get.
Is it an
Because
action
that
to
it would be
use?
considered an action for me to use that.
Probably.
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yes, you won't get 2 attacks, you'll just use the Dragon's Breath.
You've got it. You would know that you don't have to use it in this turn.
Yeah.
You've got it for, let's say, roughly about a minute.
Okay, I think.
And you have a cone of it, so.
Yeah, I think in the moment, Cryptic will get to within. It's a 15-foot cone, right?
Yeah.
And 3d8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3d6.
3d6. Okay, so Cryptic will go. Okay, I guess this is what we're trying, and we'll lumber forwards to within 15 feet of this guy.
Yeah.
1 to 15. Get there and take a sort of reasonably defensive pose like that, just like, and just.
I'm assuming that's dex.
So it's a dex save. Would it be off your spell DC?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ordered.
So 15. I presume that's what it is.
He passes.
This is,
So save for
half
half?
as much,
17.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
is-
yeah.
Yeah.
So 3d6.
3d6. Okay, that's 8, so it'll be 4 points of cold damage. Not sure.
This poor Garlump that was just here minding its own business has been roasted and now chilled.
Mining its own business.
You were late. You had all that time to get a really good pun ready.
That's
Nothing.
the one you chose.
I think I will then move. To there.
Lovely.
To the point where I can just see round the corner, because I'm assuming where we are, we can't.
No, you wouldn't be.
So,
able
so he's just popped his head round. So, oh, there's more, there's more. And he's standing there with his glaive, keeping this thing at bay, which has 10-foot reach. So he's like got the glaive to this guy's throat, but he's out of his melee range.
Lovely. Emarat.
There's a bunch of wooden structures there by the side. Do they survive the fireball?
They are quite. How much damage was the fireball?
It was 7. Well, it was 35.
No, not really.
They're not
Like, there are some shards of smouldering wood there.
There's no cover I can take.
No, not really.
Then I'm going to. I'm going to unsheath my actions, which I can do as one action, and throw 2 axes at this Garlump that's
Lovely.
in front of me. So they're Beautiful axes, leather-wrapped handles, absolutely delightfully, designed and inscribed. They are, the mark of my position within the Ranger Corps that I'm part of.
Lovely.
Deeply personal to me, and I get to roll 2 attacks.
Yep.
Right, 19 and 11.
The 19 hits as your axe kind of slams into the top of this creature's shell. Unfortunately, the other axe flies over the top of it.
Okay. I have the slashing feat, so
Yeah.
some things might happen if I hit
Yeah,
it.
so much.
What I've done, I've thrown it, so that's 10 slashing damage.
Lovely.
Let me remind myself of my feat. And because I've dealt damage to it, I can reduce the Garlump speed by 10 feet. And then directly after me, Rusty gets an action.
Yep.
I'm going to send him to pick up one of my axes and bring it back to me. And I apologise. I'm going to move, if you don't mind moving me, just next to you in the corridor.
Where, sorry?
Just this side of Cryptic. Yeah.
Lovely. So Rusty shoots out, and you can go pick it up and come back in one.
He's got movement, and he gets an extra 10 foot of movement when he picks up one of my axes as part of his abilities.
Lovely.
And he can't provoke attacks of opportunity, so he can run off, grab it, and come back.
Lovely. So you have
drop
one
it
of
back
your
in my
axes
belt.
back.
Yeah, I've got 4 axes.
Yeah.
Just by the way.
Alts.
I'm going to look up at the kind of all of the sort of mess that's happening in front of me. See that my squad, as I see it, are doing perfectly fine. I'm going to draw my dagger out. I'm head to toe in leather, and I'm going to be sort of. There's a long, loose tail on my belt, and I'm going to be just sharpening my dagger, readying an action to throw if I'm needed, if I think that these guys can't handle it. And that's it.
Lovely.
Cryptic will see that and say, there's more coming.
Well, you seem fine.
Lovely. The Garlump there is going to kind of stretch, pull itself up, and take a step here. And it is going to, who's that one?
That's me, that's Cryptic.
Cryptic. And he is going to raise his claw up into the air and try and grab you with it.
Can that be the point at which my action?
If you
hits him?
deem that to be the moment you are needed,
Yeah.
right,
Okay.
you can launch your.
So I'm
dagger.
going to be aiming for the hand, presumably, or for the claw, like through the claw.
All right, called
Yeah.
attack.
Yeah.
All right,
Heavily armed claw.
roll,
Just to.
roll the attack.
I want to avoid the hit happening, you know. Roll an attack. That's a 20, unnatural 20.
You hit. Roll your damage. I added 5 to his AC as well.
Oh, that was not great. That is 5 damage.
5 damage.
He's going to be insufferable after this.
After this?
during this.
For this?
So,
He's insufferable.
as this claw raises into the air, you just see this dagger comes straight into like the point where the two prongs, pincers, thank you, meet. And although it doesn't seem to do much damage, it is going to give him disadvantage on this attack.
What a generous DM.
That is going to be a 15 to hit.
No.
So this claw, like you can see, he tries to kind of open the claw to come and grab you, but the dagger is wedged quite solidly in there, and he misses.
You're welcome, Cryptic.
However, he is
Always
now
just in time.
going to try and lash out of you with these tentacles that come out of its face. And that is going to be a 22 to hit.
Ow.
And these tentacles are just kind of beating down upon you. And right, that's the wrong die. 17 bludgeoning damage
Is that to me?
to you. And can you make a dex saving throw for me?
1 second. That is pretty good. I think I've saved 16 plus a dex save.
Yep.
That's dirty 20.
So you can tell that this creature is trying to grab you with these tentacles and kind of pull you into it, but you manage to kind of beat them off, and he doesn't get purchased. Grow up, James. We are then going to go on B.
Need one of those map rakes.
Yeah. This one is going to come up
Or
there.
a ferret.
Or ferret, yeah.
So you guys can all hear that there is more movement from deeper in this tunnel. And Emarat, you sense a claw coming at you from behind. That is going to be a 16, no, a 26 to hit. Sorry.
That's a hit.
Forgot to add the 10. That is 16 slashing damage. And can you make a dex save for me?
You get a +3 from being close to crit.
Okay.
Alright. Hang on, let me mark the damage first. What was it, 16?
Yeah.
Dex save. I mean, that's 21... 25.
You, again, you see that this thing is trying to grab you, but you manage to slip out of the way. And that is the end of that round. So back to
Telemachus.
Sorry.
I will run in and I will cast Shield of Faith on Cryptic.
Plus +2.
+2.
+2, I see, yeah.
And I will again. No, I don't want to do that because you're next to me.
You just so you know that Cryptic has troll regeneration.
Yeah, firebolt.
So
Yeah, I don't
Emma is
wanna
also
fight.
taking damage.
yeah.
I'm still happy to take it, but
And I'll go and try and hit it with my quarterstaff.
Brave. It is now. Roll your attack roll. Swings wildly and
just
misses.
Are you allowing flanking?
Yeah.
Okay,
So you will make that
roll
with advantage,
'cause
yeah.
he's been flanked.
18.
That does hit.
Very generous, DM.
4.
For
Bludgeoning.
bludgeoning. Anything else with your turn?
That is me done.
Cryptic. So you now have a Garlump in front of you and one behind you.
Yeah. So. Yeah, Cryptic is. And say, well, you deal with this one, maybe, and we'll go around behind to get the flanking on this guy.
So
He's got 10.
you will get an opportunity attack from.
The one you're moving away from.
Oh, in which case, I will stay within his.
No,
melee.
you-
Yeah.
from
Get one.
A.
Oh, from that one, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'll
You
take the one. I
feel
don't want
the
to.
protection of Telemachus.
Whoa, that's going to be a 14.
No, that misses.
Didn't think so.
I do get my troll regeneration. Let me just work out what that is.
1d6 plus your con
1d6
modifier.
plus a con.
Mm.
Just don't hit him with a fireball.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. Yeah,
Or, you know, do, because it would be very funny.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
nice.
10 HP back. And he's going to forego the dragon's breath for this round and stick to what he knows, and just kind of reach back and stick his glaive into that guy.
Yep.
That is 14 to hit.
14 to hit does not hit.
Does not hit. Okay. Oh, they're spiky. Do it again.
He's like completely covered in salt.
Natural 20.
You critically hit.
So I critically hit that guy. I'm gonna pump it with a thunderous smite.
Divine Smite.
Hmm?
Do you mean Divine Smite?
No, I've got thunderous smite as well.
You have to do that before the attack
Oh, okay,
as well.
good to know. First time playing a paladin. Can I put the divine smite into it?
You can, yes. So
Okay,
Divine
which is-
Smite you choose when you hit spell smites.
Yeah.
You have their bonus actions, you cast them, then the
Before
next
the-
hit within the minute.
Gotcha. That's a shame because it can make him prone.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll pump it with a divine smite, which is an extra
Yeah.
2d8. So it's 1d10 plus.
So we're doing max damage plus rolls. So 1d10 and 2d8. So you've got 26 plus your dice roll.
Yeah, so it's just plus 3.
So 29 plus your dice.
Let me just double check, sorry. Yeah, glaive, so it's 1d10 plus 3 plus the 2d8 there, so
Lovely.
that's 29.
So then roll as well.
Oh, okay, cool. So it's just for just the 1d10 or the smites as well.
Smites as well.
Sweet.
Critting as a paladin.
I
Is
like
it very
D&D.
big?
Do you like D&D?
I like D&D.
Plus another 13.
You've done 41 damage. Would you like to describe what that 41 damage looks like?
You see Cryptic almost go into a prayer-like stance, but rather than looking up, he's looking down into the earth. And so his glaive, he sort of almost bows down, like he's kind of spear fishing into like a deep hole, and he's just sort of, and just has this grunt, and he just thrusts deep into. And bearing in mind, Cryptic is 9 feet tall. This is not a small glaive as well. This is like a huge thing.
You
He's had
guys
to
hear
pull
a
back.
massive kind of cracking sound as this thing's shell is clearly broken. It's a very lovely hit.
Fantastic.
I'm not going to move any further, but I'm sort of trying to face both of these creatures now, realising it's like, oh, it's not over yet.
Lovely. Emirat.
Right, I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike on myself.
Lovely.
So until the spell ends, I don't provoke opportunity attacks, so I've got a minute of that. And once before it ends, I can give myself advantage on a weapon attack, and it'll deal an extra D8 force damage. And I get extra movement when I do that.
Lovely.
So I need to mark off my spell slot on one of these. Yeah. And then I'm going to move back next to Cryptic, if I may. That side of him, so protected from right there.
So
That's me.
Lovely. No opportunity attack because he's already had one.
And then I'm going to take the attack action, which will give me 2 attacks. The first one, which I'm going to roll with advantage at the first Garlump we faced.
So you will roll a normal roll for that. Does one of your abilities stop you getting disadvantage if you're making a ranged attack within 5 feet of someone?
It's the other one, isn't it, that you're attacking? Oh, within 5 feet of someone,
Yeah.
not of the...
So-
I see. Oh, then can I move one more space into the corner of the corridor?
You will get an attack of opportunity from B if you do that.
No, I won't.
Just
I'm
cast
immune
his
because I've
You're
got Zephyr
immune
Strike.
because you cast Zephyr Strike. There we go.
Although, would I get advantage anyway for flanking it, or does that only count for melee?
Flanking is on the melee opposite sides.
That's a 25 to hit.
Absolutely hits.
And then, so that's D6 plus 6 plus a D8 because I've used my Zephyr Strike. That is 13.
Nice.
And then, can I roll my other attack against another enemy?
Yes, you can.
But I won't. I'm going to take out that first one if I can. That's only a 15 though.
That does hit.
Oh, it does hit. Yes. 11 damage.
How would you like to kill it?
Disappointingly, I'd like the axe to just sort of embed itself in the back of its head and it slumps forward onto the
Yep.
corridor.
No excitement.
No ceremony,
at all,
no excitement, just
Dead.
It's like one of those
By the
unfair
book.
kind of axe throwing.
yeah, absolutely efficient slaughter. And then I'm going to send Rusty to grab one of my axes back.
Love it.
Now I only got 2.
Alts. You have a dead Garlump in front of you.
Yeah, I'm strolling towards the body of the Garlump. I'm going to sort of roll my sleeve and dig my hand into the mess and retrieve my dagger from its claw. I'll also, if I can, I don't know how much action it will take, I'm going to take the dagger from the back of its head. Axe, from the back of its head. How much movement is that?
Where you're up here, aren't you? So
Yeah.
it's 5, 10, 15.
Okay, 10. Is that second one dead as well? Was that the one that...
No, so it's taken damage but not dead.
Okay, and where is... He's right next to it. Okay. In which case, I'm going to straight up to the second Garlump, and I'm going to for my crimson right on it.
So you put your crimson right on one of your blades.
On one of my blades. Okay, so on the dagger in my hand.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. And then
So that then gives it. It now has an extra D6 fire damage, I believe.
Yeah.
Such a troll.
Can I be right behind it to get flanking for the advantage on the?
Yep, absolutely.
attacking? I think I've got the movement for it, haven't I? Cool. That is 18 to hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That's 4, so that's 8, and then it says here 2d6 plus 4. Is that right?
No, it should just be 1d6 for crimson right.
Okay.
That's an error on the character sheet that I couldn't fix. That's why.
8 and that's 17 damage.
17 damage. This thing is not looking very well at all.
Oh, and I've got dual wielding as well.
Yeah, however, picking up those two
Is an
weapons,
action.
I
Fair.
think is a bit, bonus action.
Fair.
And an action for the attack.
Cool.
Nice. Garlamp A has perished. Garlamp B is going to... he's probably going to go for the troll that... no, because he's facing that way, isn't he? So he's going to go for the Alts, who is right in front of him, and he's going to try and get you with his claw. That is a 15.
Sorry.
15 to hit.
That misses.
Claw just swipes above your head. You hear a loud snap as the pincers hit together, and then he is going to try and lurch forward and bite you. That is also a 15 and misses. Wily little goblin. C is going to move up to here and attack Cryptic. First with a claw. That is a dirty 20.
Yeah, that is now my AC.
And so this claw will pinch into your side and do 13 slashing damage. And can you make a dex saving throw for me, please? The music keeps going off.
Ooh, that's a 10.
You are grappled.
That's just speed down to 0.
Speed is
but I
0,
can-
yeah. You can use an action on your turn to make a athletics or acrobatics check to get out of it. Back round to Telemachus.
I would like to. I would like to grab a large stone for a chunk of salt.
Yep,
And cast catapult on it. and
Lovely.
Fire it at B. So, dex saving throw.
Roll that again. 11.
No, so it takes 3d8. Uh, 7 is 15. Yes, 15.
How would you like this to go?
I would like the rock to slam into its mouth and it to choke to death on the rock.
That is exactly what happened. It's very undignified.
Yeah.
It's quite like you. If you were a better person, you'd feel sorry for it.
I'm not.
No. Lovely. Anything else?
I would saunter reasonably slowly up to just there, and I'd look over at Oltz and just raise my eyebrows. You're welcome.
Hello.
Critic, you're grappled by this creature.
Okay. I look around and just be like, oh, this won't do at all. This won't do at all. And I'm Thunderous Smite. I hope I hit. Nope. Miss on the first one, so I've blown a Thunderous Smite.
No, so Thunderous Smite
When you hit.
is still
It's still up
still in
until I hit
effect.
it.
It lasts for a minute.
Okay.
The first
so-
hit within that minute.
Cool. Right, second attempt to hit me. No, that's 14.
No, I'm afraid not. So it's quite hard to kind of swing a glaive when you have tentacles kind of
that's
pulling
like
on one
I
of
just
your
can't
arms.
Get the angle.
Yeah, it's just not going away. However, Thunderous Smite lasts for a minute, so it is
Okay.
not wasted.
I don't think I can do anything interesting for my bonus action. I've got bonus action movement. No, I don't think I can do anything. Yeah, so you just see him like almost pendulum swinging at this thing that's sort of wrapping around his legs. Almost.
Not built for very, very close quarters.
No.
Emarat.
Okay, so seeing Cryptic in trouble, I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on that Garlump.
Also, I just do my troll regeneration as well.
And then I'm going to move directly behind it.
You are.
I'm the guy in the corner,
Yeah.
and I'm going to move directly behind him to get the flanking bonus.
Yep.
And I'm going to swing my axes at it, melee style. So I'll have 2 attacks, advantage on both for flanking,
Yep.
and an extra d6 bludgeoning damage from Hunter's Mark. 22
Hits.
and 21.
Both hit.
Okay, and then that's 11 and 11.
Nice. You make 2 solid swipes with your axes and do some damage.
And then I'm going to send Rusty back round to... I can't remember where I left my first axe.
I think it was over in that corner.
Okay. You can send Rusty over to get my axe. What are we? 5, 10, 15, 20. He's going to make it back as far as Alt's with my axe in his mouth.
That's fine. And Alts, what is your game?
I'm going to cast Booming Blade on myself.
Yep.
And then attack again with the same. Oh, move up to the. Wait, hold on.
You are.
I'm the other one.
You'll be there.
Yep.
You'll come round.
Yeah. That's 8 damage from that, and I'm going to attack. Attack with my dagger again, basically.
Lovely.
And still advantage because if he's flanked.
Yeah, there is 3 of you round it now. So.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That is 18 to hit.
Does hit.
Okay. That is 5 plus my booming blade. Which is 8 damage.
8 damage.
Yeah.
It is bloodied.
We had so much pity on these creatures being incinerated in the corner, and they are meaty, crusty tunnel horrors.
Oh yeah, they're not pleasant
No.
creatures at all.
No.
See?
Uh,
You put the markers down in such a way that I couldn't see the faces, and then you suddenly turned one to face me halfway through the combat. Oh, actually, that is.
so they aren't.
that is
These are
nasty as I
actually
thought.
not the tokens, because these are kind of, this is original content. We don't have
Garlumps, yeah.
Garlumps yet. So, but it's not far off. Just imagine a big, crusty, salty covering over
Yeah.
the whole thing.
It's the asymmetrical thing of it. That having one pincer is just
And
like
then
freaking me out.
tentacles,
Yeah,
yeah.
don't like,
Yeah,
not at
tentacles,
all.
Yeah.
None of that.
Grim. So, talking about tentacles, you are grappled. So these tentacles are going to lash out at you. Cryptic.
Mm-hmm.
And miss terribly. However, it is going to try and squeeze you with the claw that is grappling you. And that is going to be a 23.
Yep.
That is 12 slashing damage.
That means nothing to Cryptic.
It doesn't.
Nothing.
Especially when you're rolling so high on your regeneration.
Yeah, just roll 2 6s
Yeah.
on the troll regeneration.
Lovely. Well, that's its go. Telemachus.
I want to use it.
Yeah. Sit down, eat an apple.
Sharpen a dagger.
That's writing his journal. I was in the mines and yeah.
I'm gonna cast Blade Ward on myself and move back. And that's my go. Shout, come on, guys, you can do it. Let's go back to here. I'd say
You play characters that I don't like a lot, but I think he takes the biscuit.
We're
Well,
really not
dislike
representing Goblin kind very well, are we?
what's our mate's name that's coming up behind us?
You're really emphasising the team in teamwork, aren't you?
Exactly. I'm doing the team bit. You're doing the work.
Mydak.
Nearly done here, Mydak.
Okay. Everyone all right?
Oh yeah, we're all good here. Don't worry about us. I've killed 2 of them already.
Good.
Just one left.
Good work. I heard of your prowess.
Exactly.
He's lying.
As usual.
Cryptic.
Well, now I've got flanking, I just carry on doing what I know best. Yes, that's a 17 plus 6. That's 23 to hit.
Lovely, that hits. So
and I've still
you're
got the Thunderous Smite up, which I think is 2d8, and he needs to make. Sorry, let me just roll correctly. So that will be 8. That'll be 11 points of slashing, plus another 10 points of Holy Thunderous Thundercat damage.
oh.
And he needs to make a DC 15 strength save. Actually, let me just check it's not wisdom or something weird. Hold on. Sorry, bear with me. New character, who dis? Oh, sorry. So, yeah, it's a 14 strength save.
He gets a 17.
Yeah. Okay. So he doesn't get pushed back.
I believe Thunderous Smite can also be heard from 300 feet away.
Oh yes.
This horrendously loud boom just echoes through these tunnels. And
Even in the middle of combat, Emirat would like scream and cower at that point. This is
Yeah.
Yeah, and all of
horror
you
story as
have
far as I'm
heard and
concerned.
seen this
Yeah.
before because we've travelled together, but never in a confined space.
Yeah,
It's just
like it is horrendous, and there's
Yeah.
no rumbling happening.
We're under
sorry.
1 million tons of salt, Cryptic. Please.
Sorry. Just trying to. I get another attack.
Yes.
Oh, and I'll do my regeneration quickly. Sorry, exception.
Just
Very
note,
nice.
reduce troll regeneration to a d4.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to roll this again. Make sure it's not. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Okay. So I do my second attack. Yeah, it rolled 17 against it. It's 23 to hit.
You
But
hit.
it's just basic. 1d10 plus 3. That's 11 points of slashing.
And how would you like to kill it?
You just see Cryptic going, no, a boom, no, and it's like he's opening oysters at a fancy restaurant with a massive. Yeah, he's just like, oh, she's gonna get the angle. And
Glorious.
yeah, he literally opens
Pre-seasoned.
it like an oyster.
Yeah.
Lovely. So, you guys are out of combat. However, the salt around you is moving. There are bits of salt falling from the ceiling. There's some deep groans within this place that fills you with a deep sense of, oh shit.
Can I tell what it is?
Yeah, it's his fault.
Mm.
I'm going to use my divine thing that I can't currently remember. For the next 10 minutes, I get advantage on nature, survival, and perception checks in this area.
Yep.
And Cryptic is just there like, I think I might have made a slight error with the volume. And I want to see if I can perceive this noise summoning worms to this area.
I mean, let's do a... give me a nature check. You
As
get
it says,
advantage on that one, yeah.
slight error. I'm going to lean into Telemachus and go, or Telemachus, sorry, and go, slight error. Slight.
Nature.
Big creature.
It did give you advantage on nature, didn't it?
It did,
Yeah,
and
that's right.
my nature is +0, but I did get a 15 on the roll, so
So,
not great, but not too bad.
you would assume from what you were told about saltworms that, especially on the way here, about the kind of the noises that they respond to, the saltworms of this area almost certainly know exactly where you are now, but also these tunnels around here are now no longer as sturdy as they were. That boom has caused some shifting of some weight, and
Mm.
you're not able to tell whether going backwards or forwards is a good idea.
Yeah.
Mm.
Who's next to me? Is that
That's me.
okay? I pick you up.
Mm.
I think we'd better go. Fetch the mechanic, builder, goblin man and his friends, and we'll start heading through this area, not wanting to stay.
I start humming to myself. You would all know that, like, when I start like, things are getting real now. Like, I'm a little bit nervous, and I'm humming my Blade song to myself, like almost without thinking. I'm just humming my Blade song, like, this is getting real.
Nice.
'Cause obviously it gives me +4 to my AC now. So.
Yeah, I just shout for
Idak.
quickly, please, quickly, all done here. Let's go for it now, quickly. Go on.
Who's the utter moron?
That would be the big guy.
Sound, rocks, salt, sorry, not rocks. used to mountains. We might want to brace it, or we might want to run.
Run.
Let's run.
Okay.
Run?
Then. And he
run.
shoots off. Like, he is not very happy. He understands perfectly how much danger he is in, and he wants to get this job done and get the fuck out.
I pick up the other goblin and use my racial feature and run faster than anybody else. Now I've got a movement speed of 90 feet, and I'm regenerating as I go.
And I'm going to try and keep up.
So,
Watching for sandworms.
I'm slightly concerned about the vibrations from a movement speed of 90 feet.
Do I
In the
have
worst,
a-
not have an indoor
Oh
voice.
my
In the worst place I've ever been in my life.
I don't have a Benny Hill button. What do we have?
I'm just thinking, for the time that we're here, let's blow all our skills. Let's see what we can do and have some fun with that.
Let's bring a mine down on our heads.
So, you are now dashing through a very, very uncomfortable place. Not only is it dark, not only is it unbearably dry, but it is now shaking all around you. Can you all make me a survival check, please?
Does this count as my favoured terrain? Does salt make it coastal?
No. I like the attempt, but no.
What am I doing? A survival check.
11.
Oh, mine's
Yes.
an 18. Thank you very much.
18.
23, and I'm carrying you guys.
I know that you've
Probably under my arm.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Like,
So the smell's not great.
Yeah.
If I wasn't so terrified, I would find this deeply insulting.
But again, this
Insulting.
yeah.
10.
Again, this is
we
we force a lot together. This is a standard
Yeah.
time to
Yeah.
go move, and
Yeah.
you're like, all right,
Yeah. I think, it's like I'm rolling my eyes. If I wasn't scared, I'd be like, I hate this bit. I hate being carried. I hate being carried.
could never get you.
There's probably something in the back of your head though going like, if it collapses, it's going to hit him first. That's fine. So, you dash through these tunnels and critic, and who got the 18? It was
Me.
Olds.
Yeah.
Critic and Olds, you are slightly more kind of aware of your surroundings as you run, and you both notice just in time this massive crack form in the ceiling about 10 feet in front of you, and you manage to you manage to stop yourself as you've got these two goblins under your arms, just as this kind of tumble of salt fills up the the tunnel. in
If I
front
see
of
that
you.
happening, I do have, because I bought it, a 10-foot pole. Can I make a roll to try and like stop and brace before it totally collapses, or your call?
Oh, I mean, I love that you want to try that. It's going to be really hard.
Oh yeah,
but,
totally.
Absolutely. Give me a
Another survival one.
what?
Because he's in
What are we
survival
gonna
mode
do?
now.
I
and he's
think
got
it's
10
probably.
minutes.
I kind of want to do survival for it,
Strength. Or
but strength doesn't. It's all of them, isn't it?
Quickly, haven't you?
wisdom. If he knows that this is even sensible.
No, I
or
think you'd know it
intelligence,
was
or-
sensible. I think you're seeing it, you're stopping, you're dropping. I think I'm going to let you do athletics or acrobatics.
Okay. Probably won't be acrobat. Yeah, I'll do athletics.
Oh.
No, I rolled outside the special trade,
that's
but
fine.
it is a 20.
You had a nat 20 on it.
That 20 plus 6, 26.
So this incredible creature, who's caused all of this, let's not forget, has kind of running along, looks up, drops, grabs this pole off his back, slides like on the soles of his feet.
Whilst holding 2 goblins.
No, drop
Oh, he
you
dropped the
first.
goblins.
Yeah.
Grab the pole
Damn.
and just kind of slides perfectly. And this pole, like, you couldn't have bought a better size for this pole. It just slots into this gap absolutely perfectly. And you have done that. You have inspiration. And the pole's going to break really quickly. What are you going to do?
Have I caught up in this time?
You're 30 feet behind.
I'm gonna run through that gap, like no regrets, no thought. I don't want to be left in the dark on my own.
No
I am
doubts.
going through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Guts.
I'm
You're
thinking like full
Don't be left
Indiana
behind.
Jones. The thing's coming down, and he's going back for his hat, but the hat's 2 goblins.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's-
So you guys get like, you are dropped very unceremoniously, and then as you're kind of pulling yourself, like, what is going on? You just have the 2 hands just slam on top of you and yank you through as this sheet of salt just tumbles after you. You are trapped.
That was my favourite pole.
Trapped but alive.
Trapped but alive. Important
I'll take it.
things.
Do I regret being trapped with the cause of the problem, but not alone? Or
Well, you would have been.
Would it be better to be able to walk back out of here?
yeah, and get help?
Yeah, you know, you've probably got about 8 minutes of Cryptic being really good at keeping you alive, and then it's back to just a big dumb dude. So
I imagine once it all crashes down and you're sat in the room and those final little twists of dust are kind of all coming down and like crumbling around you, sort of, there's a moment of silence where everyone's just like,
I'm
Oh.
patting myself down, checking for Rusty to make sure that he came through
Did
with
Rusty
me.
make it through?
why did you say it?
Can't find Rusty.
Oh, what? Can I call him, at least?
You can call him.
Right.
Give me an animal handling check.
I spent a long time trying to decide whether or
Can
not I had
I want to make a
advantage
plea.
on-
Can he have it with advantage because it's his animal?
Yeah, all right. Have it with advantage.
That's a plea on your
Still
You get
wish I-
disadvantage
still wish
because
I
you're
had
my brother.
better stats on here.
Well, don't make me actually kill the
9.
ferret. He doesn't come. I feel awful. He doesn't come.
Yet. He doesn't come yet.
I feel genuinely
I'm
bad.
I'm not talking. I'm still, for the first time in all the time you've known me, just slumped in a corner, just softly calling Rusty, while the rest of you work out what we're doing in this hellscape that you brought me to.
I'd start digging in the salt pile that's just tumbled in behind us, just scrambling with my hands.
He's quick. He's nimble. He probably just can't hear because he's on the other side. He'll be fine. He'll be
Give me
fine.
a-
I'm sure he's fine.
Athletics check.
17.
So you're moving. Yeah, there are chunks of this salt and kind of crumbled salt that you are making headway, but there's just more creaking. The more you move, kind of the more unstable this whole thing looks.
is anybody hurt?
Rusty.
Sorry.
Wait. Rusty's got his own stat block. Surely Rusty gets a check. Right? Surely Rusty gets
Game
his
over.
own dex.
Rusty's dead.
All right. I mean, I really don't want to kill a ferret.
I
think
need
that's-
him. I'm not picking up my own axes. Even if Altz has been helping out.
I've still got an axe.
He can make a dex saving throw.
Oh, hang on, man.
He can make a dex saving throw that I'm going to roll. What's his
He's
dex modifier?
+3.
Cool.
I'm sure he's okay, but we have to move on.
I'm on my feet. But that's about the best I can say about myself.
I feel that was on me.
I'm not. I'm on the floor again.
My DAC. Kind of. We must be able to find a way out of here.
You're the miner, mate.
I'm
Engineer.
I'm an engineer, yes.
I'm supposed to be like world famous.
I am world famous. I suggest what we do is we move further in and see if what equipment we can find and
As we're... Sorry, go on. I said as we progress to doing
That's fine.
that, as we're making our way, slowly making our way through, I'm looking out for any kind of cracks of light, any cool air, if there's any kind of way through that offers us some safety, somewhere that's more structurally sound, any kind of, just trying to be as aware of that as I can.
For the next sort of maybe 5 or 6 minutes, I guess, I have advantage on survival checks because of my channel divinity. So, like, Critic is immediately into, like, he's just
So
got this different...
both of you can make survival checks with advantage. You get yours because of your ability, you get yours because you specifically said you were.
Mine is an unnatural 20.
A 1 and a 20.
How? If you roll
Yeah,
instead?
confirmed.
Yeah,
Got
I
cursed
believe
dice.
you.
No, it's just like...
It's the
been
ultimate
really
min-maxing.
random.
My dice just rolled 1 or 20. I just didn't skip all the other numbers.
It's just
Uh,
flipping 2 coins with
no,
1 and
yeah,
20 on
flipping
either
coin.
side.
So you both see that there is you're moving for maybe another 20-25 minutes and you see no sign of light, no sign of there's not even the slightest movement of the air, and it is getting, if it's possible, even more oppressive. The sound of the cracking of the rocks has stopped, and that is the only kind of positive point that you guys can see at the moment. You don't think there's going to be another collapse. However, Cryptic, you start to feel as you're walking at the front, partly that you're to blame for everything, but also that there's a vroom, vroom, vroom under your feet. There's a vibration coming from the rocks around you.
You'll see Cryptic suddenly slow and stop, and then lie down and put his ear to the floor. And you don't know whether he's just suddenly being really sad about what he's done. He just stops. He doesn't communicate with you. He's just like, and he's listening to those vibrations and that feel of it. And then after maybe a minute or so, he's not the fastest thinker. He'll turn around and go, can anybody else feel that pulse?
And now that you are made aware of it and you stop and try to sense it, you can all feel there is something moving within the salt.
You tell if it's natural or...
You would instantly go, it's a salt one.
Okay, a big one.
Most probably.
Big enough to make...
Big enough to make tremors through solid salt.
That's a worm. No doubt about it. We must have come too deep.
Well, this is why we're here, isn't it?
I mean...
Well, you're here to protect me against these things. You must do your job. You must protect me. And he kind of like curls into a ball against one of the walls.
Look, all I'm saying is be ready. I might have joked about it earlier, but those are the small ones.
Can I just get a time check?
20 past 3.
Oh, cool. Good, I have more things to throw at you.
Just be ready.
Always ready.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Ready to step back.
Yeah. Ready to protect
I'm.
myself and others.
I can't believe I told Tarfu that this would be a nice, amusing security detail.
I'm going to turn around and speak to Mydak and say, you know, all the equipment we saw before we came into the tunnels.
Uh-huh.
What kind of equipment would be used to dig in these areas? What would you use? Not the worms. What would you use for your people?
Well, if you're gathering the salt, it would be hand tools. But if you're trying to dig tunnels, then drills, big mechanical drills. But you would have to reinforce with wood all the way around as you.
Oh, yeah, yes. It's just a thing I might be able to do to help. Did Cryptek see one of these machines outside of the tunneling area?
Oh.
Giving you a heads
Yes.
up, I can cast Locate Object.
Yeah.
So I can use that spell to find possibly an adjacent tunneling.
Absolutely, you saw one.
Okay, so
Nice idea.
I will locate object for the nearest tunneling device. I'm
What's
basically trying
the
to find
range on
another
it?
tunnel that's not this,
Yeah.
that we might be able to break through. So that's his thought process.
What's the range on it?
It's 1,000 feet, I think. Yeah.
And does it show you all of them or the closest one?
Because it's a singular object, it would be that any objects of that nature within 1,000 feet. So the most likely excavating object he would choose
so
and try and find
you concentrate on this spell and you. It's not something you've searched for before. No reason to. But you get the sense that further down this tunnel there is one of these drilling machines. It's about 400 or 500 feet away.
Okay.
And it is in the direction that the tunnel heads.
So presuming it's just further down the same tunnel that we were in.
That's with the information you have.
Yeah.
That's your only option, really.
Well, there's if we carry on, there will be a drill that way.
If it works, I can probably use it, and if it doesn't work, I can probably fix it. But that noise, we can't be attacked by that. It's large.
Well, is there anything we can do? Get to the drill.
I'm not sure how much control we have over whether or not we are attacked by that noise.
We just need to be ready.
Are we still heading in the direction that we were
Clearly nothing
expected
good is
to
gonna
be
happen
heading
down
in?
here.
Yeah.
Okay. So
We get paid once we get out.
always use it
And
to
three-
drill back through.
3 kilos of salt is not to be sniffed at either.
It really not. It's a large amount of the finest Luzon salt.
Let's focus on getting out first.
Right, we've got to encourage ourselves to the task at hand.
Emirat's heard enough people put a price on his lifelong friends, lost in the darkness, and just starts walking without anyone else.
So,
Sensitive
Well, the little thing was useful, little bugger, wasn't it?
It was useful. It was. Cryptic had a great idea of feeding it the ice peppers and giving it dragon's breath, but now it's dead.
it's Emirat responding to this conversation.
I'm assuming that Emirat's gone.
I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like my passive perception is high enough that I've heard this whole conversation. I've responded by slumping and walking faster.
Oh, little violins.
Played by tiny furry hands of an angel.
So, eventually, you come to a chamber. The vibrations are still there. Sometimes they feel really close, like this thing might break through the walls. Sometimes it feels like it's drifting off into the distance. Sometimes it feels like there's more than one of them. It's confusing and honestly quite terrifying. As you walk into this room, you see several things all at once. There is indeed a drilling machine. It is here. At a very quick glance, doesn't look in great condition, but you're too far away to really tell. You also see 4 figures. And these are emaciated humanoid forms. And you see they've got like jagged salt encrusted all over their bodies. And they are kind of just shuffling around, ambling around this room. And what you can see.
There's always a time for Fireball.
Yeah. I was going to say, same again.
There are also at the very back of this area 2 5-6 feet long saltworm larvae. You have seen them. They have not yet seen you. Before Telemachus shouts Fireball, would anybody else like to do anything?
Yes. I want to know if I can. Humanoid. Humanoid?
They are undead.
Okay.
While he debates with
That's
his
fine.
inner stupidity,
Are they considered a creature?
They are a creature, yes.
I feel like I've moved ahead. I've reached in this room first. I would be unhappy stood in the doorway. I would be trying very quickly to get behind that, what I assume is a rock pillar or something on my left or my right as I'm coming in the room.
Yeah.
The next one round, where I can see them. I'm trying to. I want
Give
to
me-
investigate them.
Give me a stealth check.
14.
Sure, fine, they don't seem to have noticed you. And what are you looking for?
I'm looking for if they're recognisable to me as a phenomenon I've seen before, but more the kind of the same that Altz was looking at. If I can identify what kind of threat they might be.
Give me an investigation check.
8.
So, you would have heard the stories of salt zombies, but you don't know anything more about them.
Okay.
Is the drill made of wood? Or parts of it made of wood?
Parts of it are made of wood, large parts of it are made of metal as well. Like the drill itself is metal.
Just
the
keep
rest
a
of
lid on it
is-
for now.
So the rest of it is wood, but it's not like cheap rubbish
Yeah.
wood. This is a solid bit of machinery.
Can I've followed with Emarat
Mm-hmm.
into that position. I can roll my stealth as well if you want.
Is this your one?
No, that's cryptic.
Yeah, red coat.
Yep, well, stealth.
12.
You also don't seem to have been noticed.
Pleased with that. What do you know of? I mean, they look like these salt zombies, no?
Nothing. Nothing more than you've heard.
Hmm.
Makes me want to spend even less time in this cursed pit.
I
Still, there's only
wonder.
4.
I wonder. I'm going to try and get the attention of the closest one.
By doing what?
I'm gonna say.
Fireball.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna say, friend. It's wonderful to see you again.
I'm just going to turn around as it's like, what are you doing?
Charm person.
I mean,
It's humanoid, right? And a creature, but it's
doesn't-
not as well.
Doesn't work.
I mean, that's what I
Nothing
thought, but
happens.
that's what my
Go to
character wanted to
fireball.
do.
You're
As
gonna
soon as I
find-
hear the words come out of your mouth, I'm going to shake my head. I'm going to turn to Cryptic and say, "You know the drill," and then shoot a fireball.
I'm imagining, like, over the period of time you guys have travelled together, there have been many conversations around the not around the fire, because he doesn't like fire, around a table, about you going, "It's fine, it's fireball, just stand back," and him going, "No, look, I'd really rather you didn't." "Yeah, no, it's fine," and just ignoring the whole problem.
Exactly.
Where are you centering
I've only
this
hit you a few
fireball?
times. So it's what, a 20-foot sphere, 20-foot radius sphere.
Yeah.
So can it get everyone?
You can get all 4 zombies, I think. Depends how you measure diagonal distances, but I think it can probably get all 4.
So
You can definitely get all
You
4.
centre it on
It's
that
20 foot.
that one that's directly in line from them.
if you center it there, it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to do that.
I want it to go further. I want it to...
You couldn't.
I
if
could
you do
get,
it here,
if I put it
you
there,
can
then
get-
it gets everyone,
You
doesn't
can
it?
get them all, yeah. Yes.
It will also get the drill.
It will
Yeah.
also get the drill.
Yeah, but I feel like we can find some wood to replace those. We got an engineer. That'll be all right.
There are trees in a mine.
Exactly. We'll be fine. It's good quality wood.
So,
I was informed.
how many?
And we literally swap,
Such good quality, it doesn't burn.
we literally swap places. You know, you're
Yeah.
standing just in front of Cryptic.
You'll feel a hand on your knee.
So, what DC saving throw is this?
15 dex.
11 minus 1, 12, and 10 for the assault zombies. So
Excellent.
they all fail.
Let's do some damage.
And a 13 and a minus 1. They all fail.
Excellent. Oh, there's lots of 3s in there.
This is like every magic user's like dream, right?
Yeah.
12, 14, 15, 20, 23, 28.
28 damage. So those are the 4 assault zombies are all incinerated.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Undead and fire. Brilliant combination.
And
It's
the
160 points of damage.
Nice.
It's mad.
and the saltworm larvae kind of this horrible kind of like high-pitched squealing sound as these things writhe in agony. The drill is now on fire. The wooden parts of it are burning.
See what other spells I've got.
Yeah.
Create water. So, we are now going to go into initiative.
All of you are within 10 feet of me, so you will get advantage.
I don't need it. I 20'd it.
That's very helpful
24.
because I did not 20.
7.
I rolled a 1 and a 2.
See better than 1?
That is
Karma.
6. Yeah, deserved. Deserved.
So, we got that's a 6.
6.
They had to be in the back of the room, didn't they?
Can you go then?
What do people get?
I got 7.
7.
I might put my +4 on it.
Cryptic.
I got a dirty 20.
Emarat.
24.
Alt, you said 6, yeah?
6.
If you added your 4, it wouldn't move you up. So, Emarat, what would you like to do?
I am. Are they directly behind each other?
Yeah.
I am going to. I'm going to step out from behind the rock and move. If you think almost, there's a kind of an orange patch in line with this line. Yeah, next one up there. I think that's the right distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
30.
I need to be one more space in. And I'm going to use my breath weapon, which is a 30-foot line of lightning.
Lovely.
On those two. So it's a dex save for them.
Oh, they both fail. They're rolling badly.
And they're going to take 2d6 lightning damage. Come on, big. 6.
Again, there's a horrible high-pitched squealing. There's also quite a nice smell.
Well seasoned meat.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Anything else?
Yes, in fact, as a bonus action, I'm going to. In fact, has it been less than an hour since the last fight?
Yeah.
Then I can use my bonus action to apply my hunter's mark, right? Because the last one got downed.
Yeah, you can actually. That's
So
true.
I'm going to hunter's mark F.
Lovely. Quick tick.
How damaged do these things look, and are they on fire?
They are not on fire. They are smoking slightly. You know they've taken damage. You're a bit far away to really see. I mean, you know they've taken a fireball and a lightning attack. Like,
Okay, Critic will do what you know that he does, because he's got a lot of movement speed, and he will run up into the square that's just your side of them. Yeah.
you're this one. No, you're this one.
So it'll say to members, no more fireballs, at least for the minute, please. And he will attack the one slightly to his left.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, he will be 5 feet further back than that because he's got reach with his glaive.
I think that's a rock.
Yeah, these are rocks.
So 1 square this side towards me. No, sorry, 2 squares.
Like,
So he can
oh, you're using your.
he can reach. Yeah, because
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
got
yeah,
10
you've
foot
got
reach with his
glaive, yeah,
glaive,
yeah,
and
yeah.
he'll just attack that first.
It just
one.
looks really far on the map because
Yeah. Yep. So that is a 19 to hit,
that will indeed hit.
and I'll put a smite into it. Hold on.
This is like the
Not
most
D8, it's
barbecue-focused
D10.
combat I've ever been in.
Yeah.
Sorry, again, new character who this, I'm pretty sure it's...
Smite
Yeah,
is
it's a
2d8.
D10, it's the glaive is
Oh,
a
yeah.
D10. So that is... that's 9 points of slashing.
Yep.
And then 14 points of...
This
holy-
thing is obliterated. It just kind of, you sink your weapon into it and this radiant energy just kind of bursts out of it and it just explodes. It's grim, you're covered in ichor.
Okay. 20, 30, 40. Yeah, I've got 5 more feet of movement. I'll move so within 10 feet of that guy.
Lovely.
Looking at the smoking corpse of the worm and just being like, we have to be quiet.
The worm doesn't respond.
I said that ironically. Oh, no, sorry, it's not advantage, it's just regular. No, miss on the second, whiff the second one.
So, you have run into this room and you have burnt to a crisp 4 salt zombies. And you have absolutely obliterated a saltworm larva. Saltworm parent of said larvae, very not happy about this. And you hear this, the vibration getting louder and louder and louder.
That is
And-
a much bigger toad.
I'm in the middle of a room, feeling the floor, I assume, like shift under feet.
And the whole room starts vibrating. And there is, at first, a little trickle in the middle of the floor, like a little whirlpool going down. And then more starts falling through and falling through. And then out of the floor here, a giant saltworm bursts out of the floor. Now, for size, it is huge. So it is 3 squares by 3 squares big.
Oh, so I'm next to it.
Whilst that rumbling
Yes.
is happening, I'm humming again. I'm starting to hum once more.
Quite frantically, I would assume.
Yeah.
It is going to try to bite Emarat. So it's going to leap out of this hole in the ground, scream, and this thing's maw is kind of triangular shaped, and each join has this hooked pincer. All 3 of them are gnashing together, and it raises above you and then shoots down towards you. Natural 20.
Oh, you're dead. Eaten.
Say hello to Rusty for me.
I mean, I've been, everyone to know, I've been damaged already.
That is 13 piercing damage and 6 necrotic damage.
Oh man.
as this mouth comes,
In total.
yeah,
Okay.
comes and hits you, kind of comes down over you. You get kind of swiped and grabbed by these horrible scythes coming off the front of it, and then everyone looking sees the mouth hit the floor, and then these muscles from the side of this thing's mouth grab you, and you get swallowed.
Oh my god. So I've taken 23 damage before I've been swallowed.
Yeah. You are blind. You are grappled. You are deaf. And probably a few other things.
Yeah, I've got space to write these down, but I feel like I'm just going to write dead in a minute.
You're also in its stomach that is full of acid.
Okay.
What?
Great, man.
Yeah. But at least I'm first on the initiative.
Oh, wow.
What?
That's its go.
Okay. Just to kill one of our party members.
I mean, not dead.
Not dead.
There is a... You can get out. It's hard, but you can do it. It is now Telemachus's go.
I would.
Roll a crit on the first attack with it, like... Sorry.
Like to.
Still feel this is on me somehow.
I would like to cast Resilient Sphere on Emirate.
Do you have to be able to see
No,
him?
it says I'm a creature within range.
Okay, read it out.
Says a sphere of shimmering force encloses a creature or object of large size or smaller within range. Unwilling creature must make a dex save. Blah blah. Nothing, not physical objects, energy, or other spell effects can pass through the barrier, in or out, through a creature's sphere, though a creature in the sphere can breathe. The sphere is immune to all damage, and a creature or object inside can't be damaged by attacks or effects originating from outside, nor can a creature inside the sphere damage anything outside it.
Alright, I'll absolutely allow that.
It says, enclosed creature can use its action to push against the sphere's wall and roll it up to half
Hamps
the
the ball
creature's
back
speed.
Does it take effect instantaneously?
Yes, so you are...
So my thought process, right, is if I can tell this is going to happen, or if I've got any chance to react, I'm trying to pull myself out of this stomach acid.
No, not a chance. Like,
Okay.
you are... You can't... You have no idea. You are confused.
Fine.
You're in agony. But... You are in a sphere that has some acid in it, but you're now not in a massive stomach full of acid, and you can see like the constriction trying to happen, and you can see that that's not happening.
How long does that last?
Concentration up to a minute.
Okay.
Don't lose your concentration.
I think. Well, I might as well firebolt it. Oh no, that's an action. No, I can't do it. Yeah, that's. I'll. Yeah, that's it. I'll just stay there.
The saltworm is like, why is there a massive ball inside my stomach? That's really weird, and isn't very happy. Alts.
I am going to... I can scale walls and ceilings.
Yeah.
So I am going to climb up to the ceiling.
Just run away.
And get as close... Not as close, actually, because I'm just going to get up into the ceiling, into that corner, so maybe whatever the size of that wall is, plus...
So the wall's 20 foot up.
Okay. So I get an extra 10 feet because of my blade song, so 40 feet,
So you can
20
go...
and 20.
Yeah. So you're upside down, like, where do you want to be?
I I'll go up the wall and then along, actually, so I'm in
Go
front of
this
it.
way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 15, 20, 25.
That'll probably do for now. Yeah.
Oh, so you are upside down on the ceiling.
I'm going to hex with my bonus action. I'm going to hex the saltworm. And then I'm going to cast. Where are you? Firebolt.
Yep.
That's it. 20 to hit.
That does hit.
Beautiful.
Big things are usually alright.
Yeah.
So that is 18 for that off the 2d10. That's lovely. And then I get an extra d6 of necrotic damage as well, I think, from the hex, which is a 6.
Yes.
24 damage. Fire and 6 necrotic.
Lovely. It doesn't really react to that.
I am crestfallen.
Yeah. like you see some damage on it. It's not like not hurt it, but it's massive, and you've thrown a firebolt at it.
I'm also going to shout out for Emarat. Like, just into the room.
Yeah. It echoes around, and you don't hear a response. This salt larvae down there is going to move towards Cryptic and is going to try and bite you. That is, I'm pretty certain, going to miss with a 10.
AC of 18.
Yeah. And, right, Emarat, we are round to you. So you are in a bubble. Well,
with a modicum of stomach acid.
yes. So you're meant to take 16d6 acid damage. However, describe to me. So let's say, this ball is like 5 foot in diameter.
Yeah.
There's 2 foot of acid in the bottom of it, captured in it.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Okay. So I'm 7 feet tall. So I'm hunched in the ball. I can feel it around me. I can feel the burn on my feet, and I'm going to try and wedge myself across the diameter of the ball above the acid.
Okay.
And other than that, I'm in the darkness, in the stomach, mourning the loss of my dear friend, swallowed by a worm in a pit I hated in the first place.
That's like that Radiohead video.
Yeah. Like a cat tied to a stake.
Surprise.
I think, I mean,
So give me.
assuming that's an action, right? Wedging myself across the
That
thing,
is definitely an
then
action.
that's what I'm doing.
So, give me a. Now, are you trying to be careful and dexterous about this, or are you just trying to wedge yourself?
I'm
with
trying to
your
make sure I don't
strength?
fall back in. I
With
just want
your-
to be.
Is this a strength check or a dex check?
It's a. I'm trying to balance, right? I'm finding the point where I can do it.
So give me an acrobatics check with disadvantage. It has to be
Special
disadvantage.
treatment
Yeah.
for you, bro.
I know the opposite.
It's a disadvantageous situation.
Come on, lucky dice.
With disadvantage. 8.
I'm going to roll half of the acid damage.
You don't need to roll then. That's a minimum of 8, and I've got 7 hit points.
You are unconscious.
Lying in a pit of stomach acid.
Lying in a pit of stomach acid.
Okay.
You are being digested.
However, the rest of you see this blur bolt out from the doorway.
Rusty.
As Rusty comes charging across the floor. And the saltworm looks round and sees this shape and goes, and Rusty just leaps into its throat.
Rusty, no!
Rusty is coming to save you.
Daddy.
We'll find out what happens next round. Cryptic.
Did I see this? Because I was. I'm
Uh,
definitely aware that the things come through.
so, I think you would know that Emaret has been swallowed. I don't think you would have seen Rusty. You are fighting this larvae.
I look at the little worm and apologise to it. I'm very sorry. You're going to have to wait your turn. And I'll turn around, and I'll move 1 square forward, so the little worm will.
So it's 3 by 3, so you can stay where you are.
Oh,
and
okay.
hit it 'cause
Okay.
You've got reach.
In which case, yeah, I'll just spin around. Whoa, mummy. And I
This
will.
is not the brood muller. This is a normal adult saltworm.
Oh. Well, we'll all die in a minute anyway, so.
I'm not flanking because
No.
I can't consider you an active command. You're unconscious
No.
and
No.
inside the thing. So I'm just going to do 2 attacks with my glaive.
Lovely.
Because I won't get any kind of advantage. But if I hit, I'm going to pump some heavy divine smite into it. So first attack. That will be 17 to hit.
That does hit.
Level 2 divine smite.
So that's another 3d8.
3d8 plus 1d10 plus 3 plus 4. That's 11 points of slashing damage.
3d8.
Yeah. And then that's 14 points of radiant damage for the first hit.
Lovely.
And I'm aiming at what I can only assume is a reasonable.
Give me a nature check.
It won't be good because my
Let's
things
see how
done.
good you are at guessing where a saltworm's
Nature.
stomach is.
14.
In the middle.
Yeah. Mouth. Butthole. Yeah, just like roughly. And I'll go for my second attack. Yeah, that hits. That's 23 to hit.
Yep.
And let me just check I've got enough spell slots. Yep. So I just burned all my second level spell slots. So I'm going to do another level 2 divine smite. So that will be 9 points of slashing. And 9 points of radiant. So not amazing, but just hacking away at the big tree. There's not really anything else I can do because there's no point moving, and I don't have much in the way of bonus actions. Can't do lay on hands because I'm not getting in that stomach because I am vulnerable to acid. Yeah.
I mean, if that's the only reason you're not getting in there, I'm a little worried for you.
It's on the list.
Lovely. Telemachus.
Right. with one of my abilities is for a shield mage is shockwave.
Yep.
Now I know it's not a shield spell that I've cast, but it is a type of shield spell. Can I shockwave the thing
see. Oh,
within the
I
resilient
really want to be able to say yes, but no, you can't.
sphere? Fair play. Worth a
I
try.
really like the idea,
Yeah.
but no, it has to be your shield spell, I'm afraid.
In that case, I'm going to fireball it again. Well, not this one again, but I'm going to try and aim it as far away from Cryptic as I can.
You're fireballing it, okay. I mean, tell me where you're putting it. I'm not going to help you.
How high were those walls?
20 foot.
20 feet.
Oh, I'm alright then. Am I alright? No.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, about there. 5, 10. No, I might move back a little bit. Yeah, there.
Right, so we've got 5, 10. Won't go up. Yep. Okay. You can fireball.
Dex.
That is a natural 20.
Fuck's sake. Sorry, I was allowed to
Yeah, yeah,
swear.
take what you need.
Sorry, thank you. 10, 20, 27, 33. So about halved.
16.
Thank you.
As the anything else from Sam?
No.
I've never been this tense and unconscious before.
I think I might move in, sorry.
This fireball kind of it is perfectly positioned. You all get the heat hitting your faces as this flame's lit maybe like a foot or two away from your faces. You are
I scream.
yeah, not
I
not
scream
happy
at a
about
very
this.
high pitch, like.
But you don't get hurt by it. It's all very well executed. And this saltworm is growling and writhing around and very unhappy.
Good.
Ults.
Kind of just more of the same from me, I think. My hex still applies, unless the heat from that hopefully doesn't break
No,
my
no.
concentration. I'm gonna go firebolt again. I'm trying to get it in its throat. I'm like
So cold shot again.
yeah, another cold shot I think
Okay.
because like I want to do some.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my mate out of there.
Yeah.
So is that with disadvantage?
No, but basically I put the AC up
Right, okay.
because you're aiming for a specific part of the body.
Ooh, that's a dirty 20.
You manage to aim your firebolt as it's opening its maw, and you get it.
Sweet. Where are my tens gone? Oh, that's not bad. That's 13 fire
Mm-hmm.
and 5. Is it just 1d6? 5 necrotic, yeah.
So this creature roars as your bolt hits the back of its throat. And the pounding and the beating that this creature has taken, you can see it there's this pulsing as the muscles in rings contract, and it is trying to remove this horrendous ball that it's got stuck in its stomach. And it kind of, imagine like 1,000 cats all hacking up a head all at the same time. Like, the sound is horrendous.
No one on stream wants to hear an example of that noise. Let's all just agree that.
Yeah. And it kind of makes a last kind of like flopping its head up and then down, and you just see this ball being pushed by this ferret as it rolls out of its mouth, and it kind of lurches back, looks around the room at all of you, hisses, and Emmett, it is your go. You are unconscious.
I'm unconscious.
I'm not going to make you roll a death saving throw because you're in acid, so you are going to take 2 fails on your death save.
Take 2 fails on my death saves.
Yes.
I've got a slot for that somewhere. Here.
Oof. Where does he land?
He is
Right next to our paladin.
Okay.
and it is.
Do I still get my movement?
Can I make?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Can I make an out of character comment?
Yeah.
You could release the field.
Oh no, I will do that. Don't worry.
Yeah, because at the moment no one can get to him.
Yeah.
How many is he? Like 3 away. I can't really see actually. I can just stand, of
Four.
course. 4, so that's 20.
You're on the ceiling as
I've
well.
got 40. Yeah, I'm just gonna move over to him, drop down. Presumably I'll land in the square next to him.
You can land in the square next to him, or you can try and land on top of the sphere. Up to you.
I'm gonna try. Okay, and
turned into a circus
I've
act.
still got 20 feet more movement, so I'm gonna try and land on top of the sphere, and then like walk the ball over to the side of the room.
Okay, this has now dissolved into a farce.
No,
good,
no.
good. It's D&D, it's fun. Give me an acrobatics check.
It's such an interesting choice, rather than just pushing it. Look, Rusty's pushing it.
Well, that is
Probably the
a
opposite way.
27 on my acrobatics check. So
You kind of launch yourself off the ceiling, do this kind of really graceful swan dive, land perfectly, make a few little adjustments with your feet, but you are balanced on top of this ball.
I'm going to try and roll 20 feet that way, like away.
I mean, I'm going to let you do
Oh, no,
that. You
no.
rolled a 27.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
like it's not easy, but you can do that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get him out of harm's way, whichever.
I'm going to make you. You can't move like. I'm going to make you move half
Yeah, fair.
the way. So because it's difficult.
That's my go.
So
Can I just clap and then lose my concentration?
I mean, you're allowed to drop concentration whenever you want to. So yes, you can do that. I mean, I'm not going to make you roll another acrobatics check with a 27. So the thing for the ball falls, the ball disappears, and you land next to Emirate. Cryptic.
Just as a point, something's gone a bit weird with D&D Beyond. I'm proficient in the glaive, and I've been adding +3, but it should be +7 for my proficiency bonus added to the dex. Sorry, strength plus
Yeah,
proficiency.
it should.
So I'm confused.
Yes. So am I. Add it correctly from now on.
Yeah.
So just to give a summary of what's going on in this room at the moment, we have a saltworm larvae next to Cryptic. We have a smouldering salt drill. We have a very injured adult saltworm. We have a very unconscious and acid-drenched ranger. We have a very graceful goblin and another goblin who's actually been really helpful.
Saviour of the day.
Saviour of the day, yeah. He's going to be absolutely insufferable. You may wish he hadn't done it. Quick
I
tip.
feel like we've redeemed ourselves from the last
So
room.
he's still inside the worm, right?
No, he's out.
He's
I'm
out
on the
now.
floor on the opposite side of the room.
He's where... Oh, I can put you back on here.
Yeah.
Yep,
There we go. So we're there.
Okay. I have got just enough movement. There will be 2 attacks of opportunity against me. He's unconscious, right?
He is unconscious.
I will literally just see him out there, and I will just run straight to him, and I'm going to pump all
How
of
far
my
can you move? How far can you move?
45.
Can you go around the outside? And
Oh
walk
yeah,
the
of
other
course,
way?
well, can I reach him?
You
Yeah.
can, so you will only get the attack of opportunity from the lava, which is going to miss you.
Whoa.
And I'm going to pump 30 points of healing into you.
How many?
30.
Paladins lay on hands.
I've got 35 that I can do, and you literally see him almost pull the ground up. It's this sort of weird move that he does, and you can see all the salt and dust follow his hand up in this sort of glowing pattern, and he'll just like right on your chest.
I'm amazed you're not dead.
Yeah.
I'm grateful that I'm not dead. Do I wake up at that point?
Yes, you do.
Then I scream. Like existential horror into the room, and just gasp. and-
Rusty is running around in circles on your chest like he is incredibly
then
happy.
I've grabbed him, and I'm probably sobbing,
Yeah,
assuming my tear ducts have survived.
And I'm interposing myself in front of you with my glaive or something.
Mhm.
Just like
What? Was that acid? Oh, no. Sounded like a
I can't believe you're alive.
It is the saltworms go. I mean, the nearest person
Shield.
is... Wow, where is... Oh yeah,
It's me. That's me.
it's you, yeah, it is you.
As a reaction, I am going to cast shield.
Oh, see what
Even
happens
before I've
first.
rolled. Yes.
Okay. Oh, thought that was a natural 20 then. It is a 27 to hit.
That
It
hits
was a
me.
19 plus.
Didn't need to be honest.
Right, so that is... Oh. 16 piercing damage. And... maths. 11 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And it is going to... Going to move slightly to there. And it is... Now you're going. Telemachus. What time is it?
I am going to.
It is looking very injured.
I'm going to move around just to be away from these. Around to there.
Yep.
And unleash my shockwave from my shield spell.
Yep.
So Dex save.
Oh, natural 1.
Oh. So that's 2d10, which are these ones. 10 damage.
That is exactly the number of hit points it has left.
Excellent. I would like it to explode.
So You, for the attack that came down before, you have put up your shield. And then as it is kind of pulsing and getting ready to unleash this shockwave, you know to move away from your friends. Travelling companions. And you, as the saltworm's gaze follows you round, you kind of solidify yourself in position. You dig your feet into the ground and you kind of clench as the shockwave bursts out of you. And every cut that it's got on it, every burn is just, this shockwave gets under into those cuts and just rips the skin off it, and it's just torn to shreds.
Excellent.
It is dead.
You alright over there, Emirate?
No, never again.
Is the little one there still screaming?
Oh, I forgot about that.
We can finish that off pretty.
Or fleeing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's run away. It knows when it's defeated.
Can I use absorb elements to put out a fire in the on the drill?
Yeah, I'll let you do that. That makes sense.
Do that.
I mean, I'm just wringing out Rusty's fur whenever he's on, trying to make sure he's all right, because I'm assuming he's not had a fantastic time of it in the world's more either.
he is missing a lot of his fur. He's got some serious damage to his feet, but he's going to make it.
He's going to make it. I'm up on my feet, I suppose, by now. Just like patting my comrades on the back, hip. Just really.
That was a close one.
I thought that went quite
Well,
well.
right, yeah.
We have a very different understanding of quite well, but we're all
We're all
through
here,
it.
Yeah. And Rusty's appeared as if from nowhere.
You should have seen him. He dove straight down there in the mouth, came in straight down there after you.
I didn't. I can't. I've never seen. I'll
Very
never
brave.
hunt saltworms again. I can't. Do we know how we're getting out of it yet?
How did you, oh my god, what did you do?
Come, my Dak. Is this drill still usable?
The drill, let's go have a look. And he is in shock.
This is nothing.
there
We
is-
do this sort of stuff all the time, my Dak.
Swallowed by a saltworm, rescued by a weasel, all the time. I'm going back to Darzog, and I'm not ever coming out. And he wanders over to this drill, and he is not paying attention to what he's doing, but he just knows machinery, and he is kind of moving the parts, making sure things are moving where they should do, and he then kind of taps a canister that's on the side of it and kind of unscrews a bit, sniffs it, puts it back, and then you kind of hear this roar as this drill comes to life. It's not got much fuel left, but it should get us back through the way we came in.
Fantastic. You were definitely right, Cryptic. This will be an interesting chapter for my autobiography, that's
Just
for sure.
make sure you put it in truthfully.
You mean when I walked
bit-
the ball out of
the bit where I saved Emiret's life. Yeah.
Yeah.
For once, I think no one will believe you. Mydak, do you have everything you need? Can we please leave?
I have taken notes. I'm not sure my handwriting's very good. I am terrified and never coming back here again. But Lazon should have what they need to do to make this place safe, if that's even possible with those creatures here. And
Well, you could hire us again
They can hire you again.
That's all they need.
So you head back to where the cave-in was, and the drill stops and starts a few times, but it's doing its job. It's probably going to be scrapped after this, but you manage to make a tunnel through, and you make your way back out into the blessed open air. The sun is shining. There is not really anyone waiting there. They don't know what's happened. And if you wait, or are you looking for someone?
Well, where are we getting our salt from?
I don't want any salt. They can keep him. I'm
I'll-
never eating
I'll
again.
take it. We'll split his.
We at least get a consultancy fee.
Oh, very good.
Right, we'll go back to Tafu and explain, and when Mydak has recovered his senses, maybe get a bigger team to make some significant
Yeah, they can get. Yeah,
Mm.
Yeah.
something
get
of that
someone.
nature.
Personally, I'm ready for a bath and a glass of sherry.
Sherry.
They do make particularly fine sherry in Lausanne.
Yeah, I presume we probably have to lead my DAC back. Is it still? quivering?
Yeah, Mydak is like the shock has properly hit him now.
Cryptic
Before-
will take his. He's got this long horn, and a sort of bandolier, and he will sort of pull out and
Oh, this gets the attention of everyone.
Critic.
and
No more loud
I'm
noises.
I'm just getting my ride, and this massive elk just comes around like from behind one of the salt piles, same kind of greenish tan coloration, and so good thing you sat this one out, boy, and we'll put with an indicated like here you go to my dad. We'll put it in one of the panniers off his hip of the elk.
Yeah.
Let's get you back and just back to town.
Put him in a bag. So, as you are walking back through, the same Dragonborn who like took you through the camp comes back, and she's horrified and pleased with what's happened. You know, the job has been done, but is shocked at how dangerous it was and what you all look like. She brings water for you all, and you are escorted back up to Tarfu.
Can I, as we're going back, can I just go over to Alt and say, can I borrow a piece of paper and a pen? I just want to, autograph.
Yeah, I pull out from it somewhere within a little leather. It's almost like a policeman's notepad. That sort of size leather notepad. All the pages are congealed together with blood and worm stuff.
Bile.
Yeah, blood and bile and filth.
I'll prestidigitation.
That's
By all means.
Thank
by
you.
all means.
By all means, pretty good. And then I'll go over to my deck and say, really, can you give me an autograph? And
He's just like,
and I'll take
it's a
it
very shaky
back
autograph.
off him, and I'll write my autograph and down, and I'll rip it off and give it to him as well.
He's just like, he just sits there staring
And I'll
at
just
it.
tap him on the shoulder.
He is not very with it at the moment, but he has your autograph.
Exactly.
He hasn't thrown
That's
it
all that
away.
matters.
Probably will later. You make it up to Tarfu, and Tarfu is very pleased. Congratulates you on your success. He gives you, he sends you to the bathhouse and gives you, a proper suite there, and you have food. You have your 3 kilograms of Lausanne salt, and you have improved your name even further than it already was.
Victory.
And that is where we shall leave
So
it.
we won D&D.
You won D&D.
Wow, so that works.
So, a couple of things for everyone at home. One, Craig was given his character sheet about 30 seconds before we started and managed to play it very well. So
Yeah.
well done, Craig.
Well
I'm
done, yeah.
impressed. Also, the adult saltworm, everything that happened was part of its thing. If you did a certain amount of damage to it on its turn, it would regurgitate. So I didn't fudge that to save your life. You guys actually managed that. So yeah, thank you at home for watching on the live stream. I believe we've got another session coming after this. And yeah, if you're watching from the watch on demand, then you can also watch the one after this. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks for
Thank you.
having us.
Cheers.
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 Really enjoyed that.
Enjoyed it.
Great.
We won.
Doing really well.
We survived.
Hello, I am Oren, and welcome to what will be the finale of the Gameplay Weekender stream. We will be playing using the D&D 5e system, but playing a game that I have created, known as the Reoccurring Room. I'm joined by 5 players who will attempt to survive the games I've put in front of them. We will see how that goes. Joined on my left.
My name is Aaron. I'll be playing the character Captain Salty, the Tabaxi swashbuckler.
My name's Alex. I'll be playing Riestjan, the Edgenassi monk.
I'm Rob. I will be playing Jovil, who is a goblin hexblade warlock.
My name's Rich. I'll be playing Selec, who is a dwarven rogue.
And I'm Ellie. I'm playing Elby Glitterstone, the gnome artificer.
And I will be playing everyone else. So, you find yourselves in a stone-paved corridor. To your right, pitch darkness. You get the feeling that if you go into the darkness, you will die. To your left, a doorway. Door open. And beyond that, a room. What would you like to do?
Do our characters know each other?
As far as you're aware.
Oh! What are you? Who are you?
I'd like to ask the same for you.
No, I asked first, so, you know.
Name's Riestjan. I'm a monk. And as you can see, I'm an Edgenassi.
I don't even know what that means, but,
Salty, roll an insight check.
do I have anything for that? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, 20.
You do recognize this person. You can't quite remember from where.
Did I steal from you once? If I did, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
If not, I'm not sorry.
Should we actually do something? Just standing around here, being confused.
Trying to work out why this darkness scares me. It's like I live in darkness
Probably
all the
because you're
time.
a coward.
No, I like the darkness, but that darkness is fucking weird.
Coward. I'm going in this room because there's nowhere else to go, and you're all standing around there doing nothing.
Has anyone seen someone really tall? I'm missing my friend.
I'm definitely not really
No.
tall.
I don't like tall
No.
people.
No.
Well, come on then. Maybe there's something worth stealing in that bloody room. Probably something worth here.
I'm just going to walk straight into the room.
Okay.
I'll follow you.
As you enter the room, you see it is 8-sided. The floor is made of wood panels. The walls rise quite high. And I would like you to roll me a d6.
That's a 5.
Okay. And then around the table we will have a d4 from our Salty, a d8, we will have another d8, and another d6.
I got a 4.
1.
1.
Okay. So going round we have
4.
on the d4.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes, that is.
The d8.
8.
Rob, can you roll me another d4?
Yes, I did think one. That is a 4. No, it's not. It's a 1. I'm just blind.
1, 4. Close enough.
Very different.
Perfect. And then we have
1.
and 1. Perfect.
Doesn't sound promising.
Doesn't sound perfect.
Surprisingly, the best thing you can roll on that table. You find yourselves in a room filled with tables and chests and any manner of objects that contain other objects. They are all closed, but you get that tingling feeling when something shiny's around.
Oh, Jovel is boldly walking over and trying to steal as much as
Throwing
you can
open
before
any
these other
chests.
people get in.
I was right behind you, and I will go to the other side of the room to you go, and I'll start opening chests on that side. This is my half. You can have your half.
Fine.
Everyone else took too long.
Can we shut the others out?
Close the door.
Nope.
You don't see a lock on the door.
Is the door closed?
In its frame, yes.
I'm just
Both of you roll me an investigation check.
Keep them at the next time.
21.
14.
As you're rooting through these chests, pulling out gold pouch coins, pulling out gemstones, any manner of shiny things you can get your hands on, you spot two things, and I will let you decide which one you want to go for first. There is a chest that is slightly more ornate than the rest of them, buried under a couple barrels, so that it seems someone's tried to hide it. The other thing you spot is on the edge of a table, a dagger with a blue handle.
Dagger all the way.
You reach for the dagger. You see him disappear. You see him reappear 30 seconds later in the space he was before he touched the dagger. You have no recollection of touching the dagger.
I'll try again.
You see the same thing happen again.
What's going on with this dagger?
It's making you disappear. Stop touching it.
I'm still right here. I can't touch it. I'm trying to. It keeps... I just seem to... I don't know.
What's that rubbish? And I'm going to go over and try and touch it.
You see it happen the opposite way around.
Both
Did I
together?
touch it?
Yes. And then you vanished, and then you came back.
Yeah, that's what happened to you.
Okay.
What, is the door still shut?
No, you've pushed your way into the room. You also see the copious amounts of chests.
It seems there's some bullshittery afoot.
The magic dagger.
I like it. And Salty will try and pry open any of the... one of the first closed things that he sees, wanting to open it.
Okay. Roll me investigation.
5.
5. Okay. You open the chest. You realize that it is one of the chests they already looked through. However, you do find a small pouch of something.
Oh, pouch of stuff.
Everybody likes a pouch of stuff.
What's in the pouch?
Looks like a set of dice.
Oh. Look at that. Thanks, person.
Thanks,
I'll
chest.
just put them back.
Yeah, because the room's sentient.
Yeah.
Don't have anything to do with that. Don't even know what those things are.
Is there any doors on the inside of the room, or is it just all...
Not that you can see.
How many chests are there?
Only the one you came in from.
Okay.
How many chests are in this room?
Do you want an exact amount?
Yeah.
Because I haven't counted them.
A rough amount.
15.
I'm gonna go to the one to the furthest top left.
In a circular row.
Oh, it's a circular. Oh,
It's 8-sided.
I was wondering how a room could be eight-sided.
It's an octagonal room.
I'm gonna go on at the furthest.
You're going deep into the room.
Yes.
Okay. The further you go, the chests get bigger.
Until they're what size?
He hasn't reached the end yet.
Bloody
Do
big
they
room.
only get bigger for him? Am I looking?
No.
and they are also
You have
getting
also
bigger?
noticed the size of the chests increase. And what is in them is usually a larger item compared to the front
I'm gonna
chest.
stop halfway.
Oh, no, keep going. Go on. I want to get big things. Go on.
You're gonna be able to reach them.
Oh, alright, calm down. I can climb.
Another dig at the
Maybe.
small folk.
Well, it's alright because I found a little ornate chest, and I'm going to go... after this dagger turns out to be unpickupable, I will go back to the little ornate chest that I saw buried away.
Are you opening it?
Of course. Without any hesitation or concern or checking for anything dangerous.
it clicks open with ease.
Good.
And then you see nothing. Not nothing inside the chest. Nothing.
You turned out the lights.
And you see for a split second something rushing towards all of you. You also see nothing.
I'm going to summon my hexblade into my hand with a battle axe.
You see the glow from your weapon. You see nothing else.
So it's just black. Hello?
I can hear you, but it's dark. I can't see anything.
I'll trip over a box. Just no, I'm gonna trip over a box.
Right,
Frantic and
sort
trying
of
to
funny
find
and
somewhere
more
and trip over.
We're going to do something that isn't done very much. We're going to roll a luck check.
It's straight D20. It's an 8.
Break your ankle.
We will come back to that later.
Well, that won't stop me. I like things, and I want things. So, Salty will try and get more things.
Roll me an acrobatics check.
Sure. 18.
You manage to maneuver your way through some of the, you remember being empty boxes, bumping into a couple of them, but overall not falling over, making your way to some of the closed lids.
Can we now see? Or are we still
Would you like to open them?
Oh, yes.
Investigation.
6 this time.
6. Cool. You don't know what you're picking up, because you cannot see it. But there's something there. There is an object.
Can I try and feel what it is?
You tell me what you want to roll for that.
Performance.
Okay.
Does it do anything?
You hear the noise.
15. Yes, that is right.
As you strum your guitar in the general direction of the object, your brain is reminded of some of the animals you've encountered on your sea travels. Although you don't know exactly how sonar and echolocation works, so the music does bounce off the object.
Exists.
It exists.
That's a head start.
However, not much else can be discerned by rogue sound waves.
Can I see if there's magic in this? Is
You
that-
cannot see.
I mean, like detect, or is that?
You can try.
What do I roll for that?
That will be an Arcana check. Or if you have the spell Detect Magic.
I do not have that spell. Systems of plus 0. It's the only one I've got. Come on, you're so close from that to 20. 8.
8. Okay. There is definitely magic in this room. What kind of magic and where it is, who knows?
I'm going to guess darkness.
The dagger. So I can see the light of my glowing battle axe.
Yes.
Is it casting light?
No.
So I can see it, but it's not shedding light. Is it? Can I feel the table next to me?
Yeah.
I think we should just leave. Like, we can't pick up the interesting items. I've got pockets full of gems and gold, I think.
Fair.
I will check that the stuff is still in my pockets.
Still there.
Right, it's quite a good haul. Just get out of it, it's weird.
I'd like to run my chest through the hand. Run my hand through the chest that I just opened, even in darkness. Is there any, can I feel anything in there?
Empty chest.
I'm with you. Keep talking, I'll walk towards you and then we'll pick a direction and keep moving that way.
Feels like you opened the chest and this happened.
Yeah, apparently it was a chest full of darkness. I don't know. I haven't seen that before. But there's nothing else in there.
I'm a warlock. I think I can see in magical darkness.
So that was unease.
I can see in magical darkness. Can I see?
You can see the chest.
But not anything else.
It's almost like the chest did have darkness in it. Magical darkness.
Ooh, hold on a moment.
But what came of that being released?
Try and shut it again,
Something
maybe.
slightly different about it.
I will close the lid of the chest.
Okay.
There you go, problem solved.
I think the darkness is already out.
Oh,
Can we get it back in?
You see as he closes the chest, an area of the room returns to how it looked originally.
I'm going to go over to that area of the room and try and discern what might be different about it.
As you exit from the darkness, you realize that sort of the surface of it is all moving in one direction, towards your friend on the floor.
Can anyone else see this?
no, I can't see anything. It's dark.
I'm
Not
with
here, it's
that
not.
one.
This bit here where I am.
Well, I'm still by the chest.
Which
I
is the
will-
area that is now regular lighting.
Okay.
So,
Wait, I can see.
sorry, just to recap the room in its current state, we've got,
There is a circle
yeah,
that is as the room was when you entered. The rest of it is in some sort of swirling, obscuring force.
right. So, you shut the chest and we got the light back,
Yeah,
and it's here.
but it's moving. Ever seen darkness move like that before? Doesn't seem quite right.
I don't really see darkness, I see through it all. Who else is magic here? What do you make of this?
It's magic.
Well, yeah, we know it's magic, that's why I asked.
Does a natural 20 hit?
Yes.
And I happen to roll a 10 on the d10 as well.
Wizard hit
That
towards
will be-
potential dead.
I'm not a wizard.
No, I know.
20 points of pure bludgeoning damage as whatever is swirling around the room swirls almost through you and down into the trapdoor that you found yourself against in the darkness on the floor.
Yeah, you found a door. Well done.
The room is now lit.
I immediately put something heavy on that trapdoor. I'm like, don't go near that trapdoor.
What if it's the only way out?
Do you want to face? I'm hurt. I got hit.
Hi, I'm Selleck.
Oh, diddums.
If you don't mind me asking, what did you get hit by? Like,
It kind of felt like someone smacked me in the face and then it just passed through me.
It wasn't me.
I should hope so.
Like, all we saw was a bit of darkness, and then it vanished, and then you were on the floor.
that's odd.
You both noticed that the knife you were attempting to hold is no longer there.
Did you steal that knife?
I
How?
couldn't pick it up, could I?
Well, someone bloody managed it. Who's it? Who can pick up the
Pick
knife?
up that knife.
As soon as Salty hears that, he just rushes to see, is my thing still here? Does he still have the thing?
The object in the chest?
Yes.
Yes.
If it's a blue-handled knife, we're going to be having words.
What is it?
You can turn over your first card.
Both of them?
Pat your butt.
Okay.
One is the item description.
Oh, I have funky looking glasses. Let me put some on.
Would they have helped you see through darkness 5 minutes ago?
I don't know. Maybe. Do I know this information?
Yes.
Oh, alright. So, blind sight, a word that I don't know. 10 feet, don't know what that means either. Immune to blindness. Oh, that's when you might don't see in there. Oh, alright, yeah. So it means I'm good at seeing. Like glasses do.
20 vision.
Fun.
It's 3 years old.
So you've got some lovely glasses. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Have we found this dagger? Because we couldn't pick up the dagger.
Yeah,
You
and
opened
now
the
it's
chest.
gone.
Those were the two things that caught my interest. Some darkness came out. It attacked you, and now it's disappeared down some trapdoor that I'm pretty sure wasn't there before.
Definitely didn't feel like you were being stabbed by a magical dagger.
No.
Okay.
Can I recheck the room for magic?
Sure.
17.
There is definitely magic in this room.
I know where this magic is.
There is a lot less magic than when you last checked.
So, guys, before I checked this room for magic, it with the back room there was a lot, but now there is less.
That'd be the black swirly thing that we thought was darkness. Then hurt Albie.
It's interesting. So I usually I can see through.
What,
whether
darkness?
it's magical or not, but
It's helpful.
didn't work.
I can see through darkness,
that's
but
what
not.
you do. Like if you give your soul to a really powerful being, you get loads of presents, and they just ask you to do horrible things. But I do them anyway, so fine.
I mean, seems reasonable, but I think I'll keep my soul and, you know, earn my own
Souls are
powerful
overrated.
things. Yeah.
I bet I can have him. In a scrap.
I mean, I'll take other people's souls.
I'm okay with mine,
Mine.
thank you.
Yeah, I'm thanks for mine as well.
Yeah, I'm going to keep mine. I mean, I might sell it for a good price one day, but you know, for now, it's
I managed to get this one lost and found it again like at least 5 times, so I think, you know,
convenient.
I'd rather keep it.
Well,
You hear no movement from the other side of the trapdoor.
It's the box is still on it, and I'm just not opening.
I'll
that.
be going around like the outside of the room, along the walls, trying to find like another door, another way out, or something.
Roll me investigation.
25.
This seems to be the only exit.
That'll be that's like the only way out of this room, other than back in there with the weird darkness crap that we
I
just
sit-
escaped from.
What, through the trapdoor?
Yeah.
I sit on the chest.
Can I make some
So what?
kind of check
Your plan
to
is just
see
we
if
die of old age here?
the darkness maybe
No,
took the dagger?
no, I don't like that plan, LB. We'll do everything we can to protect you from the from the scary darkness.
Roll me perception with disadvantage.
Okay. Of course. 13.
During the time the darkness moved is when the dagger disappeared. Whether it went with the darkness or something else, you cannot tell.
Right, so what I've perceived is that when the darkness whoosh away, it took the dagger maybe with it. It vanished. So
Right, if the darkness has my dagger, we're going for that trapdoor.
I'm guessing it's down there.
whose dagger?
I saw it first.
You
Stop
walked away from
arguing.
it first too.
Well, technically, I tried to touch it first, but then
You opened the
evaporated.
chest that caused all of this.
While
Now
you
we're just
two
quibbling
are
over.
arguing with each other, you see a crab waving the knife around.
I'm gonna go and stamp on it.
Attack the crab.
Bad becomes.
Take 2 points of piercing damage, and you appear in the space 30 seconds prior.
I'm going to pretend that wasn't really painful.
I'm going to stay back after seeing that. Stay back from the crab and shoot it with a bow. Give my
Okay.
bloody knife back.
Roll to hit.
It's literally bloody now.
11. Apparently, I'm not very good with a bow. Who knew?
11 will hit. Roll damage.
Nice. 5 points of piercing damage.
You see the crab with an arrow stuck out of its shell start walking towards you. Not
Oh.
like a crab does, sideways. Directly forward towards
that's
you.
really weird.
That's scary as well.
I draw another arrow and say, drop it, drop the knife. I want the knife.
It runs.
Shoot it. Didn't drop the knife.
Go for it.
19 to hit.
Definitely.
And another 5 points of piercing damage. Give me my bloody knife back. I mean, the crab can pick it up. Which means if I kill the crab, I can cut the claw off.
Does
hold
a
the dagger.
21 hit?
Yes.
This crab.
That is 5 points of piercing damage.
I mean, if it throws a knife at me, then I have my knife back. Probably
And
not.
you don't remember shooting any arrows.
What?
The crab
Right.
disappears.
God damn it.
Just about to hit it. So it's run. Did I see?
You
him
see it
shoot,
attack your friend, yes.
but when he was attacking, did anyone disappear? Did I see the attack as I would expect to see the attack?
You saw your friend pull 2 arrows out and sink them into a crab.
With a knife.
And then you saw the crab stab your friend, and then your friend appeared 30 seconds prior with no memory of shooting any arrows.
Can we just leave?
Well, LB, can we just leave? I want that bloody dagger, but this crab's just
Is
weird.
the door there? that we
The
came
doorway
in?
that you came in from is still there.
And is the door open?
Yes.
You know, let's go down.
You're going to go through the trapdoor with the darkness,
Well,
or the main door we came through.
well, there's dark.
Door doesn't go anywhere.
There's darkness out there that he's scared of.
I
So
tell you
don't
what.
think he wants to go there.
Tell you what, I will go outside the main door. You can open the trapdoor when I'm nowhere near it.
Fine. I take back what I said about you being a coward. It's obviously there.
Yes, I am a coward.
Good. Useful to have in a fight.
So you're walking towards the door.
I'm going to go out the main doorway so that
Mhm.
everyone can go down the trapdoor, and then I'll follow.
Okay. You notice that the darkness in the corridor is closer to the door than it was when you entered the room.
Okay, that darkness is also scary. I'm going to shut the door.
See, I told you, it's not just me.
That was
The trapdoor is open
ones.
if you would like to use it.
I'm just jumping down it.
Yeah. I will be climbing down it, looking for some sort of ladder or stairs or something.
We will move around the table. Roll me a d8.
5.
And then we will have d8, d4, another d8, another d4. Okay, d8.
I have a 3.
One for the D4.
Eight.
1.
Perfect. You drop down into this room. The area of the room that you see as you enter is spotless. Perfectly, like, industrially cleaned. There is not a speck of an atom out of place.
You said the part of the room that I can see. Can I see all parts of the room that I would expect to see standing where I am?
You are facing the wall.
I would turn round.
As you turn around, the room is much the same, except for the stone dais surrounded by candles, and above that, a dark onyx statue of something you haven't seen before.
I would go and try and take the statue and put it in my bag.
It is about 7 feet tall.
I would not do that.
Hack off a small piece of the statue and put that in your bag.
It's onyx, it's quite
Yeah.
strong.
As you look closer, the inside of the statue has the same sort of swirling mist.
So what's your character's name again?
Selec.
Selec. Still weird down here.
You do, however,
Jump down and follow him.
see a doorway out of this room.
Statue's got that weird darkness stuff in it.
Do we try and hurt it?
I mean, it's dark. Can you hurt darkness?
It's in some sort of solid form at the moment. I mean, I've never seen darkness inside a statue before.
No, it's weird. Like,
Salty. In the room before you enter the trapdoor, as all your friends are either making their way towards it or not, you see something happen which you would not expect. Something falls from the ceiling. A loud crash. Something metal. You look at the thing in front of you, and it is wildly unfamiliar.
Or not?
Bob? Yeah.
As you poke it, sparks fly off of it. It begins to smoke.
What are you?
It's bad for your health. Pack it in.
You see a gnome, typical garden gnome, appear next to you in a poof of smoke. Oh, sorry about that. Let me get that for you. He clicks his fingers. Both him and the object are gone.
Oh. You saw the little fella, didn't you?
Those of you that would have seen this incident happen, you feel a sharp pain in your ankle.
Oh.
Look down.
And you don't remember it happening.
Was it that little arsehole? I hope not. If it wasn't, I'm sorry.
Returning to the statue room. Selec, what are you doing now that you've entered?
I'm giving this statue a good look. Trying to work out why. Is there like a gap the darkness could have gone inside? A little portal?
Investigation.
Yeah. 12.
12, okay. You cannot find any gap, as it were. This statue is not like a glass object filled with something. As far as you're aware, the statue is made of this and yet solid.
Okay. I've got two plans. Either push it over or leave.
got a counter plan. Hit it
1,
really hard
2,
with my
3.
axe.
Okay. I'm game for that plan.
I'm gonna like heft my battle axe and try and smash this statue.
Okay. Roll to hit.
That is a 26.
That will hit.
That is 7 damage.
Okay.
No, it's not. Ignore me. Sorry. Rolling 200.
If you would like to pass that along, that is what the statue looks like.
12.
Take that statue.
Fruit. Or head fruit. Very good.
Does it now look like that with a big chip out of it?
I mean, it's called a cursed statue.
Yeah, I'm sure that's just a name.
Did anything happen when I hit it?
It broke.
And what happened to the darkness in it?
It retains its form.
Is it Is the darkness still the same form, but the statue that was encasing it is now broken?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Look, I don't like this place.
No.
It's really weird. Don't understand it.
Am I in the statue room?
You can be.
Me being curious, I'm going to go see if I can pick up this form of darkness.
How would you like to go about doing that?
I'm going to wrap... I'm already wearing gloves because I'm a monk. I'm going to just try and
Just grab the darkness.
Yes.
Roll me
Hello, my old friend.
tries to search for the appropriate stat. We will go with animal handling.
Okay, Dan. Skills... What was a +4? Let's go. 15.
Okay. You grab the darkness. There is something solid there.
Can I try take it out?
Roll a... We'll go with athletics.
That's what 17.
You pull, and some more of it comes out of the form of the statue it was in. However, it pulls back.
I feel like this game is like a metaphor.
And then it leaves the statue's form. Rushes past you. And into a crack in the walls.
Stop running away!
It is gone.
So I'm no longer holding something.
Don't you like demons or something that will just like have a shroud of darkness? Maybe it's not really darkness at all. There's actually someone in there. It just looks like darkness.
Just a little gremlin.
Does the statue look the same?
The statue is in the same shape it was when you hit it and it broke.
Does anything that's going on here remind me of anything from the Shadowfell, which is where my pack weapon is from?
Interestingly, no.
Never seen anything like this.
What are you doing in this moment?
Kind of just like stuck my head through the trapdoor, so it's just like head upside down. I was watching, just kind of like, okay,
You have seen the darkness leave at
that's
this
something
point.
at least. So I'm happier, a little bit happier. There was one more door on the other side of the room.
There is
wasn't
another door, yes.
Nothing else there. I'd say we go through that door.
I mean, unless I want to steal some candles, there's not much else here now.
Were the candles lit?
Yes.
Are they still lit? When the shadow moved, did the flames move?
No.
When the shadow moved, the flames didn't move. I say.
Flames always move.
And
Cool.
as you look closer, the flames are still not moving.
I'm going to try and blow one out. That's weird.
I'll pick up a
Can
candle.
you put your hand over it?
Yeah, I'm going to walk over.
I was just about to do that. Is it hot?
Warm.
Okay.
Can you put your hand over it? Can I put my finger through the flame?
Your finger makes contact with where you thought the flame would be.
Yeah.
It is not a flame.
Some kind of D&D
That
light
is a
bulb.
solid object.
We've been kerfuffled. I think that's the right word.
Look on the bottom of the battery front on-off switch.
Try and like
No,
pick it
not
off.
battery, the candle.
It's on like a little
Can-
wick, isn't it?
There doesn't seem to be anything.
Can I try to snap the candle in half?
Okay. Roll another athletics.
I'm going to pop one into my pocket because a candle that provides light and
Warm
doesn't burn me is useful.
But it's going to be warm.
It's light bulb
10.
warm, I'm guessing.
10.
You burn your coat, I'm going to laugh.
You snap the candle, as in the actual wax part.
Yes.
You snap it in half.
Nothing.
It's a candle that is now in half.
Does it have a candle-like texture?
Yep. feels like wax.
Mm,
You would know
waxy.
very well from your time in monasteries. That is wax.
Can I check these candles for magic?
Sure.
Can I check?
Yep.
15.
15. They are definitely magical.
These candles are magic.
I guess that one, we couldn't blow them out and the flames don't move. It's not a
Right.
magic I'm familiar with. But still, it could be a handy candle.
This candle business is pretty good, but I want to see what's behind this funny door. So,
Good plan.
is there like a little keyhole or anything to peek through?
You want to look through.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just to
Roll perception.
see. 15.
Directly opposite the door is a wall. Much the same as the corridor you found yourselves in at the start.
It looks like
You can see
everything
that it
else.
goes to the left and to the right, but you cannot see how far it goes.
Left and to right, and don't know how far.
What is this door made out of?
Wood.
Could I kick the door down?
I mean, has anyone even tried opening it?
This is for safety reasons.
What
Okay.
safety? You
Roll
can
an
get
attack.
splinters.
Don't make
Unarmed
safe for the
strike.
door.
My unarmed strikes the class as magic because I
Yep.
Ooh.
The wooden door isn't, in fact, specifically injured by magic, but it's helpful.
I do not know what an unarmed strike is classed as.
It might be in actions, I think.
Unarmed strike plus 7 to hit. Wait. 15.
You kick through the door. Roll damage.
5.
The door splinters where you put your foot through it. You see the same thing that Salty saw through the keyhole.
I would like to try and open the door.
Is anyone here right?
Here right, I can hear left, I can hear both sides.
No, like right. Make pretty words that people can read.
Oh yeah, I
Oh.
can.
I mean, yeah.
Should we make a list of like the stuff we've noticed?
So, chest room, weird statue room.
Yeah, and like
X.
maybe put that there's like a blue dagger that made us disappear.
I will find a way of stealing at some point.
Like just
I don't know, it made us like disappear for 30 seconds, but when he uses it, when the crab uses it, it seems to make us go back 30 seconds. Weird.
yeah, that's true.
So it's obviously the handle and the blade have opposite effects, and we were trying to grab it by the handle. And for some reason that crab's immune.
Is it 22 gonna hit, Alex?
Yes. Oh god. Somehow detect the darkness. I am the darkness.
12 points of piercing damage.
Oh, what the fuck?
Do any of us know what from?
From the other side of the door.
Okay. See, I told you just to open it.
You feel some sort of blade slice through your foot.
Someone's got a foot fetish.
Can we see this happen? Or
Through the keyhole, you see a rush of movement. You hear Alex's pain, and then nothing.
you alright?
Somebody just sliced my foot.
Yeah, I saw someone
Gremlin.
something
If
rush
you're gonna
past.
put your foot through doors, you're going to get like cuts and scrapes and things. It's just, that's obvious. Are you sure someone cut it? You didn't just cut it on the door?
This was like a like a thing.
Ah, okay.
So it reminds me of the darkness that went and slapped.
Are we leaving a thing called love?
I don't think we saw.
So it can
No,
slap.
there was no stabbing. It was like a.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hello, who's at the side of that door? Why are you stabbing us?
Don't. Yeah, stop hurting us, please.
I'm gonna take my foot out of the door.
You hear from the direction of the corridor and sort of through the wall in the room that you were in, where the corridor would reach around.
It's a good one then.
And silence.
Oh, that doesn't sound like agreement.
I'm going to shout out the same noise it made.
Go for it.
Like actual now.
Not bad.
Quite close.
And roll with advantage to convince them that you are the
Am I
same.
rolling advantage? Is it just a D20?
D20 twice. Take the higher number.
1. Fucking hell.
Is that 2 ones?
No, 1 and 2.
It's a mealer hole
So
right there.
the total 2 comes to. We will add performance to that.
Oh, I'm getting performance. I didn't got the +5 to do that. Oh no, 4.
4 total. Cool. You hear no noise in return,
Fucking pussy.
but you hear movement nearby in the corridor, as if something is interested.
We can all fight, right?
Definitely. Anyone with weapons, get them out. We're going through and sorting out whatever the heck this thing is.
I want to,
Yes, magic and beauty.
as we come down the trapdoor, on the trapdoor at the top, I want to just engrave a line into it, so like a 1, so that we know we've been through that door.
Okay.
And
Cunning.
come across the room.
I'm gonna just just slam open the door.
Okay. As you hop in sort of a semicircle way, opening the door with your foot still through it.
No, my foot was out of
Did
the
take
door.
its foot
Okay. You swing the door open and enter the corridor.
Where are you, little foot-stabbing piece of shit? I'm looking around.
To the right, pitch darkness. You get the feeling if you go in the darkness, you will die. To the left, a door. It is open.
I wanna walk straight through that door.
The movement and the noise came from the direction of the darkness.
Is there anything noticeable in this room apart from darkness and the door?
In this corridor,
Yes.
nothing out of the ordinary.
So there might be little.
With
like,
your glasses
pebbles.
on, there is a figure in the darkness. You can't really tell what shape it is, but there's something there.
There's a thing in the darkness. There is a noticeable thing that looks fairly sentient, and it doesn't look happy, not at all. You alright? Huh?
If you cast a spell that requires concentration in a dark area, can you still do it?
You can cast the spell. It doesn't mean you can see its effects.
Can I try and just see if I can talk to it?
Okay.
Hi. What are you?
Why are you stabbing us?
Yeah, we're nice fellas.
Meh.
I'm gonna.
The figure is gone.
He's not there anymore.
Did we hear?
Well, these guys are dealing with whatever's in the darkness. Joville is going to walk to the new door on the left and look, and he is expecting to see a room full of chests.
Okay.
Is that what he sees? He's not stepping through yet.
You see a room with a wooden floor.
Which is similar to...
The same shape,
Mhm.
the same wood,
But not full of chests.
empty.
I'm going to step into the room.
Roll me a d6.
6.
D8, D4, D8, D6. D8.
5.
D4.
3.
D8 again.
6.
And
1.
as you enter this room, you see that the walls are not as high as the other rooms. There is also no ceiling. The room is filled with what should be plants and trees and all manner of potting locations. There are no plants here.
Empty pots with soil.
You could stack the pots up and get up to the top of the wall and see what's over there.
I look up. What is up? There's no ceiling.
It's like the opposite of that.
You see a bright blue sky with clouds.
Oh, what a lovely day.
This place is really weird, guys. Like, there's loads of pots, no plants. Apparently, there's the sky above in here. Like, this makes no sense. And I'm going to go and I'm searching this room to see if I can find any seeds or beans.
I wanted to do that too.
Okay.
Feels like we should
Roll
plant them.
investigation with advantage for the help.
Are we all in this room?
It can be.
Can we? Because how tall is the wall?
It is a
Say-
19.
The wall is about 6 foot.
19.
19.
Can
Can you pass that one round? Please don't look at it.
Did you find some seeds?
You do not find seeds. However, there is a small knapsack with that inside of it.
Am I aware of what it is?
It has a label.
I'm going to sit down on the edge of a pot and I'm going to hold this in my hand and I'm going to think about it for a while.
That sounds ominous as heck.
So, with looking up the sky, I'm more interested in what. So, can I cast Levitate on myself?
Yes?
I'm going to cast Levitate just below me. Just going to advise me in 60 feet. I can think it's 60 feet for them. No, I can change that. I'm going to. Do I know it's 6 foot?
Roughly.
I'm going to make myself a 7 foot.
Okay.
What do I see around?
Over the wall, below the wall, everywhere around you, blue sky and clouds.
Sorry, say that again.
Blue sky and clouds.
Guys.
Shouldn't be blue sky down there. I know that I can't see down there. But
Salty, as you are looking around, you see a hole in the sky.
That shouldn't be there.
not normally.
Do you see that? There's a hole in the sky.
When you look back, it is gone.
No.
None
What
of
are you
you
talking
remember seeing it. You all have a sharp pain.
God
Salty, you do
damn it.
not.
Yes, there was. There was a big hole, like this big maybe, in the sky.
I mean,
So why are you all, like,
holes in the
wincing?
sky don't just vanish.
I'm
Why
sure
does my
it
ankle
was
keep
there.
freaking hurting?
Mine's fine.
I feel like there's like pins all over the floor.
I mean, yeah, how would that be possible?
I don't know.
I'm going to drink.
Okay.
Chug, 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 chug.
As the magic of the potion flows into your system, you hear voices that you didn't before from beyond the walls of the room. You hear a rush of movement. You hear "Ah!" and gargles that you are oh so familiar with in your line of work. The movement stops in the direction it was going and moves up. And before you lose track of it, you know that it was above you.
So I've not seen anything, I've heard it.
There is nothing to see where you are right now.
And I've seen something move above me, stop, and go up. With some death sounds. Well, one of us is going to die, so that's fun. Shotgun
Bagsy,
not me.
not me.
So I have 3 options to work with, is what you're telling me.
I've done it before, I can do it again.
That is bold words.
And live to tell the tale.
Let
Do you still have your tail?
Oh! Surprisingly, yes I do. It's like a little stump.
Care to explain?
Oh, it was labelled as a potion of clairvoyance. I heard someone dying. You know that lovely sound when you slit someone's throat. Glorious.
I mean, I wouldn't call it lovely. Usually pays well though.
Pays well, but also just I don't know, something about it. Reminds me of home.
My home sucked. That's why I'm here. My home was good. I'd still be at
mine.
home.
People had their throats slit. I don't know what to do here. This whole place is confusing. There's something weird going on. I can. This is the first room that hasn't evolved with darkness. And it seems like the opposite. I don't know
Where's
whether
the
that's
biggest
important.
plant pot? I'll try and break the biggest plant pot.
In the
if there's anything
center
funny
of the
inside.
room, there is like a short brick wall in a circle, filled with soil and a tree stump.
Okay.
If you're looking for actual plant pots singular,
Yes.
everywhere around the room.
I just want to see if there's anything inside them, like within the soil.
Okay. Investigation.
26. Probably quite a lot of investigations for once.
It is very good soil.
You could make a fortune selling this soil if
From
you were soil sellers.
from the residue left in it, you can sort of tell there was a plant in here before. This one specifically, from your time as an assassin, you recognize as an ingredient to poisons.
Poison's been grown here. Essence of nightshade.
Do you think we've been poisoned and we're all just in some hallucinogenic fever dream?
It's possible.
Yeah, isn't it?
My dreams are normally better than this. I have a lot more fun.
Yeah, I
Just
think the
wander
words
around.
hallucinogenic and fever before the dream indicate.
That, and I don't know any of you, so...
And yet, you do.
But
Well,
I
from
do.
where?
If I robbed you, I'm sorry. And if not, then, like I said to you, I'm not. But
I
You're alive, so there's a good chance you didn't rob me.
Can I walk over to the middle like that brick thing filled with soil, I'm going to kick it, trying to make or like knock down some of it so the soil spills.
You were going to willingly kick a brick wall.
Yes, my no, punch,
Okay.
sorry, punch.
A
because
punch.
My punches are magical.
Go for it.
I mean, no, strikes are magical. Kicks included.
$17 to hit.
Definitely hits. Roll damage.
It's not going anywhere.
And if you missed a brick wall, we might just have to kick you out of the party right now. It's like, come on.
6 plus 4. 5 again.
5 damage.
Yes.
You put a crack in the brick. Your hand hurts a lot.
I shouldn't have done that.
Strength training is one thing, but punching a brick wall at full force is going to do a little bit of damage to your hand. Either way.
You
Take
quite
1 point.
finished.
Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to.
I mean, this is quite a frustrating place. Punching walls. Yeah.
I was going to headbutt it.
I kind of want to plant someone.
That sounds like a passive just way of killing
I'd
someone.
plant you.
No.
But you're pretty, just like a flower.
As you're looking around for a good planting area, you see not exactly a shed, but a gardener's cupboard.
You didn't notice that while looking for seeds? I mean, that's the first place you should have looked.
A gardener's cupboard sounds like a wonderful thing. I'm going to go over to the gardener's cupboard.
You open it. There are all manner of tools there. One in particular catches your eye. Please turn over your cards.
Fun.
I don't like hearing that when I don't know what it is.
I'll come out with a flaming shovel.
What the motherfucking...
You're-
Did you steal Ghost
You've got a bit of
Rider's
fire
shovel?
on your shovel there.
Did you steal
Yeah.
Ghost Rider's shovel?
Yeah. I'm going to wield my flaming shovel.
What is it on your
I'm going to go over to this to one of this bed in the middle, and I'm going to dig some soil with it because I want to test how good my flaming shovel is.
What are your prior experiences with digging?
I mean, I've
Graves.
I've dug graves, yeah.
How much would you think how much effort do you think you would have to have put in for those graves?
I
Like,
mean,
it's a decent workout.
yeah.
This cuts through like butter.
This is going to speed up my work a lot.
I
I'm
mean-
going to dig a grave.
It's not very stealthy, though.
Where it would usually take you maybe half an hour. Digging a shallow grave in this takes less than 5 minutes.
Lovely, I'm going to lie down in it. I'm going to wait for other people to solve this room.
Okay.
Would you like me to bury you up and push a shovel dirt back over you?
Do I want to be buried alive? No.
I mean, you're lying in a grave. That's not normal either. Don't act like
Well,
I'm weird
yeah,
for asking
yeah,
you.
A good workman tests out his work, right?
Okay.
Well, wouldn't that lead to DNA in
Are there any other exits from this room?
There is a door.
The one we came through or another one?
Another one.
Okay.
You could go through the door.
Does this door have a keyhole?
I think that solving the room is
It
going to
does.
consist of going through it.
The
You
trouble
can
is,
look through the keyhole.
if we
Is
keep
this
going
the
through doors, I think we're just going to find another room and then another room and then another room. I don't think we're ever going to get out of here. I think we've got to work out what connects these rooms.
But maybe there's like a clue in each room as we get there. And then
We
can
haven't
come
got
back.
a clue in any room, have we?
Well, you've got a
Well,
shiny shovel.
That is true, I do have a shiny shovel. You should all have a shiny shovel. Or your version of a
I'll
shiny
have
shovel.
your shiny shovel if you want.
I will cut you.
Okay, can I peek?
Yes,
through
you
the
can
eye?
look through the peephole.
Do I roll anything on these?
Perception.
That's a good one for me because it's like a +5.
What do you peep?
Skill perception is +4, doesn't it? What am I to? Come on! 6. Actually,
Beyond the peephole in this room, bearing in mind where you looked over the wall, the entire area you are in is in almost a circle of blue sky and cloud. There is a corridor beyond this.
I'm gonna open a door.
It stretches to both sides.
And when I was in the air, I did not see this black corridor. I think these doors are like portals, and the corridors are as well.
That would make some sense, because seeing as the fact we went down to a trapdoor, presumably underground, and then came out to a room with nothing but blue sky even underneath it. Makes sense.
I'm going to mark 2 lines on this door.
Is this not the
going
third
to
room?
open this door.
This is the second mark I've made, though.
I'm not kicking the
Why
door
didn't you mark
again.
the second room is my question.
Because I forgot, alright? Stop it.
Okay.
I'm going to open the door, not kick it this time.
Okay, you swing the
Safe
door
one.
open. You find yourself in a corridor. To your right, pitch darkness. You get the feeling if you go into the darkness, you will die.
I'm so tempted.
Yeah.
That is the point. To the left, a doorway. The door is open.
I'm going to walk over to this door.
Okay. Coming back to the rest of you who are still in this room, is there anything else you would like to do, or are you following through the door?
I'd like to remove the soil from your lovely bed. You coming through the door?
I suppose so. And I will get up. And I will just I'm just going to turn over a few more bits of earth and be pleased with my new shovel. And then I will follow out the room.
Yeah, I'm going to the corridor. The darkness is looking more and more tempting.
Okay. As the first one in the room, you roll me the d6.
3.
Okay. So I will need a d4. I will need a d8.
Another 8. You smiled, I'm
Yep.
scared.
I will need another d8.
4.
4. Cool. And d4, d4.
3.
2.
Okay. You find yourselves in some sort of lab. There are potion bottles bubbling, shelves of books, an experiment table in the middle.
I want to see what's on this experimental table.
Okay. You see pages and pages of notes, open books scattered everywhere, stains all over the table from prior experiments. There is a hole in the table where something obviously bubbled through. The current setup only has a rack with 3 vials in it. There is a blue liquid vial, a red liquid vial, and a green liquid vial.
I'm going to take the blue and red.
Okay. You drinking them? Or just holding them?
I'm going to drink the blue one.
Okay.
Seems
Roll me a constitution check.
Oh, that's just me.
Beep, beep.
15.
15. You drink the blue potion. You feel the sudden urge to throw up, but you manage to keep it down. This doesn't taste nice. Your skin starts to go shades of grey. That eventually turns into blue. Deep, dark blue.
Mate, you've got a situation going on.
I look at my skins.
Are you feeling a bit down? You look a little blue.
I've left this room. I'm still in the corridor. I'm going to take my flaming shovel and I'm going to hold the end of the handle and stick it into the darkness and see whether the flames like the darkness at all. And also bring it back and really hope that the shovel comes with it.
You can see the end of the shovel in the darkness.
So same way I did with my axe.
Yes.
You know, part of me is thinking that the whole point of this is that we're meant to walk into the darkness because it's scary, and well, for you two, obviously. And
I mean, if you're not scared, feel free.
well, I'm very tempted.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. It's
As you walk through this doorway, you feel a sudden extra weight in your pocket. As if something has been added.
I pull out whatever's in my pocket.
Turn over your cards.
Did someone put this in my pocket?
I much more take things in pockets
I
rather
take
than
things from people's pockets.
Yeah.
I don't put them in there.
I put it back and button up my pockets to make sure no one can access my pockets.
I think that's
Okay.
a button. High security locks don't keep me out.
Yeah, it's a button, it's fine. I also want to have a look and see what other things are in this room. Other vials, what it looks like someone was doing in this room.
You are an artificer.
I am an artificer.
This is somewhat your area of expertise.
I'm an armourer, so...
Roll investigation with advantage.
Yeah.
If you drink the red potion, will you turn purple? I really want to find out.
It's 12.
12. Okay.
I'm afraid, Genasi, I'm already blue, so I just turned more blue.
The evidence seems to suggest this is a wizard's lab. They are attempting to craft, most likely from your knowledge of wizards, something they read in a book somewhere.
Probably.
Probably a story that they read, trying to make it real. It's unsure what the specific goal is, but they, from the notes you've seen, they look pretty pleased with themselves so far.
Okay.
Can I drink the red potion? That was the one you asked before,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
I
Yeah.
want to see you turn purple.
Okay. Roll a constitution save.
I dropped in my hand. 6.
You drink the red potion. You throw up. Feels unusually hot. It's orange, but like bright orange.
But I'm hot.
You threw up
Oh, my vomit.
magma. The floor starts to burn.
I'm gonna step back from this hole.
What have you done to the floor?
This was your fault.
I didn't tell you to throw it up. I told you to drink it.
True.
I'm going to keep an eye on the hole to see if it makes another trap door, so to speak, but I'm yeah, moving away from it.
Is the darkness outside still there? And do I see anything in it?
The darkness in the corridor is still there. It has not moved. there has been no changes.
Do I see the same figure inside, or is it not there?
No. However, roll me a dexterity save.
So very close. 8.
7.
Oh. Never mind that. I got 4, and then that's 11 then.
11. Cool. Take 7 points of piercing damage. As you all see something drop from the ceiling.
I'm going back into the last room.
Okay. It drops from the ceiling, slices you. It scuttles away down the corridor into the darkness.
Arsehole? Crab thing. What's going on?
It seems between your height and Salty's height.
Okay.
It is a large creature. For the purposes of D&D, medium.
Yeah, I'm going back into the plant room.
Okay.
Anything different?
5, 3.
I'm going back into the statue room.
Yes,
I'm going back into the first room.
Everything remains the same as you left it.
I'm going to walk out into the first darkness.
All the way into the corridor at the start. Okay. And you're walking into the darkness.
Yeah. I'm going to take 3 steps into it.
Okay.
You die.
You lose you lose sight of your surroundings. Nothing else happens. You can see yourself and sheer black.
I'm going to step backwards 3 steps.
You reappear in the corridor.
Well, that was an anticlimax. I'm going to go back down. Be like, right, just thought I'd check. All the rooms are the same. I walked into the darkness. Wasn't scary. Nothing happened. It's just dark.
How about you walk into that?
As he walks back into the room, you see a large bleeding wound in his abdomen.
Oh, damn.
Did you
Do I
stab yourself?
Feel and see that.
Now that they point it out, you realise it's there.
I mean, did you not notice the blood dripping at your feet?
Just pretend it's not there. You'll
It's
be
not like a
fine.
paper cut. I just feel
No,
that you
that-
should have noticed that happening.
That's kind of serious.
Yeah.
I'm going to...
Do I have healing?
Is the gravedigger... Is it hot? The fire on it?
Yes.
I'm going to cauterize my wound with it.
Okay.
Nice.
Have I taken any damage?
Do a medicine check.
How well do you burn yourself with a flaming shovel?
What are your opposites? Because
I'm mediocre at it, I believe.
Mediocre shovel burning skill.
abilities of healing.
Medicine... That is a 12.
Okay. You maneuver the end of the shovel to point it towards you. You press it against the wound. It sears. We will say 6 points of fire damage. You cauterize as best you can. For now it will hold. You probably will need to get it checked later.
Yeah, this is...
Maybe you
Back.
spell it
Future
or
problem.
Yeah.
something. Right. There is one vial left on the thing. What colour is this vial?
This is the green one.
I'm going to drink the green one.
Go for it.
And after you've drunk more, I'm like, wait, where's somebody messing with this stuff? Oh, it's too late.
We find out it was a healing spell. That's a constitution saving throw again, isn't it? Yeah, constitution. Stop clicking off your character. Let it load. What? You have Wi-Fi. You have 4 bars. Why are you not loading? There we go. Okay, constitution. 17.
You keep the potion down. your hand starts to turn back to the same grey as the blue potion. But it's shiny.
Oh, metal. You're looking very shiny today, friend.
You realise what the wizard has been trying to do is create potions that create other things. With the right mixtures, you can summon items. Although it is not a process that comes freely. You take 7 points straight mortal damage.
Oof. So my hand is now metal.
Out of your hand rises a small box. Please turn over your card. What are you doing in this room filled with closed drawers and locked cabinets?
Clearly prying open all the closed doors and all the locked cabinets.
Roll me investigation.
14.
You are caught by a plaque on the wall. It's holding a staff. The staff has an eye on it. You cannot reach it from here. You look into the eye.
Yes.
It stares back.
That's creepy. Can you hear me? Blink once if you can hear me.
It has no eyelids.
Look left and right if you can hear me.
That's even more scary.
Okay. You said I can't reach it.
You cannot reach it from here, and it looks very well held onto the plaque. You can search for something to pry it off. There is also a step stool.
I mean, I have a crowbar, so I'm just going to like drag the nearest chair or stool over to the wall, just making lots and lots of noise, dragging it across the floor, prop it up, and then I'll jump up and I'll like, look down if you want me to take you, look up if you don't. Oh, you don't want me to take you? Oh. Well, I'm a thief, so tough. I'll like fight off the
Okay.
crowbar.
We will go with... you're using a crowbar. Sleight of hand.
12. Oh, that's with a plus 10.
You pry one of the fixings off. The staff swings down upside down.
If it's off like that much, if it's swing, I'm just going to like kind of grab the staff and just pull as hard as I can.
Athletics.
That's a lot worse than my sleight of hand, so I should have just kept using the quiver. Really? 7.
The DC was 5. It's very loose.
Yeah.
You pull it off the wall. You now have a staff with an eye on it.
Awesome.
Does my body still look like it was with the potions? Do I still look
You are still blue. There is still a burning hole in the ground. Your hand is no longer metal.
Oh, I have to use that as can I take some kind of check to see if this wizard has any kind of link to how strange this place is?
I will let you pick between investigation or insight.
Ooh, I'm good at insight, so I'll do that one. Where's my funny dice? There it is. Ooh, 20, and then plus 6, that's 26.
The wizard has no power or cause over the overarching area of where you are. But the wizard is in this room.
So was it a staff?
This room specifically.
The lab.
Yes.
Fine then, okay. I will definitely say this to everyone else. This wizard fellow that we know for some reason. He's here, in this room.
I'm gonna just, when he says that, like the gnome that had a like smoking bomb thing or whatever in the first room, I'm just gonna say, Mr. Gnome, are you here?
You hear no response.
So it might not be the gnome.
Can
gonna
I
look
try
my
and
staff
just
in.
search for this person?
Sure.
I'm going to look my staff in the eye and say, are you a wizard? Left and right for yes. It's yes. This is a wizard.
Oh.
Apparently. I mean, that's a little bit weird, but...
Ask you if he
I'm
knows how to
sorry?
get out of here.
Okay. Left for yes, right for no. Do you know how to get out of here? He does. Will you show us? Up? I didn't even ask up.
Do we have to go up?
Ah, is that, yes, maybe. Up. Is there anything up that we could use?
There is a ceiling.
Is there any hole in the ceiling?
I'm
Any
going to cast
anything?
shatter at the ceiling.
Nice.
4th level shatter.
No fucking about. This place is coming down.
Okay. The ceiling cracks everywhere, keeping its place, and then it's in pieces. It's gone. Above the ceiling, there is darkness.
Is death the only way out of this room? Out of this whole place? Right. No. Apparently not. So there should be a way out. Okay. Maybe the darkness doesn't mean death.
And you hear a response to your earlier request.
No.
What'd you do that for? I'm not supposed to respond. Why would you break the ceiling?
That wasn't me, it was him.
And then you hear and the movement returns. You hear it circle the outside of the room 3 times in the space of 5 seconds.
Oh, fucking that was fast.
And then it's gone.
Is the wall... Are the walls climbable?
With the amount of shelves and other items in the room, it's difficult but possible.
And above the wall, so at the top of the room where the ceiling is no longer there, is it darkness, like, do the walls keep going up and it's darkness, or is it just darkness?
It is hard to tell.
I'm going to start climbing the walls.
Roll me acrobatics.
That is a natural 1. Or 3.
You grab onto a shelf and the next one, and you start to pull yourself up, and you get to one which is curving inward slightly already from the weight of the books on it. It cracks. You fall down a couple. The shelf starts to tip towards the floor.
I'm just going to bail and, like, just let myself fall down.
Roll a dexterity save.
16, I think. Yeah.
You hit the floor and you roll out the way as the shelf.
I'm going to stay there, like, banging the blade of my shovel on the ground in frustration.
As the shelf falls, one book falls away from it. It is glowing. You two are the closest to it.
Pick up the glowing book. What could possibly go wrong?
Going to grab the book and see what.
I'll let you have it.
You sure?
If you want a book, you can have a book. I've got a staff. Weird eye.
You notice something about the book while they are holding it, which is that there is unusual for a bookmark. Looks like the handle of a dagger.
Have the bookmark.
Before I open the book to the handle, to the where the dagger is
Mhm.
first, and kind of what page does it land on when it opens with the dagger in it?
Spell of turning daggers into bookmarks.
It is a page describing souls and bindings.
I mean, you can have the dagger, but I don't think it's a good idea.
What's it saying?
Thank you.
there?
I only heard the first bit.
Turn your cards over.
It's definitely a good idea.
Are there any
Ooh.
like potions? In
My
this
dagger
room?
will give you a run for your money for your shovel.
There are a few dotted around. Nothing as particularly interesting as the centerpiece.
Is it a blue-handled dagger?
No, it's not a blue-handled dagger. Looks a bit like a dragon's tooth.
What's that book
It's
say?
called a dragon's tooth dagger.
Just to ask, what's in? What are you opening up to?
Souls.
Oh, staff fella. Are you bound to that staff by any chance? What's that mean?
Left is yes.
Oh, yes. All right. We're getting somewhere. Just so slightly.
Did you want to be bound to the staff? Is there any way we can stop you being bound to the staff? Is there any way you can communicate to us how to stop you being bound to the... Should we read that book? Read that book, work out how to free him.
I start to interpret the book, depending how big the book is and how much time we've got.
Roll either. We'll go with Arcana.
Arcana.
Don't know why I'm on a quest to save the staff, but yeah. Seems...
That is 25.
Well, yes.
25.
Oh, nice.
It's pretty straightforward,
Okay.
which is unusual for wizard scrawlings,
Yep.
but very easy to get the hang of. This seems from the instructions to have been an accident. The book is detailing how to bind other souls to items, not your own. So
Right,
wherever
okay.
he went wrong, he trapped himself. How he ended up on the wall is a different mystery entirely.
But he was trying to store, like, to snare someone's soul.
Yeah.
So.
I'll interpret. I would say that it looks like that staff decided to bind someone. So
We picked the stuff.
Yeah.
If you're gonna bind someone's soul or steal it or whatever, and then you mess it up, you're gonna get hoisted on your
Turned
own
into a staff.
petard.
No, it was a placard, not a petard.
Oh, I can't read. The words are complex.
I don't think I am got the ability to save.
Okay, well, you're coming on an adventure, and if we find out how to get you out, we'll think about it.
Does it say in the book on how to get the person, how to unbind his soul to an item?
Are there reversal instructions in there?
Not on the page you're currently reading.
I'll
Look at
carry
the
on.
glossary.
Yeah, yeah, look at the index. Reversal.
Soul unbinding.
This book doesn't detail a release as much as it does a swap.
So the
I
soul of the
don't-
staff is running around in the wizard's body somewhere.
I literally don't have a soul to swap, so it looks like it's one of you.
I mean, I'm not sacrificing
As
myself.
I mentioned earlier, I like mine, so not going to happen.
Well,
Mr. Staff,
occupational standards.
were you trying to bind the weird darkness person into this staff? Yes. Okay. So this thing is probably not good news for us then, since it's
Well,
out and
Hang
trying
on
to
a
kill
minute,
us.
Hang on a minute. Usually, trapping something else's soul means you're the bad guy.
Yeah.
So maybe the wizard's the bad guy and the soul is the good guy.
But we're also relatively
Good and bad is
guys.
relative. I mean, you know.
And
This
guy's trying to help us, I think.
I'm not happy being called a bad guy. I've never broken a law in my life.
yeah,
Inside check.
I mean,
I don't need to
it's
inside
a
check.
blatant lie.
Yes. We've discussed the grave digging aspect of your career.
DC of 1.
Okay.
Door out of this room.
There is.
I'm gonna go and open it.
You don't see the corridor. You see a wider, longer corridor away from the door, not adjacent to it.
So like there's a gap between it.
No, it is going
Oh, it's going just
in the same direction as the doorway.
this is different.
There are two people stood there. I don't think we've ever had anyone break the ceiling before. And they go to shake your hand.
Well,
The staff told us it was a way out.
yeah, like point it up.
Uh,
Gonna break it.
The staff?
Who are you, and why shouldn't I chop you into little pieces?
Well, that's just a prop. That can't tell you things.
It's got
Can you tell us
whole
things?
wizard inside.
It'll look left. It
As
looks
you
left
watch,
for yes.
as you watch the staff, the eye is not moving.
Are you going to show me up in front of these new people?
It
Who the
looks
heck do you think you are?
almost plastic,
Knock it against the side of the wall.
a hollow wooden staff.
And step back into the old room.
Snap it in half.
Do you
Should
mind
she answer
telling
to
us
everything, isn't it?
who you are?
You're not safe here. We should go and see the director. He will explain it all, but you're not safe.
The giant stab wound gave that away.
We had to step in. We need you to come with us. And these two gnomes start to walk down the corridor.
Insight check on those gnomes.
Those gnomes seem trustworthy to me.
10.
They are following instructions.
Is the ancient tome still glowing?
No.
Now is the ancient tome got any writing in it now? Damn it.
You got a new diary.
I am following. Like nothing here makes sense. Like
Two
this
gnomes
is
want us to follow them.
yeah, this is either more bullshit from this place, or they're gonna help us. Either
I mean,
of which I'm fine with.
if they're leading us into a trap, at least we get to fight something.
Yeah,
that's kind of
I
my
know how to
feeling.
deal with traps. You
Yes.
hit them with axes.
Often. But,
Many
but with swords, not axes, because I haven't really got any axes.
Axes are better.
But they're bulky and cumbersome.
Stop.
Yes, but I'm a stealthy dwarf.
Salty's going to follow the gnomes.
As you're following, they sort of try and do small talk. They are obviously nervous. We're not actually sure what that darkness in the corridor is.
Who are we?
It was meant to be. It was meant to be a dead end and like a teleport spell to put you back on the right track. But it's a welcome addition, I guess. It adds to the mystery.
A wizard was trying to capture it, but he turned himself into this staff that no longer appears to be a wizard. And I'm a little bit confused, but it was definitely a wizard a minute ago.
There aren't meant to be people in the rooms besides you guys.
We had a laboratory
Well, I
in that
mean,
room.
it's more of a possessed
No,
object
no,
than a person.
The rooms are meant to be there, but there's not meant to be people.
What is this place?
You don't remember?
Remember?
No.
Remember the damn
Been
thing?
here in my life, mate.
Of course, no. You signed away your memories when you joined here.
And you didn't remember we'd done that?
Well, we're not really.
Well,
It's not my job.
Okay.
We're just assistants, really.
Were you the one that took my thing earlier? Because I had a thing, I found it in a chest. And the little gnome fella came along and took it.
don't think that was me.
All right.
They don't
Never
all look
mind.
alike, you know.
Are you-
Just not all gnomes
Are
the
you
same.
talking about the glasses that you're wearing? Because you put them on your head.
Oh yeah. I did, didn't I?
Did you tell us about the shadow?
Anyway,
in the darkness?
A while ago.
The set's
why
beyond
did-
repair.
Why did we agree to have our memories erased? That doesn't sound like something I would do.
We should probably just go and talk to the director.
Yes, I think we should.
Okay.
Hurry up
Um,
before I get impatient.
And they start to run along the corridor, past office after office after office, with gnomes tapping away, working, pitching ideas. You see a break room where one of them's sitting upside down in a chair, looking absolutely exhausted with life. And you make it into a big glass double doors office. You hear a whisper calling to you. Join us. Find us. Together. It's coming from a cabinet in the side of this office.
Hello, everyone. In the office.
Hello.
Hi. He's going to slowly shuffle over to where he hears this coming from.
Thank you all for coming.
I mean, where exactly?
These are... I don't know how to put this in a way that is going to make sense right now, but I assure you we will get the memories back to you and you will fully understand what has just happened. The way I can describe it is, you took part in a TV show, and
What's TV?
we're running the TV show, so we're not meant to be involved in the show, so we had to take away your memories so that you didn't remember you were in a show, so we got the most real actions and process out of all of you as the actors, so that it was better for the viewers.
And what went wrong to cause the shadow?
Exactly.
No.
We don't know what that is. That was not there when we made this place. We created an extra a demi-plane for this show.
This sounds.
That was not meant to be able to get in,
This sounds very much like a you problem.
which is why we got you out of there as soon as we could.
This is true.
We are, towards the most part, your health and safety. Any injuries you sustained are not real, besides that one, which is why we are concerned, because you are not meant to get actually injured. It is all part of the show.
What about me? It hit me.
That one was planned.
Oh, for God's sake.
That was part of the chest room deal, I guess.
So one foot being sliced by a goblin foot fetishing thing was planned.
No. You have a cut on your foot?
Yes.
Excuse me one moment, I have to make a phone call. He picks up the phone and just starts...
I don't think this TV
Is
show
it
is
in
very well
Gnomish?
organised at all.
Yes.
I do speak no.
He is very angry. He is shouting at some colleague down the other end of the line.
Well, I'm expecting you to either offer me some kind of injury money, or expecting you to ask us to solve the problem that you've caused.
Which will also involve some extra money, because I don't do things for free.
You can keep anything you found in the rooms.
I was going to.
They will retain their magical properties, and
Well, this staff didn't.
that is one of the props.
I mean, it wasn't. It was a talking staff. Well, an eye-moving staff.
If you just look here and he flicks a bit open and there is a microphone that links it to everything, there is a little switch which flicks the direction of the eye.
Well, whoever was in control of this little staff thing, to control the direction of the eye, that's why we destroyed the ceiling. So you might
I'm
want to have
gonna-
words with your staff.
I'm going to take the staff and I'm going to just study what makes up for it and what it's part of, and try and
Can we
not
start
disassemble it, but I'm studying this.
This is technology beyond what you can remember existing.
I will remember this. I will remember.
Okay, so before we go any further with it, we will solve this problem. That's on us. We run this place. We can fix it.
You sure?
Can you?
We can try. That's not on you guys. You guys are just here to act and be part of the show. So we're going to let you go. We will send you off with whatever you need. And we'll just take you down to get your memories restored first. And then we'll send you on your way.
Thank you.
That would be nice. Tries to open the cupboard as he
Inside.
does
It
that.
swings open. You see one object. Take us, take us, take us, take us. Flip over your card. Go for it.
13.
He is terrified but telling the truth.
I mean, if
This is a man trying to make a living running a TV show. And it's going wrong.
if you want this darkness to be sorted out, we can try. See, like,
Well,
issues.
I appreciate that, but you're already injured.
It's just a foot wound. It's not that bad.
Are you sure?
I mean, do you have like a combat SWAT team in your TV show staffing?
I mean, we were just going to hire mercenaries, I guess.
You're in luck.
I mean, I'm holy monk.
I mean, if you can stop all of the weird shit happening, and you just point us to the thing we need to kill, we can kill it.
We can try.
No. We can kill it.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Does it bleed?
But of course
Okay,
it will
I'll
be
take you to it. I'll take you to one of the rooms that we haven't set up yet. We can lure it there. That should work.
Perfect.
What do you know about that?
It moves in shadows. No one has seen it.
So you need to light this room. Full lights, yeah?
We can do that.
So I have a trap, so it's like a light. So it's darkness, but when it loads in, we sets off a trap that puts light into the room.
I can
Okay.
do that.
Okay. He makes another phone call and starts walking down the corridor, beckoning you to follow.
Follow.
You got something to heal this
Yeah, and
gash?
As you walk down the corridor, you see a tech team. They will help you with setting up the trap. You see healers. They help you both with your injuries from the creature.
Is that full HP or?
Full HP. If we're all ready, we can get going now.
Let's go.
Yep.
I'm ready.
Does this also class as a long rest?
No.
So I still
Does it count as a short rest? Because I'm a warlock.
Have you cast any spells?
I've cast Shatter.
Oh, you did, yes. Of course you did.
Yeah. Okay. We'll say you had about an hour in the offices as a break from your work as actors in a TV show.
Nice.
I'm unionising them all.
Oh,
All the
it's long
gnomes, we making a
Absolutely.
union up.
Why does he have to use it once for long rest?
Okay. Yes. Let's go to the room. And he starts leading you through corridor and room and corridor and room, and eventually you walk into one which is a lot bigger, same shape, same style, but massive as the blank empty room before anything is put in it. You see that because of the size of the room, currently there are shadows in the corners, and you see a crab holding a knife,
Give me that bloody knife.
swinging at one of the shadows in the corner.
He's trying to defend it.
It is connecting with something, but you cannot see what.
I shall
I'm
put an arrow
going
into
to-
the shadow.
I'm going to use magical tinkering to light up one of the boxes, one of the little objects I've got, and throw it towards that corner to try and give it a bit of illumination. Help the crab out, worst case. Make us see, best case.
Roll me either, if you have a ranged attack, you can use the stats for that.
Yeah, got a light crossbow. I'll roll that.
Yep.
That is a 9.
Okay. You throw the light towards the area. It sort of bounces along the floor. It reaches the crab. It doesn't seem to do anything to the darkness.
Alright, right. I'm gonna try to use my... Oh, hang on. Requires attunement
We are all technically attuned to the items.
to the item thing I've got.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Oh, it came out on this. Oh, shit, blood. Can I take one of the black cards out of my 52 card, metal playing cards, and try to throw it into the corner?
Go for it. This is the director.
It
If
just
you want
looks
to pass
like
around.
the Romeo and Juliet gnome thing.
Well,
It looks like my dad in a way.
while this is going
when he
on,
was alive. at
can
least.
I talk to the director and you say, the crab, is it on your star?
Well, that's a funny thing. Basically, we hire him to make sure you guys don't remember anything while you're in the rooms that could cause you to remember things outside of the rooms.
Okay.
I rolled an 18. No, I rolled 20 because I've got no, I got rolled 18 plus 2 mechanic.
18 plus 2, 20.
Unnatural 20.
Roll damage.
What
yeah.
would this be? Oh, actually, he does say so. My bad.
He does so well at his job that he's actually employee of the month.
You sure he just hasn't made you forget?
Yeah, all the bad things he does and all the good things everyone else does.
I was 1d4.
He starts having a panic attack.
Feels like
This is the crab and the knife.
you're not very good at your job.
I think I mentioned
Oh.
that. This is terribly ran. I'm
Well,
surprised you're not all dead.
it's been going on for a few seasons now. I don't see why it's.
When did you get in charge?
I've been running it since the beginning.
Right.
Are we going to get a reward
did-
for doing this?
Absolutely. If you can fix this, we can run the show. We can give you basically anything we need.
I rolled to the damage was 6. 6. To the little shadow. Can you pass the lid to the
You
black
can give
bowl
us
of it?
anything we need. I need a way out of here, so...
Black bowl.
We will sort that. You will be released.
Oh.
It's all good. Yep, that's in the works.
Awesome.
So the show's concluded.
Well, it will have to be, I'm afraid, because this is a massive problem.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Can I get a copy? Like,
I mean, only one of us got stabbed.
Yeah.
Yes,
It was
we'll give
me.
you a box set.
Yes.
oh, thank you.
So you're luring the shadow here?
Well, it might already be here. Stab crab's
well,
fighting someone.
It seems like it is already here.
So
Yes.
light.
Yes. Right. Ready?
Yep.
And he gives a signal to his tech team, and floodlights come on all across the room. There is still darkness in the room, but you can see a form.
I've got you now, little fucker. What the f? That looks like something from the back room. Skinwalker looking ass. He's got bones.
I hope it does.
He's got
Actually, no, I hope it doesn't. I don't want that thing using its bones to get towards me.
Body.
What does that say?
Creature with a K.
What? Definitely back room.
There it goes.
Looks like a little
Looks friendly.
like gremlin.
Oh, yeah. Looks very friendly.
My nightmare looks like. Oh, that's gonna be.
That's covered How big is this? How big is this room?
That's for you guys.
Oh, okay.
Can we cast fireball in this room? Is the real question.
Yes.
Oh, no.
There is enough space for any amount of spells.
Okay.
But stab crab.
That's my fourth
That's
fireball of the day.
I'd rather hit it than not.
The crab gets sent flying.
No.
Fireball now!
The creature,
I do it back
it
in
stares at
return.
all of you.
Bring it on!
It starts scuttling towards you, the darkness following it.
Oh, if
I
had
charge, little
levitate-
bastard.
Everybody roll initiative.
If I had levitate right now, motherfucker would be in the air. It wouldn't be able to move either.
Yeah!
Damn it, why'd I have to use levitate to look over the edges? And I've got a plus
Oh,
4 to
come on.
initiative.
Good.
So have I.
Oh, I didn't.
Which is why I got an initiative of 8.
What'd you get?
Okay.
Oh, come on! Good 21.
Plus 20,
Is that 20 as well?
21.
21.
Yeah, 20.
Yes. Got 7.
Between 20 and 15.
I mean, you would still win anyway.
Between 15 and 10. Between 10 and 5.
7.
8.
This is like a bidding show. That just looks like if you cost Pennywise.
Between 5 and 1.
3.
You're doing a me right now.
I just don't care about any of you, so it's not important if you all die. You
It
can,
does if you die.
you can do some damage. I'll finish it off and take
Hit it with your
all
metal
of
fiery
the-
spade.
I mean, that was my feelings for the stab wound incident that I didn't care about. So,
Right.
Oh, we just
Can't
don't
really
care about
argue.
your injuries with your abdomen.
You see, as the creature runs towards you, and then you don't,
Oh my fucking god.
and you hear a grunt and a gargle from behind you, as the creature has killed the director.
Good.
What was the gnome
Well,
made out
that's
of?
what
Was
you
the
get for
gnome
doing
made out
such a
of just
job.
flesh and bone?
Right.
The gnome is a normal gnome.
So Chinese.
I feel like this is
Chinese.
karma.
Made out of China.
No, as in
living
a
gnome.
Fantasy
Like-
gnome.
Oh,
Like
okay.
LB gnome,
So I'm
yeah.
mixing this up like the Romeo and Juliet. No.
No.
you say garden.
They look like garden
Romeo
gnomes.
and Juliet's a play by Shakespeare.
Yeah, I know, but there's
Romeo
a-
and Juliet is a terrible cartoon rip-off.
Oh yeah, it's Romeo and Juliet. Fucking hell.
Salty, you are the first to react.
Faced off with maybe one thing worse than you. So, yeah. I don't like you. And he tries to bite him.
What?
Roll to attack. And you see as your tabaxi friend has fangs comically larger than usual.
And then
How unusual.
no.
Prosthetic teeth.
I really want to cast darkness. I don't think it'll do anything. I just think it'll be funny.
Five points of
Yeah, do you?
damage mixed between necrotic and piercing damage.
Perfect.
I'm gonna do something funny. Funny.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
What does it taste like?
Licorice.
Why?
To you.
Can't just ask someone why they tasted licorice.
It's just taste.
My turn has ended.
Are you still holding on to this thing with your fangs embedded in it?
Am I? I hope to have just maybe ripped a chunk off and then
Ripped a chunk. No.
got away.
Oh god damn. Alright, it would be easier. Alright. I'm like, how far is it behind me? Is that next to me? On my like, dependent.
10 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna step back,
Mm-hmm.
diagonal. So it's I be in front of it?
You can position yourself in
I
front of
want,
it.
yeah, I want it to be in front of me.
Cool.
I am then going to use. Actually, no. Flurry of blows is a bonus action. I get 2 attacks and then bonus action. I can use flurry of blows. What is flurry of blows?
2 extra attacks.
2 unarmed attacks.
So I'm gonna punch it first 2 times. with one of them, which I'm going to spend a key point to oh no, hang on. Okay, that's after I use flurry of blows. I'm going to hit it 2 times with my fists.
Roll to attack.
I'm going to use flurry of... I'm stuttering so bad.
Oh, that's a great choice.
It's a D20. Don't fuck me. Actually, yeah, you can clearly fuck me over if you want. 17 to hit.
17 hits. Roll
I'll
damage.
roll both first. Can I roll both hits first?
Yeah, sure.
22 to hit.
Yep.
Right, then 1d6 plus 4. 2 to 6. And 8 damage. So 14 damage in total, I think.
Cool.
And then I'm going to use flurry of blows, which is that gives me another 2, doesn't it?
Unarmed
Yep.
attacks, yeah.
So mark off your key point.
No, that's a bonus act. Does that cost?
It's
Flurry,
still
yeah.
a key
Okay.
point.
You
Yeah.
can do an
I-
attack with bonus action, or you can do flurry of blows for 2 attacks at the cost of the cost of a key point.
And then I'm going. Actually, I'll take 2 of that because does he do not reload? Does exhaust extra aspects cost and a key point?
Yes.
I'm then going to use flurry of blows again, which is another 2d20s. 11 hit.
No.
18 hit.
Yes.
One of those. Okay, so roll damage for 1. 3 plus 4, 7. I also have used extra expects, which tells me it's blowing all of its damages, resistance, damage vulnerabilities, damage immunities, and condition immunities.
You strike twice
It's immune to everything.
and feel the blows connect. Feels weird, almost spongy.
God, no, it tastes like licorice and feels spongy.
You swing again and fail to connect. The darkness swells around you. Swing once more. You're beginning to understand, now that you can see it, how this creature works. It cannot be blinded. Fire doesn't scare it. Everything else? Worth a try.
Do I speak at this point, or is it the end of my turn?
Go for it.
Fire spade guy. Do not. It is not scared of your flame. Was it resistant to fire as well?
It's resistant to fire and immune to blindness.
It is this little creature here, gremlin motherfucker.
As if you gave 2 of us fire magic weapons and then made the guy resistant to fire.
Mine doesn't do fire.
Does it not? Oh, okay.
It is immune to being blinded, and it is resistant to fire. So that fireball might fuck it up a bit, but probably won't.
Hold on a sec.
Moving on. .24 to hit.
No, yes, it does hit.
Not yet.
My leather armor
That
has
will
a
be
28, yeah.
15 piercing damage.
God damn.
And
My 2 spells are a fire-based one and one that obscures vision.
17 to hit.
Nope. Get fucked.
So the creature lashes out at you as you bit a chunk out of it, catching you across the chest, raking, and feels like it reacts to touching you in a negative way. It doesn't like it. So on the next swing against you, it sort of hesitates and almost pulls its punch. We will move on to your turn.
I am drawing a rapier, drawing a dagger, and charging. So I will try and stab it with the rapier for a natural 20, which I believe will hit.
So nice.
So, how do you do damage on natural 20s?
Roll dice, double.
Awesome. So 6 double to 12 plus 4, 16 points, and then 4 sneak attack dice. These get double too?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, I thought that was just an egg.
Oh, that's a lot of 6s. I have never rolled that well in my life. That's 23 out of 4d6.
23.
So 46.
46 damage.
Plus the original 12, 58, plus 4, 62 points of damage.
This is with your rapier.
Yes, that was with the rapier.
What aspects does your rapier have?
Nothing, it's just I get sneak attack and I rolled a nat 20. So everything gets done.
You
I'm scared of you.
pierce the darkness in a way even a flashlight couldn't.
Nice.
The fabric of it tears. The shadow falters, dissipates.
You messed with the wrong group of actors.
The creature isn't there anymore.
Oh.
The shadow starts to shrink towards the floor.
Oh my god, it's running off an SCP.
I'll try and stab it as it goes through the floor with my dagger.
Go for it.
It's been rude. It's just gonna go through an
14 minus 4, 10, so 19 to hit.
By any chance, with the cards, do I mark off
2
1 because it's 52
plus
cards?
8, so 8 points of piercing, and that's my
So 50 minutes.
new fire dagger. So 3 points of resistant fire damage. So like 1.
You see the shadow, as you pierce it with the dagger, swirl around the tooth that makes up its blade. And then fall still. And it starts to spread along the floor, under all of your feet, and further into the room.
I can't cast that.
Well, that's
Under all the
creepy.
floodlights, there is a shadow. And then it starts to rise.
What, the background of the floor?
Yep. You see 4 pillars from the edges of the shadow. And then they connect at the top, growing a tail, wings, neck,
I made it angry.
snout, as it takes on the aspect of this dragon.
It's the egg.
This your tooth?
And you hear as you are now facing a dragon made of shadow.
Wow.
Is there anything else you would like to do on your turn?
I can't even stand the dragon.
Back away from the dragon. And that's about it. Because I used
Okay.
all my action and bonus action stabbing it and making it angry.
Elby.
How big is the dragon?
It is
Dragon sized.
large,
10, 20 feet?
roughly.
I want to cast Fairy Fire on top of it.
Okay.
So I need a Dex saving throw. DC is 16.
That is a nat 1 plus 4 for a total of 5.
Okay, so it is now glowing. Any attack rolls against it has advantage, and I'm kind of concentrating.
Is
So
that
I
would
step
everyone or just
Okay.
to you?
everyone,
Oh, that's fucking.
and I
rude.
step back.
That means I
Uh,
get to roll 8.
Due to the nature of the creature, that spell is going to do damage.
Oh, okay,
I'm not going to tell you how much.
okay.
So light hurts it. The glitteriness, I'm guessing.
Yeah, of course the glitteriness.
Anything else you'd like
That's
to do?
it.
Rob.
Joe will.
Hit it with the shovel.
Well. Yeah. No. No. I'm a hexblade warlock, aren't
Well, I can be a hex shovel
I?
warlock.
I ain't got time. I'm going to use my bonus action to put my hexblade curse on it.
Okay.
I'll remember what that does in a sec. But I know it's a thing I should be doing.
The
An extra
creature
bit of
is no
damage when
longer
you
resistant
attack
to
it, I
fire.
believe. I'm out.
Fireball. Also, you were supposed to roll a saving throw for that. I forgot.
So I get +3 to all damage rolls. Crit on a 19.
That's decent.
And I get...
Rich, the creature is no longer resistant to fire.
Mwahaha.
I'm then going to charge at it and hit it with my axe.
Oh no, it might be immune to fire.
I stabbed it so hard it hurt. Fire hurts it again.
That is going to be
At advantage.
At advantage.
That is going to be a 22 to hit.
That will hit.
That is going to be... that is 12 slashing damage. And then because I'm a Hexblade, I'm going to attack it again.
Cool.
There we go. That is going to be a dirty 20.
Hits.
Rubbish. So, 9 slashing damage.
Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, that is everything, I think. Yes.
Salty.
Salty will see their chests be slashed by this thing, and does he notice how it reacted when, like, it kind of doesn't like him?
Yes.
Okay. Can I try to intimidate it?
Sure.
Okay, that has worked. I'm gonna be
You
honest.
see a giant dragon made of shadow, and you think you're going to scare it as a cat.
Bro. Somehow.
I'm a cat with a dream. I have faced off against far worse than you. I have faced off against the spirit of death itself, and won. God damn it!
Almost an 18.
Oh, wrong one.
against the spirit of death itself, and won! It's how it actually came up.
10.
It seems focused on you now.
Ooh, I have an idea.
Less
Good for the rest of us.
hesitant.
Can I use search to strike?
I think I made it angry.
I made it into a dragon.
We will count that as your bonus action. Would you like to take an action?
Yeah, I want to stab it in the snout.
In the can you reach?
Can I reach the snout?
With its current interest in you, yes.
Sniffing you. That one.
At advantage.
Oh.
Yeah. And then some more.
You could have had the other one to intimidate it.
Oh, that's true. Wait, I don't.
Could have got natural 20.
That is 16 to hit.
16 will hit.
3, 4, 7 piercing damage.
Do you not get
As I
sneak
just
attack
go,
on that?
Yes, you
No,
absolutely get
Because
sneak attack.
you've got advantage on it.
Oh,
You get advantage, you're a swashbuckler, pick any reason you want, you definitely get it.
oh, that's even better. You just
Layer on layer.
Yeah. This is why with 2 rogues, very fire is
Yeah.
just
Our
like...
fairy fights
there
are
was-
amazing when you got rogues in the party.
That was supposed to be 4 rogues.
Then fairy fight would have been even better.
Would I have been the only one that wasn't a rogue?
Oh, there
Out
we go.
of this
Here we
group,
go.
No, I was always...
Albie wasn't
Yeah,
supposed
I
to
was
no.
always... No.
it was the one player we don't have.
Yeah.
4 again.
Yeah.
And
So-
2 characters.
3. 4, 4, 4, and 3.
I was going to be a rogue as well, because it's my main, but
15 more. Points
15.
Points of
Rogue party.
sneaky
a
damage.
warlock rogue.
That's arcane clipped.
Okay.
He just kind of wiggles his eyebrows like, hmm?
Your turn.
Okay. I'm going to run at it. Can I punch it from the upper jaw? Would I be able to reach there?
Yes.
Ooh. I'm going to run at its upper jaw. Hit it in the nose. No, not nose. Hit it in the jaw twice again with
at advantage.
Right. 5 plus 7. That's 12. And 2 5s for 1 attack. Okay, does 12 hit?
It does not.
Okay, that's 1.
Bit my tongue.
17 hit?
17 will hit.
Let me just read that again. Okay, yep, I'll take 17. And roll the damage for that, which will be 1d6 plus 4. Ooh, 10 damage for one of the fists, punching. I made that so worse for one of them. And I'm going to spend another key point for flurry of blows, which I will roll again for. Advantage 19, 26.
26 will hit.
Yeah, 26. And, okay, so I'm going to roll those two again. I love being a monk. I play monk more. Natural 20.
Ooh.
Okay, what does natural 20 do? I've never...
So you have the first attack will resolve the damage for that one first.
6 plus 4. I would also like to spend a... Actually, no, I'll do that the next one, because that will benefit everyone. 4, 5.
5 damage. Okay, natural 20, you will roll the damage dice and double it. And then add your modifier.
So I roll again.
The damage for this next attack.
Okay. So the attack I've just done benefits the next attack.
You just rolled
I rolled
a nat 20.
You did flurry of blows, so you did 2 attacks. So
You did
you've
2
done the
attacks.
first attack. This is the second attack that wasn't at 20.
So it's 1 roll and then you have 2 attacks.
So for
Very, very
the
nice.
for the critical hit you rolled,
Yes.
that's what we're dealing with now.
Okay.
You've dealt with the previous attack. So now roll your normal attack die. And double it.
10,
Now add your modifier.
which is a 14. And I also like to spend a key point to stun the dragon.
'Twas I who stunned the dragon.
That's
What save is that?
it's 15.
It is stunned.
Yes! I'm being beneficiary. I'm being benefiting right now.
It is the creature's turn. It cannot take any actions.
Get fucked.
However, that doesn't mean
It is kind.
that it can't do anything. It roars. Mostly in frustration. In somewhat pain. It is bloodied. Which, for those of you watching, means it is below half health.
You're welcome.
The room around you begins to shake. The set is falling apart. I will need everyone to roll a dex saving throw.
I mean, there's not a director to worry about it, so...
Wait, my phone is decided.
17.
22.
You said saving throw.
Yeah.
My phone is still loading, so I still cannot.
The most dexterous dwarf you know.
I always press the X in the corner
15.
because it confuses me.
14.
Ooh, plus 4. 20.
Everyone will take 10 points of bludgeoning damage from the set.
10 points.
Oh, okay.
That is halved.
Oh, so 20.
Dank.
Oh, I lose concentration.
Oh no, so fairy fire's gone.
What,
Very
be
fire's
just
gone.
before my go.
Yeah, Fairy Fire's gone.
Very fire was very beneficial.
It is your go.
Angrily stare at our artificer. And then I will go and drop my dice on the floor. Which
Do you
is
want
not very
dice?
helpful. No, I use my dice. Okay, yeah, so I'm just running up, same again, rapier in the one hand, dagger in the other, rapier going first. So 12 to hit.
12 will hit.
Wow. whole 5 points of piercing damage.
Fucking hell.
I'm assuming someone else is still next. You two are still next to the dragon.
Yes.
So yeah, happy days. Oh my life, I'm rolling well again. Another 18 points of sneak damage. And then with the little dagger, swinging back with the offhand. That's 15 to hit.
That will hit.
And 10 piercing damage. And a whole 1 fire damage. I'm glad it's not resistant anymore. And then I will back away a little bit again. I'd love some cover, but this room looks quite empty. I'm just hiding.
Healthy.
I'm going to try and get Fairy Fire back up again.
Okay.
Yay.
Because that's the only useful thing I can really do.
You could cast Fireball.
I don't have Fireball.
Who said?
I said Fireball because I wanted to see how big the room was. It's only a 13.
You were just waffling.
No, sorry, it's Dex save from you.
Yes. No.
That fails.
I rolled a 2.
To be fair, he's stunned anyway, so
Oh, that's true.
probably wouldn't be able to pass a dex save even if you had rolled them.
Yep, so Fairy Fire's back up on him.
Cool.
Yes, let's go.
Sure, we'll be down again by my turn.
Anything else you would like to do?
Move far away so nothing hits me again.
Fair. Rob.
I was going to cast Shatter on it, but considering it's stunned and very fast, probably better that I hit it with my battle axe twice. That is a 24.
Definitely.
That is 13 slashing damage, and my second attack is, that's a 1 and a 5. So that is 6. Now I can't do really basic maths because you said that. 13.
We'll hit.
That is 10, 15 slashing damage.
15.
I don't think I've got any useful bonus actions.
I think that can damage does it.
I'll put staggering. I'll cast staggering smite for next round.
Effective.
I'm done.
Okay. Salty.
Salty will again try to intimidate the dragon, and this time points his rapier even closer and just look at him kind of meanly.
You can't do anything. At advantage.
Oh,
It's
Mm.
advantage.
Yeah, but
Attacks at advantage.
It's only for attacks that
Oh,
have
okay.
advantage, not
I'm
because of attacks.
lost.
It was a 9.
Oh yeah, and my last one at least.
I've
And
been playing
then
D&D for a
my
year. I'm
bonus.
still confused about everything.
Oh yeah, okay, so 9. 15.
15. It is vulnerable in its current state. It does not look scared, but it looks taken aback at your continued attempts. It's more disconcerted than afraid.
I can work with that.
What
Attack
does
time.
disconcerted mean?
Unsure.
Ooh, hello.
Discombobulated.
And now I can work.
18. What am I doing?
It's going to be even angrier after I've done what I've done to him.
Yeah, I'll just do it with my rapier again. So that's, yeah, it's 18 hit.
18 will hit.
Perfect. This one. This one. Boop. 2, and then sneak attack because funny. 1, 2, 2. 8. 9. And said?
13.
13. Thank you. 13 points of sneaky damage.
Struggling from being
Anything else for you?
That's about it.
Fair. Alex.
Ooh. I'm going to punch it. Wizard fist it. I'm gonna punch it again, twice. Which I'm gonna roll for. Advantage. 15 plus 7. 22 to hit.
22.
Alright, do both hits first. 14 plus 7. 21 hit?
Yep.
Ooh, I'm rolling big today. 3 plus 7
Yep.
damage for 1. 5 plus 4, 9 damage as well.
7 and 9, 16.
And then I'm going to spend a key point again. Flurry of blows. 16.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Don't even need to roll that again, because that hits.
Roll it again just in case you get a crit.
I'm getting that 20.
Oh yeah, true.
You've always got a fist for the nat 20.
Okay, 1,
Then you can do
15 plus
62 points
7.
of damage in attack.
21? No.
Those two hit as well.
22. Okay, so 1 hits. Wait, did the what did I roll for the other one? Okay. Damage. 2 plus 4, 6. 6, and I'm also going to spend a key point, DC of 15, to stun it again. I'm just going to torture this motherfucker. That's 2 more key
DC of 15
Yes.
passes.
Fuck. Well, it's no longer, it's no longer stunned. Fucking motherfucker.
No, it is not.
We can try stun it again, but I'm not going to.
At the start of its turn, it is going to stomp twice. You see the room shake even more so than the last, as the rigged lighting starts to collapse into the room. The room is filled not with darkness, but blinding light. Light that dark vision, even magical dark vision, cannot see through.
Did it do this strategically or just like this accidental?
It is a creature that lives in darkness.
That we didn't. Wow. So it did accident.
Makes sense that it will die in the light then.
You can all see it, sort of.
It's glowing.
Yeah. For the most part.
So is everything.
This will negate advantage
Unless
due
this
to not being able to actually see the creature.
was the entire floor covered in light. Basically.
You will not have disadvantage because it balances out with the fairy fire.
Yeah, thank
It is going to
goodness.
take its attacks.
Is it still focused on him?
For now.
Yeah, it's up in the jaw twice.
Duck.
Where?
Quack, quack.
Is a 17 going to hit?
Yes. I'm not going for a mark with a high AC is fucking lovely.
16 points of
I'm
slashing
being
damage.
fucked here.
I'm not looking so good.
Which one is-
11.
With its other claw. 22.
Hit to hit.
You.
Yes, that does
That
hit.
is, he's currently on 11, so
Oh, I'm going to.
I'm aiming at Alex this time.
Oh. I'm going.
So I'm still hit.
What is the thing where I can evade? Go and get half the damage.
That is evasion.
Well, no, it's uncanny dodge. It's a rogue thing.
Uncanny
not an
dodge.
uncanny.
There's I can
You should
can
be doing that,
buy
by the way.
something to.
Once a round, you can use your reaction to uncannily dodge something
Oh,
to take half damage.
It will be a dex save thing rather than an attack roll.
There's something I can spend key points on. I'm trying to find it. Spend,
You should only have 7 key points.
yeah,
Burning
I
key
have one more left.
Yeah, okay. Just checking.
I've analysed the creature, haven't
You did previously.
Fuck! I've just read something. I can, when an allied creature misses you with an attack, you can use reaction to make an unarmed strike against it if it's within your reach. I've been able to do that twice. I cannot find what I'm looking for, so I'm going to give up.
What do you need?
It's something that says I can spend key points.
That is
Oh no, yeah, it's
on a dex.
Oh no, that's taking the dodge attack, so it's a dodge action, so you can do that as a bonus action as a monk, but you have to do it the round before.
oh okay.
That is
And that means you get
17 points of slashing damage.
You get disadvantage against you if you've taken the dodge action.
It is going
patient
to
defense is
copy
what
what
we're
you
looking
did and take a bite.
This one's going to be bigger. if it does more.
19?
Yes. Oh no. Mr. Swashbuckler. Mr. Tabaxi, Jesus Christ.
That is another 15 points.
Oh, you're down.
I am down.
It roars in triumph, and we will move on to your turn.
Luckily, I mean, there's loads of healers in this party. Oh wait,
Wait, we have no healers.
I know.
Oh, that was a question.
That means we're good at attacking.
You might be able to. I don't know.
No.
Anyway, yeah, same again. Rapier dagger. So that's a 22 to hit.
Will hit.
Where's the 8 gone? So 8 points of piercing damage. Oh, that's not as fun. 11 points of sneak damage. And with the offhand and the dagger, 22, 19 to hit. To 8 points of stabby damage. And 1 point of fire damage again. D10 does not like me.
Anything else you would like to do?
No, I'm not going to back off either. I'm going to stand my ground with the dragon now, watching you go down. I'll like to try and stop it advancing on anyone else. And that's me.
LB.
I'm going to cast Catapult at 2nd level, and I'm going to find the biggest rubble, about 10 pounds of rubble that I can find. 10 pounds, yeah, and catapult it towards it.
Okay.
I need a dex save from you.
19.
Success. So nothing happens on a success.
Is there anything else you would like to do with your
It
turn?
does. It still does damage catapult.
I believe it's...
It just doesn't
Yeah,
knock
fair.
into the ground. The damage is automatic, I'm 90% sure.
It just says strike something because it dodged out the way. I hate half spell cards, half.
On a failed save, the object strikes the target and stops moving. When the object strikes something, the object and what it strikes takes 3d8 bludgeoning damage. So yeah, it'll still take damage.
It'll take half.
Yeah, it just does.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it knocks it down if it fails a save or
Right,
something like
okay. 4d8 because I upcast that. 10, 16, 19 points of bludgeoning damage.
Cool. Anything else you'd like to do?
Move away from it.
Rob.
I am going to use my nimble escape to disengage as a bonus action. I'm going to kind of jog 30 feet backwards, and I'm then going to cast Shatter at it. Don't really care who else I hit.
Thanks.
Like I'm kind of not aiming for them.
Aiming for the back half of the dragon.
What am I rolling for that?
You need to make a con save.
15.
Oh, that is my thing, so you take half damage. That is 12 damage. I halved it.
Cool. Thank you. Anything else?
Thunder damage. Thunder damage?
Yeah.
No, that's my entire turn.
Cool.
Disappointing.
With this attack, it stumbles. You can't see any wounds on it, but then again you can't see much of it at all. The broken lights flicker out. The lights remaining keep the room illuminated. You are no longer blinded.
So we have back. Bring back.
The creature is on its knees. Salty.
Saving.
Saving throw, please.
18.
Positive.
That is a success. Alex.
You already know what I'm about to do to this motherfucker. So we have advantage back.
Yes.
Alright, obviously the two punching. What am I black? Oh, the black one's there. 12 plus 17, 18. 19 hit?
Yep.
Right, that's one. 16 hit. Okay. That's 2 hits, and then 7 damage for one. 16 damage for both of those. Spend a key point for flurry of blows.
That is your last.
Yes,
key
that
point.
is my last key point. What's that? $19 hits. 11 plus 17, I think hit? No, 18.
Yep.
6 plus 4, it's 10. 2 plus 4, 17 hits. No, 17 damage though.
Anything else you'd like to do?
That's all I can do, because yep, that's everything. I can pack the punch this. Oh no.
That will be a 17.
Nope.
That'll be a 22.
That does it. I love being wrong. This is fun.
18 slashing damage.
Oh, is it fun? Oh, that's 10.
And
No.
having extracted aspects, I will give you a little bit of insight.
Yeah.
It is not going for the kill. Your party member is currently unconscious.
He's trying.
It is not attacking them. It is not attempting to stamp life out. It is almost desperate as it goes for the bite. That is a nat 20.
Oh. Bull's end.
I rolled, as part of the damage, 2d10. On one of them, I rolled a 1.
Yes.
On the other dice that is not a d10, I rolled a 7.
Fuck.
Oh.
That's 8
I also rolled a 10. That is 18 points of damage.
I'm down. Man, you had my hopes up.
That is the point.
You fuck. You medium. At least you're better than Ruben.
The creature is hurt.
I'll kill it then.
It won't be soon.
It is showing fear for the first time.
Good. Fearless motherfucker.
From the
fear
grave.
them.
Why did that? It has defeated the two things causing it the most stress in front of its face. The other threats to it are further away.
I stayed next to it. Of course, I'm substantially less scary without someone else next to it.
Yeah.
But, still.
So I'll coming back.
It
Oh,
looks
no, it
like
bounces
it
back.
considers running,
Coward.
Pussy.
and then it roars again. it stands back up to its full height. It is your turn.
Did advantage come back?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I do still have sneak. So all is good. So yeah, same again. Rapier and dagger looking around me, being a little bit more nervous now that I'm not surrounded with people. But hey. So that's a 20 to hit. Not a natural, just a normal. 11 points of piercing damage. I didn't even roll at advantage. Didn't matter. 11, 15, 16 points of sneak damage. And swinging around with a dagger on the offhand. Oh, that's not very good. 12? That was
12 will hit.
Wasn't it? Yes, nice.
You've got advantage as well.
I do have advantage. Doesn't make any difference. But that is 10 points of piercing damage and 2 points of fire damage this time. 4 rolls on a d10 for a total of 4. No, 3 rolls.
Is that your turn?
That is my turn, and I'm still standing here, standing strong.
LB.
Concerned that 2 of our companions are down, I'm going to use an action to activate the Guardian armor and the Guardian gauntlets and walk closer.
Okay.
While doing that.
Any bonus actions?
No, that's it.
Rob.
Jovial is going to activate his Relentless Hex, and as a bonus action he's magically teleporting up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space next to the creature cursed by my hex curse, and then I'm going to hit it. That is a 20 something or other. 26. That is 10 slashing damage and 14. That's nice. 17 slashing damage.
Anything else you would like to do?
That is my go.
Salty, a death save, please.
10.
Pass. Alex?
Fucking bump fuck me over.
That is a fail.
Yeah.
How close am I to
Which one did you know?
the monk? I walked closer towards it
Yeah.
while activating it.
We'll say you're in range.
Does it count as ability check for death saves?
It is a medicine check.
It's a medicine check. I've got something that can add something to ability checks.
It would be a medicine check from your end.
Okay, I've got a flash of genius which will add to an ability check or saving throw, but I don't know how far away.
Death save count
I
as
don't know.
a saving throw?
Sometimes people count it and sometimes people don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
General consensus?
I mean, it makes sense to me.
Okay.
Add 5 to that roll.
That's a positive.
Good, otherwise that was a waste of flash of genius.
If it had been a 4, what was it, a plus what?
Plus 5.
Plus
Yeah, that
5.
would have fucked me if it was a 4.
Cool.
6.
Rich
It's coming
The
around
creature-
much faster now. Oh no, it's coming from me.
doesn't seem to be going for any attacks.
Stupid of it.
Yeah.
Don't have any mercy. It's a giant shadow dragon.
Yeah, I think we feared it more.
What would you like to do?
Stab the fuck out of it.
Go for it.
Let's try to call for its Jesus or something.
11, so 18 to hit. 6 points of piercing damage. 14 points of sneak damage. $17 to hit. 9 points of piercing damage. And 5 points of fire damage. How exciting. A number
There we
above
go.
2.
It's going up.
Yes.
LB.
coming closer into the 5 feet, I am going to use my spear with my gauntlets. 16 to hit.
Yep.
Awesome. So that's a D6 and a D8. So it's 4 piercing and 8 thunder damage.
Anything else you would like to do?
Roar at it menacingly in my little state.
You're aware you're a gnome, yeah?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, just checking. Rob.
Yep.
I'm going to keep doing... I forgot to proc my branding smite last round, if you're right if I do this round.
Yeah.
If I hit, which I do with a dirty 20, so that's D10, I believe. Branding smite is a staggering smite, is another 4d6. 3 ones. 1, 2, 3.
Obviously giving away my luck today.
That's 17 slashing damage. No, it's not, sorry. It's 12 slashing damage and 5 psychic damage. And can it make a wisdom saving throw, please? DC 15.
That is a 14.
Good. It has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks and can't take reactions until the star speaks next turn. And my second attack
We've already got it enough. Why do we need to get
is going to be an 16.
Yep.
16 slashing.
Anything else for you?
Nope.
Salty,
Just keep chipping away.
what could be your final death save? That is a fail.
What's
Alex.
the number?
5.
Make it a success. Have an extra
You are
5.
stable.
Thank you.
You can no longer die.
I mean, I can't heal you, but I can stop you from dying.
I think he wakes up in
Heal
about-
me.
That's not very helpful.
Yeah, it's like 1d6.
Natural 20. Fucking
That
yes.
is 2 successes. You are also stable.
Like, is it? So I was gonna kiss it.
It flaps its wings. Rears up.
Raise up.
I need the 3 of you to either make dexterity or strength saves. Unfortunately, the 2 of you are unconscious on the floor. Stable, not dying, but unconscious.
Oh well.
I know. 24.
6.
Dirty 20.
There's a lot of dirty 20s today.
As it rears up, you see a crab scuttle between your legs.
Go stabby!
It flaps its wings 3 times,
The crab's got
sending
wings.
gusts of wind past the crab and towards all of you. The 2 of you manage to stand your ground but are buffeted. Unfortunately, you are blown to the ground. 3 points of bludgeoning damage. The crab stabs the foot of the dragon, and it goes back to where it was maybe 3 minutes ago, maybe longer,
What do you mean when it's still had all its health left?
in the form it was before the dragon. It sees what has happened, realizes the events that have occurred. It did not want to fight you. It was not here of its own will. Seeing a chance to escape, it does so. The darkness has been defeated.
It's not defeated, it just ran away. It's going to come back and bug someone else.
You are left in a broken but lit room with a crab.
I mean,
You are victorious in your task.
Yay!
That
I'm not-
crab is coming with me.
I'm not victorious in my task of stealing that knife back from the crab.
Yeah, but I'm taking the crab.
Oh my god, let's start this.
That's fine.
So under the
To be
laws
fair, now that the director is dead, the employee of the month is going to need a new job.
Exactly. He is Stabby McCrab of the month.
Nice.
He's my
That is
companion.
where we will leave today's session. Thank you all for playing,
That was fucking amazing.
and thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed the weekend stream, and we will be back with another one.
Next year.
Thank you. Well done, everyone.
That was fucking amazing.
Wood, wood.
If this is going on next year, I will do it again.